Our first autographed items of the night is this. Is a autographed poster, Lamb of God. And it is fully signed. This is signed Lamb of God poster. Okay. It is JSA authenticated. 4 signatures. 5 signatures. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And JSA authenticated. Lamb of God is $125 start. JSA authenticated, Lamb of God tour poster, fully signed, $125 start. That is now up for bid. What's going on, Jake?
I think video dropped.
Test 1, 2. Hello, hello. Can anybody still hear me? Do we need to restart? It looks like it just started again on YouTube. Hello? Let's see here. All right. Let me go. Well, I'll take advantage of this. I'll keep talking. I'll go up here and grab these notes of mine. And make sure we know what we're doing. Okay. Wasted. All right. Anybody else? What's going on? We still live, Jake? Okay. All right, Jake is doing something wonderful over here. Literally. I'm going to reset. I need to figure out who had that last bid on Limp Bizkit. Dan Kicka had Limp Bizkit for $50, by the way. And then Chris Martin bid $15 on Wasted. So Chris Martin $15 on Wasted. And then Limp Bizkit was Dan Kicka at $50. That was our only auctions. And I don't think I had missed any claims at all. And yeah, I hadn't missed any claims at all. But Chris Martin, 15, and Dan Kicka. Now John Kaiser, 17, okay? I got waiting lists for Volbeat, Steely Dan, Slayer, Steve Martin, King's X, Black Sabbath, ELO, Oz, ZZ Top, and Fear Factory. I was going to make sure we didn't have one for Pink Floyd. We should be up and going. We got, let me look through these, make sure that was everything here. Yep, and... there's that. Okay. All right. So Jake's working on the chat over there in just a second. So basically what we're doing is we're troubleshooting live right now to make sure this is working. And the whole point of all this is eventually it's going to make us save time with tagging and make everything easier, especially when we try to automate more of what we do here. So we're working out bugs. I think every little new thing we've ever added here at CollectCo, it has its bugs at first and then it works fine. So, and the only way to do it is literally jump in the fire. So we have to do it like live. We have to do it live while we're selling. so Jake can figure it out. Otherwise, it's just his test comments when we're off air. So when there's 300 people watching and comments are rolling in, he can try to figure out how to fix it live. And I think you got a Pink Floyd amenities. I didn't have a wait list for any. Jake got Facebook back up, so Jake's got that fixed. And Dan Kicka, I'm going to go ahead and sell you the Limp Bizkit, okay? So Dan Kicka, if you're out there, just confirm you do know you got that. You know you got that, okay? And this was an unofficial. Somebody just asked what the details were. Well, guess what? I had to just sell it. Now, what I want y'all to know is this album is still in print. So if anybody wants an official silver and gray vinyl copy of this album, I can put it up. I can put you on a waiting list for $44.99, okay? Now, a lot of people like the bootlegs, especially on red vinyl, but if anybody does want this, I can get an official pressing on silver and brown vinyl for $44. If you do, just say, yes, Chad, put me on a wait list for Limp Bizkit. If they're in stock, they'll be here next week, okay? They'll be here next week. Wasted. Chris Martin, you got outbid. John Kaiser has this for $17. I don't know if Chris Martin is out. He did say out. Final call, Misty bid 18. So John Kaiser, you're out. Misty bid 18. This is for Wasted. Save no prayers, okay? Wasted, save your prayers is $18. Now, there's one other auction right now. Let me reintroduce that. And that's the Lamb of God autograph poster. Lamb of God autograph poster. This is JSA. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 signatures. It's fully signed, and it's JSA authenticated, of course. Lamb of God is $125 start. $125 start on that. I'll do Faith No More right now. Let me find that right quick. Faith No More. And let me look at the hot pictures so I can figure out which one you're talking about. So we got Metallica, Alice in Chains, Metallica, Motley Crue, Metallica, Lamb of God, Metallica, Wasp, Motorhead, Guns N' Roses is heavily requested. There's Limp Bizkit. And then we have Korn, Pantera. If anybody wants a Limp Bizkit, I can get you one for $44.99. New and sealed. They'll be in. Just let me know if anybody wants a new sealed Limp Bizkit, okay? And let me figure out what this Faith No More is so I can find it. I see which one y'all were talking about. Let me dig it out. Let me put it up for auction, okay? There's a couple people that have requested that earlier. They got to hit the hay so they can go to work and so they can buy more records and make money and buy more records. So right now, Wasted is up to John Kaiser. He bid $19. Misty, you're out. And then Jason Thomas on the Limp Bizkit. So what we're doing is I'm taking a waiting list for this Limp Bizkit. It is chocolate starfish and the hot dog flavored water. This was an unofficial that just sold at auction, but I can get these new and sealed for $44.99, okay? Right now, this is on deck. I'm about to put up Faith No More. Lamb of God is a signed poster. I'm looking for a $125 start. $125 start on Lamb of God. Signed poster. I'm going to leave it up for a few more seconds. Wasted's at 19, and this was our first crate of new vinyl. We had a new Depeche Mode come in. Mexico City, live, 4 LPs with bonus tracks, $74. It's a 4 LP blue vinyl, $74.99, blue vinyl. Also, we have Led Zeppelin 4. This is on clear vinyl, $33.99 on that. Aussie, Black Rain, 2 copies in stock. Kind of surprised those are still there. $36.99. And then Led Zeppelin, 4-track live EP, $24.99. Sean, your blanket did come in. Yes, your Joy Division blanket did come in. It did. And Japanese tomorrow. Japanese tonight. We have Aussie, Memoirs of a Madman for $38.99. And the best of Pink Floyd, $49.99. Michelle wants an Aussie, and let's put up another Japanese single, okay? Don't forget about those. Sorry we had a break in the action there, but I have Blondie going up for bid right now. The Tide is High, and Susie and Jeffrey. How cool is that? Very nice. Blondie, $15 start, okay? Wasted over here. I'm going to make sure Misty's done bidding. She's out. This is sold to John Kaiser for $19. Let's put up Faith No More. Dave Mosley wants the Led Zeppelin live EP. So this is the most recent release by Led Zeppelin. They put out 4 tracks never released on vinyl. In My Time of Dying and Trampled Underfoot from Earl's Court, and then Sick Again in Cashmere from Nebworth, and that's all amazing versions of those. I only had one. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Okay, if anybody else wants one, let me know. So that's it. That's it right over here. Lamb of God does have a bid for $125. I'm about to drop the hammer. And finally, here is Faith No More. Faith No More is the real thing. Now, this one's not in print, even as an import. I cannot order this one. Faith No More is a 2015 180 gram, includes an LP of bonus material of non-LP studio tracks and some live bonus tracks too. The top seam does have a split. There is a split on top of the seam, but the discs are near mint minus and pristine. $55 start on that. All right, Cameron Lingafelt, I'm going to go ahead and sell you the Lamb of God poster. Thank you. That is $125. This is sold to Cameron Lingafelt for $125. Do I got a good spot over here to start putting miscellaneous? Not really. Almost need another table right here. Yeah, if you could set up a table, we're going to be selling a lot of miscellaneous tonight. Posters and autographs and etc. I know y'all love that. Over here we have Led Zeppelin. Catherine Lutz, put her on a waiting list. And Michelle, I gave you a copy of Black Rain. I gave you a copy of Black Rain, Michelle, if that's the one you wanted, okay? And then Blondie had a bid for 15 and 15. Craig, you tied Wolverine. His came in first. Just FYI, Faith No More 65. And then we have Faith No More is official. It is an official press. Who wanted the last Sierra Farrell? Somebody wanted the last Sierra Farrell for $55. Who was that? Who wanted the last Sierra Farrell for $55? Okay, so there's that. There's that. And let's go ahead and run one of the other autograph posters. Corrosion of Conformity. Corrosion of Conformity. This one's signed, fully signed by the band. It comes with a ticket stub, I think where they got it signed at, the Cowan in Nashville. Corrosion Conformity autograph poster, $125, JSA authenticated. That's poster number 2. Okay, there's that. And then Matt Nichols has been asking about Sierra Farrell. Okay, I think I already gave you one. Yeah, I gave you and Mark Weiss one. I had 3. Mark Weiss got one. Matt Nichols got one. I have one left. I was asking 65. Somebody offered 55. I went ahead and sold them. Stephen Tuttle also wants on the wait list for Led Zeppelin. So anybody else, we're still selling stuff out of this very first crate. We're still selling stuff out of this very first crate over here. Amazing. Corrosion of Conformity has a bid for $125. And the only thing left in here is Aussie, Pink Floyd, Aussie, Zeppelin, and the new Depeche Mode. Wow. Okay, let's finally go into crate number 2. Busy first crate there. I'll go over all the auctions in one more second, but it looks like everybody knows what's going on, okay? So let me set these right over here. And there they are. That's the first crate done. And let me grab crate number 2 here. Hope everybody knows what's going on. I hope y'all do, because sometimes I don't. I'm like, okay, I'm going to be honest, guys. I have no idea what's going on. All right. Blondie's at 18. Faith No More, the last bid was Ed Hickey at $90. And the Corrosion Conformity does have a bid. I'm going to go ahead and lay this stack of 45s in here before I have a spiel. I'm going to put that right there. And then all this, which is about to slide off. Let me stack this like this. Okay, it's a little out of order, but hey, I have full confidence in y'all. Y'all are geniuses. Absolute geniuses. The Depeche Mode is a new release that comes out to, well, it's supposed to come out last month, but it got pushed back. Live in Mexico City, 4 LP blue vinyl. 4 LP blue vinyl, $74.99. I have one left. We sold 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 of them. Okay? Now, Faith No More, 95, now 100. Blondie is officially a final call to Wolverine for 18. So this is a Japanese single Blondie. The tide is high, $18. The Faith No More, the real thing, this is a official, and it's a 2015 double LP gatefold, near mint. It does have a seam split. That's at 105. And then our second autograph, the poster, Corrosion of Conformity. This has one bid for 125. Okay, one bid at 125. And then that's signed, and JSA comes with a ticket stub where it was signed at. I've only got one Von Bondies. I had to put these on sale, and then the night I put them on sale, somebody wanted one at full price. I said, I can order it for you. So I went ahead and just ordered one, and if anybody else wants one, let me know. This is the Von Bondies, and the waiting list for Von Bondies was Ben Digert. So thank you, Mr. Ben Digert. Let's put his name in red on my spreadsheet, meaning I've tagged him for this. And if anybody else wants one, this was a Rhino Rocktober exclusive, $38.99, okay? And Blondie is at $18. We're about to sell it. And then over here, Faith No More is at $130. I don't know the names on the COC. It was signed in 2019. The 2019 lineup. JSA just put signed by 4. It's the 2019 lineup, signed by 4, okay? Faith No More is at $130. I've got one Led Zeppelin House of the Holy. One Led Zeppelin House of the Holy, that's $29.99. And Megadeth Dystopia. Megadeth Dystopia is $34.99. Okay, Megadeth Dystopia. Now, over here, we have the following. We have Faith No More at $120. We have Faith No More at $130. Faith No More at $140. And then Blondie's at $22. So, Corrosion Conformity 2019 lineup. Mark Morris wants Led Zeppelin House of the Holy. That's so to him. And my first crate over here is really full. So, like I said, I went ahead and just ordered one each of a lot of the Zeppelin albums. I needed them in stock here at the store, if anything. So there's a lot of ones of those, but if you decide you want another one, I'm probably going to like immediately reorder them. Wow, look at all this stuff over here. Goodness gracious. I need some empty crates though. Here we go. We're finally making a dent. And guess what? John's like, you're not going to believe it, but we have unearthed more Fred Goodwin records back here in one of these booths, deep in the back corner where stuff's been layered for months, if not years. Well, they have found like 12, 24, like 18, plus, yeah, 24 more crates, tubs, not crates, tubs of Fred Goodwin records. Whew, golly. Some of these guys' collections, I think they grow here in our building. I've been selling some of the same guys' collections we bought. Fred, Dale, some of these guys had 50, 60, 100,000 albums. I mean, that takes years to sell, and we're still selling them. That's so to Mark Morris. We open tomorrow at 10 o'clock, okay? So here's the deal. Blondie 19, Blondie 22, Blondie 25, okay? And then over here, Led Zeppelin 4 from the last crate, TSO Houston. We're selling the Zeppelins. That was on clear vinyl, by the way. That's the only official way Zeppelin 4 has ever been pressed on colored vinyl, was this one right here. Quick side note. They do make some purple lavender, I think, vintage ones, but this has never been reissued on colored vinyl. That is sold. And then Matt wanted a second Sierra Farrell. He has said it 10 plus times. It seems you're not seeing a lot of comments. Matt Nichols is saying he wants another Sierra Farrell. He has said it 10 plus times. I want the last one. Okay, I'll tell you why I can't see his comments. If you start replying to yourself, okay, if you reply to yourself, I usually don't even look at these comments because I think you're talking to somebody else, okay? So, Matt, I'm not even seeing your comments. Those are not even in my wheelhouse. I got you right now. Luckily, somebody has brought it to my attention. But a quick note, if you're replying to somebody, I don't even read those comments. If I did, the show would take another 3 hours every night. So I finally got you. The mistake you're making is you're replying to your own chat, and I think you're talking to somebody. I'm looking for two things. I'm looking for people putting letters for bids or a word. If you're trying to talk to somebody or you've left a sentence that's 2 or 3, like, hello, Chad, my name is so-and-so, and I would like to purchase this, I'm probably not even going to see it. But if you just put Sierra Farrell, boom, I know what you're doing. That's a quick note. If you, I have some people that have, they've left before literally a book trying to bid on something, and I'm like, all I need is a digit, a letter, and a digit. Otherwise, you could get missed. Sorry, Matt, I owe you a great apology. I owe Matt Nichols an apology unlike any other apology. Thank you. You got the last Sierra Farrell for $55. I apologize, Matt Nichols. Okay? But two things. don't ever reply to yourself. And number 2, if you're trying to buy something, keep it short and sweet. Okay? Keep it short and sweet. Because I do have some people be like, well, I was going to bid on this, but I decided I'm going to go ahead and buy this. So, Chad, give me that last whatever. And then they'll keep copy and pasting that same message. I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. You're putting way too in for much. I can't read all that. I've read a lot already tonight. I can't read everything. Otherwise, it's going to get overlooked. Now, where are we on Faith No More? The last bid on Faith No More. The last bid on Faith No More was Jason Thomas at 140. I got to make sure Ed Hickey has set out. Ed Hickey, have you set out? Ed Hickey, have you set out? 100 and final on that. Okay? So that's a final call. It's near mint. It's the 2 LP gatefold. It's out of print. I'm going to make sure Ed Hickey doesn't want to bid again. It's a final call, $140. This is Thursday night at 7:30. Probably the busiest Collectco ever is throughout the week. There's questions, there's comments, there's concerns, there's chaos, there's claims, there's people trying to buy stuff from last night, tonight. There's people trying to buy stuff I hadn't shown yet. There's people trying to buy stuff from last week. There's people trying to buy stuff that I don't even have in stock. They're trying to buy stuff from the future. We have Blondie, The Tide is High, and this is a Japanese pressing. Blondie, The Tide is High. We have a tie bid between Amenities and Wolverine. This one is near mint minus and pristine. Amenities has it. The last bid from Amenities is this. The last bid is $25 and it's up to Wolverine. It is near mint minus and pristine. The last bid of Corrosion of Conformity, we had a new bid for $130. And $130 was the new bid, and that's with Stephen Wester. This is a JSA. This is a JSA signed. It's a Corrosion Conformity signed poster, JSA authenticated. Okay? Just FYI. And by the way, the show goes a lot better. The fewer chats, the better. I love interactions because it helps the algorithm, but the fewer chats, the easier it is for everybody involved. We have Megadeth Dystopia. I have 2 copies. Megadeth is $34.99. This is called Dystopia. I have 2 available. They're $34.99. We have a request for Nirvana. We got a request for Pantera. I'll get those going as soon as we call one of these sold. Did Wolverine's bid or say out on Blondie? Okay, I'm about to find out. The last bids are so far up right now, it's hard to find them. Okay, $27. Now, that means Faith No More is sold, okay? Now, we have a request for Pantera and Nirvana. I've got to find those. I've got to put them up for bid. There's a couple people that have said, Chad, I'm literally about to drive down there and shoot you if you don't put these up. We don't want that to happen. This is sold to Jason Thomas for $140. That bid was 5-10 pages up in chats. I mean, I had to scroll like this much just to see that last bid. That's how many chats there's been. Okay, now we have Blondie at 28. They're still bidding on that one. Awesome Japanese collection tonight. And the Corrosion of Conformity side poster, we do have some bidding activity. Scott Dwallow at 135. So I'm going to ask somebody. And that person over here was Stephen Wester. If you want to bid again, you can, or you can say out, and then we got to sell it. Joshua, I can see your comments. And David, I'm going to promise you this with Japanese. I'm not guaranteeing you anything on Japanese. No guarantees tonight on Japanese. Volbeat, Outlaw Gentlemen, Shady Ladies. I hope you're buckled up. I hope you're ready to watch for hours and hours and hours without knowing what's going to happen. I can't promise you anything, buddy. I'm not going to promise you nothing tonight. I'm not telling you what I have. I'm not telling you what I'm putting up. I'm not telling you what I'm about to do. I just hope you're locked in and you're ready to watch without knowing what's going to happen. And hopefully you can handle the suspense. If not, you're going to be for a world of hurt tonight. because you're going to be like, what is he about to do? I don't know. It's killing me. I'm having a conniption fit. Bob Riker gets a Vol Beat, and Jeremy Todd gets a Vol Beat. These are sold to Bob Riker and Jeremy Todd. $39 and $39. One sold to Matt Shepard, one sold to Dwayne Worley. Those are sold and sold. Now, if y'all don't know, David Johnson will lose his mind and have a conniption fit. He's done it live multiple times. Just absolutely lose his mind on the chat over Japanese pressings. Let's take another waiting list on Volbeat. First person's Perky, second person Scott Dwallow. Those are sold and sold. They're still bidding on the COC poster. It's at $140. Blondie is sold to Amenities for $32, okay? So let's put up one of those next requested. That's Nirvana and Pantera. I've had a couple of people said, listen, Chad, I'm about to do this right now. I'm about to have a freak out. I need to see a Nirvana up here, and I need to see a Pantera up here. I see Pantera in the hot picture. Let me go find the Nirvana. Let me figure out what those looks like, okay? Let me find Nirvana in the hot picture, because I don't even know which are being asked for. I see Pantera. There's a Nirvana also in the hop sticker, or in the hot post, okay? I see that. Let me grab those right now. I don't want anybody to come down here and literally kick in the front door, and then Jake's up there like doing riot control at the front door instead of trying to, you know, there's like people with pitchforks, bullets are flying, Molotov cocktails are coming through the windows, and I'm like, golly, what have I got myself into? I just wanted to be a peaceful little record seller on Facebook. It's like riots outside, chaos. Whew. Okay, here we go. We have Nirvana. This is called, what is that called? How do you say that word, Jake? Hormoning? It looks like hormoning. This is an unofficial. Since the OGs of this EP was limited to 4,000 copies, they sell for well over 1,000. This is a pink marbled unofficial, and this is a $75 start, okay? That's a $75 start for Nirvana. Next is Pantera, the Great Southern Outtakes. 2016 US, out of print ever since, a $45 start, okay? That's now up for bid. Now, what else is going on over here? I have... we have Volbeat. I sold 2 on a waiting list. We got Perky. 2 people were on a wait list. Perky got added to the wait list. Scott Dwallow was second. Corrosion of Conformity got a new bid for $150. And then next thing over here, we have a request for John Lee Hooker. We got a request for more Japanese. Somebody else said, can you please put up more Japanese? And then we have a request for Alice in Chains. We have a request for Nirvana. Another request for Nirvana. Now Nirvana has a bid. Now Nirvana has another bid. Now Pantera has another bid. And we have another bid for Pantera. Another bid for Pantera. Another bid for Nirvana. Another bid for Nirvana. And now Corrosion of Conformity. I have not sold Alice in Chains yet. Nirvana's already at $250. I hadn't even figured out what it is yet. And it's already, I don't even know what I'm selling. It's already at $250. So y'all know a lot more about it than I do. Corrosion of Conformity here is a signed poster. And the signed poster for Corrosion of Conformity, Scott Dwallow has it for $150, okay? And now Stephen Wester. This is signed. It was at Topgolf Nashville, the Cowan. And this was signed. We had it JSC authenticated. It's with Stephen Wester at $155. Scott Dwallow's out. We've already sold 1 Lamb of God, but I've got another one that wasn't advertised, okay? There's another signed Lamb of God that wasn't advertised. So that's our 3 auctions. I better keep them over here. And under control, okay? Nirvana is at $250 of Matt Nichols. Pantera's at $80. He's out on CLC. Final call to Stephen Webster. The only thing I've shown in here is Megadeth, $34. I'm going to have to stop the show and just do auctions, it looks like. Next record is Alice Cooper, Dirty Diamonds. This is $33.99. It doesn't have a sticker on it, but that's how much it is. We had a couple the other night. We have not sold Alice in Chains yet. It will be going up momentarily, okay? Next thing over here is Rush, and this is called Feedback. This was part of that new Rocktober. Let me make sure that we got everybody on the pre-order, okay? Rush Feedback, and if not, I'm going to go check my waiting list, okay? This is Rush Feedback, Rocktober exclusive, $29.99. So RUSH Feedback. Jake's over here doing something wonderful on the computer. Thanks everybody for tuning in. It is prime time at Colecco. You never know what's going to happen. I don't know what's happening. And this is $29.99. Let me go make sure that we have a waiting, if we didn't have a wait list for this, okay? And this is Rush Feedback, and this is RUSHFEED. And the last bid for the claim for this was George Jones. And this is sold to George Jones, okay? That was it. Rush Feedback. So I got 4 extra copies of Rush Feedback, $29.99. There's 4 copies left. This is a new reissue that comes out tomorrow. Feedback, $29.99, okay? So Nirvana over here is sold to, wow. Well, I said sold, and look, I got to the bottom, and there's a new bid. It popped up when I said sold. Cameron, this is sold to Matt Nichols for $250. I mean, I had said sold. And that's sold to Matt Nichols for $250. Okay, and then Pantera, the Great Southern Outtakes. The last bid that came on this, Hiram and Ryan tied at $90. Sean Miller, you're out. Ryan, you're out. Hiram has it for $90. Let's get the Corrosion Conformity poster off the table. And this is officially sold COC, and this is sold to Stephen Wester for $155. Stephen, are you a first-time buyer? I think we've had 2 to 5 first-time buyers tonight. It's honestly been so busy, I don't really know. I'm going to lay this poster on top of the Lamb of God poster. And if anybody is a first-time buyer, welcome to Colecco. Just, if you're on Facebook, send us a DM with your information, or just fill out the first-time buyer form, okay? All right. So that's gone, and that's sold, and here we go. I got 3 copies of Korn, Take a Look in the Mirror. This was a special request for somebody, but this is one worthy of ordering a couple extra copies. So Korn, Take a Look in the Mirror. This was Josh Brown. I've got 2 extra copies. This one sold to Josh Brown, and I've got 2 extra copies of Korn, Take a Look in the Mirror. $34.99. That was his first purchase. Welcome to Colecco. Just make sure you register. I need your email address and your mailing address, okay? Here comes our next Japanese single. And this is Van Halen, and this is House of Pain, and Might As Well Jump. A Japanese pressing, beautiful, has the really cool Japanese artwork, and this is near mint minus and pristine. So there's Van Halen, $15 start on that. So if you're on Facebook, just send us a DM. We need your email address and mailing address, okay? Email address, mailing address. We invoice once a week on Mondays, $8 in limited shipping. Big night tonight. There's 333 people watching right now on all platforms. This is being streamed to Twitch, X, YouTube, and Facebook. Everybody's watching right now all together. Everybody's welcome to bid. You can get registered. We'll take care of it from there. Right now, we're at the busiest part of the night. I'll be here till 1 or 2 a.m. We've got posters to go through, autographs to go through, books to go through, Japanese singles to go through, Japanese albums to go through. We got metal auctions galore, grails, Subway cookies. I got a bunch of Subway cookies over here. Pantera. The last bid was $95 of Ryan Eaton, and then Scott Dwallow wants a Korn. And then over here we got Van Halen at $15, $17, now $30, Pantera at $100. Next record, I've got 1 Led Zeppelin Presence, Achilles' Last Stand, $29.99. And then the True Romance soundtrack, 1 sold to Fred Cardinale. He actually commented on the pre-order the other day. This is $38.99, $38.99. And True Romance is $38.99. That's on turquoise colored vinyl, Led Zeppelin Presence. And I've got 2 copies of the newest Cheap Trick, Woke Up with a Monster, which was part of the Start Your Ear Off Right. I think I ordered 2 more just to have them in stock. I don't think there was a waiting list, but I'll tell you how we're about to find out. I'm typing in Cheap Trick right now. We got a request to run the John Lee Hooker poster, and let's go ahead and do that right now. So this is a really cool, something I wouldn't normally get to often at all, a signed John Lee Hooker poster. Now, it's awfully large, large enough where I can just show it, and then I'm going to have to take it off the table. And let me go ahead and put it up for auction. So this will have to be shipped flat. It's like a thick, it's almost like what I call election sign material. If you know what that is, like a yard sign. It's not really corrugated plastic, but it's a big cardboard piece that's laminated. And so it's signed twice by John Lee Hooker, okay? This is actually, hold on a minute. Let me run this JSA right quick. Let me see what's going on over here. I want to confirm what this says. So this is CJ, and this is 12406, okay? All right, now this is John Lee Hooker Jr., signed twice. I want to make sure everybody knows that. And I wanted to make sure it wasn't two different signatures there. So this is John Lee Hooker Jr., just FYI. Not John, I think there could be, I want to make sure I'm not messing up my John Lee Hookers here, but I think there's a John Lee Hooker and a John Lee Hooker Jr., and I want to make sure we have those separated. I think Jake's about to tell me something. Is that? Okay. So let me do this right here. Yeah, so I want to make sure everybody knows what they're bidding on. I want to make sure I knew what I was putting up for sale. There's a John Lee Hooker, and then there's a John Lee Hooker Jr., okay? And John Lee Hooker Jr. is, he's the son of the legendary John Lee Hooker, so I want to make sure everybody knew make sure they knew what they were bidding on here, okay? This is his son, and it is a JSA authenticated, and it's going to be a $125 start, okay? I want to make sure there was two different signatures on there, and I was like, let me make sure that's not signed by Hooker and Hooker Jr., but it's in fact only signed twice by Hooker Jr. So that's John Lee Hooker Jr., $125 start. You can bid on that. I got to leave it off the table, but that is in the background, and it's $125, okay? Now, let's go back over here. First thing is Van Halen had a bid for 40, Pantera 105, and then I had two copies of Joe Bonamassa Breakthrough. Joe Bonamassa is $29.99. Joe Bonamassa Breakthrough. This is on crystal blue vinyl, $29.99. And then I had three copies of Rascal Flatts Greatest Hits, which is $29.99. And this is a greatest hits of Rascal Flatts. There was a waiting list. Todd Coe was on a waiting list. Thank you, Todd Coe. I've got Todd Coe down on a waiting list. Anybody else wants one, there's two extra copies, okay? This is $29.99. So, yeah, that's signed twice. John Lee Hooker Jr. signed twice. I don't know why he signed it twice, but that's the deal. It's a $125 start. Van Halen is officially sold. Let's put this in a new sleeve. Amenities gets that for $40. Awesome collection of Japanese singles tonight. And let's get into some more metal auctions. I think that's why a lot of people's here. Let's get into those. Both Joe Bonamassas are sold. One to Back to the Turntable and one to George Burleson. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. One for Back to the Turntable and one to George Burleson, okay? We have one Led Zeppelin 2 in stock, $29.99, and we had a wait list for this Doors. But before I show that, let me go ahead and put up another metal auction. Now, I think some people are maybe also eager to bid on this Grail right here. This is Alice in Chains. This is the music on vinyl press of Alice in Chains Unplugged. And, of course, I think y'all know how difficult this is to get. Let the bidding begin. Unplugged. Can you get these red lines on the, see how there's red lines up here? Alice in Chains Unplugged is a 2010 music on vinyl. So Laura said side 3 is EX, every other side's near mint minus. This is a $195 start. This record's out of print. Some of them have sold for over $400. I'm waiting for it to come back in print. It's still going to be a little bit longer because the next one they're doing is Three-Legged Dog. That's a $195 start. That's up for bid, okay? Now, Pantera's at 110, and then James Hicks wants one of the Rascal Flatts. There's that, and then over here, we have Megadeth, the new album. Megadeth doesn't come out till next month. I've got two copies of The Doors, and this is called A Journey Through the Inner World of the Doors. Journey Through the Inner World of the Doors. This is D-O-O-R-S. And Doors, the first person on a waiting list was Rick Hall. Rick Hall, thank you, and I've got one extra copy if anybody wants it. Alice in Chains is a $195 start. We have a bid for $200. Matt Shepard also wants a Doors. Those are sold out again. And then where are we on the Pantera over here? The last bid was Ryan Eaton at 110. He tied Sean Miller. Sean Miller was first at 110. Stephen Parton has Alice in Chains for $200. Let's go ahead and put up Cyndi Lauper. This is The Goonies Are Good Enough. This is Cyndi Lauper, a Japanese press, near mint minus, and the B-side is What a Thrill. $15 start on that. All right, let's keep going through this. I got a restock of Korn, self-titled. Korn is $49.99. This is $49.99. That's Korn self-titled, a 2 LP, $49.99, a music on vinyl press. And here's another Aussie I hadn't had in a while. Aussie is Scream, and that is $38.99. Cyndi Lauper, $15. Pantera has one bid for $200, going once, going twice. And, Alice in Chains does. Ryan Eaton's out on Pantera. The last bid on this was Sean Miller at $110, okay? Cyndi Lauper has three $15 bid. The Doors, if anybody wants on a waiting list, The Doors is $29.99. $29.99 for The Doors, okay? There's that. And here is something new. And finally, they're opened. These aren't actually shrink-wrapped where I can show them. This is Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind. It's a Z2 Comics graphic novel adaptation of Iron Maiden's Peace of Mind. So now y'all can finally see what one of these looks like. So right now I have Iron Maiden. It's a graphic novel that's been adapted to the album Peace of Mind. And I still got Anthrax in stock, which is Among the Living. These are $39 each, okay? So I have Anthrax, Among the Living, and then I've got the Iron Maiden Peace of Mind graphic novels. $39.99 on those, okay? They are in stock, and they are ready for you to purchase. Ryan Eaton gets on the Doors waiting list. Cyndi Lauper, 18. Cyndi Lauper, 20. And then I think we're done on Alice in Chains, and I think we're done on Pantera. And then over here, we have, what is Aussie? The Aussie over here was Scream, which is a double LP gatefold, $38. And I'm about to do the other big Aussie, which is the new, I'm about to do the big Aussie, the rest of the pre-order for that other one, okay? Let me figure out what's going on over here, though. First, the Doors. This is a waiting list. It's called The Rockin' Roots of the Doors. We've sold both, and we have Ryan Eaton on the waiting list. Anybody else, let me know, okay? So right now, the first thing I'm going to do is we're going to sell an Iron Maiden to Sarah Weiberdink. We're going to sell an Iron Maiden to Jeff Brindley, and then we're going to sell an Anthrax to Jeff Brindley, and I have one Anthrax left. We've sold the Iron Maidens, okay? So those are sold and sold. Let me put those right there. And now, Pantera is done. This is sold for $110 to Sean Miller. Alice in Chains is at $220 with Stephen Parton. $220 with Stephen Parton. Cyndi Lauper is at $25 with Kelly Wlodarczyk. Aussie's at $38, and that's with Dave Mosley. I think he's trying to buy one of these right here. He wants an Aussie Scream, okay? Here's what's left in here. All these are new and sealed, and I'm going to read through them one more time. I have Megadeth Dystopia, $34.99. Alice Cooper, Dirty Diamonds, new and sealed, $33.99. Rush, Feedback, $29.99 for Rush, 4 in stock. We have Korn, Take a Look in the Mirror, $34.99 for Korn, 1 left. Led Zeppelin Presence is $29.99. True Romance soundtrack, $38.99. Cheap Trick, Woke Up with a Monster, Magenta Opaque, $29.99. Rascal Flatts, Greatest Hits, $29.99. Led Zeppelin 2's $29. And then Korn, that's Aussie. Korn self-titled, $49.99. And then Aussie Scream, $38.99, okay? There's that. And let's put up definitely another LP auction, okay? Let's put up Iron Maiden right now. We just sold the Iron Maiden graphic novel. This is a very interesting one right here, okay? All right. Let's see. Give me 1 second before I put up Iron Maiden. I got the notes, and I got starting bid over here. Give me 1 second. I don't think anybody bid on the John Lee Hooker Jr., so if anybody wants that, it's a buy it now for $125, by the way. Okay, so that poster I put up earlier, it's a buy it now for $125, just FYI. Okay? Give me 1 second. Hope everybody's having a wonderful night. And when I mean wonderful, I mean absolutely just a incredible night. All right, starting bid on Iron Maiden is $175 start. This is a 1984 Japanese OG EX Plus Near Mint Minus, $175 start for Iron Maiden Power Slave. Near Mint Minus and pristine. This is $175 start. That's now up for bid. technically EX++ near mint minus. I had Laura put these in new sleeves, so we'll call it EX+ / near mint minus in pristine. Oso Adventure wants an Aussie Scream, and Oso Adventure wants a Rush Feedback. 175 on Iron Maiden. How often do we get Japanese Iron Maiden? Not often. Devious John wants a Rascal Flats. The last bid on Cyndi Lauper was Jeremy Rourke at 26. That's a final call. And then Alice in Chains. All done. Ryan M., you're out. Stephen Parton has it for $230. Iron Maiden already has a bid for $175. Moving on. New crate coming up right now. Korn, Zeppelin, Cheap Trick, True Romance, Zeppelin, Korn, Rush, Allison Cooper. I keep wanting to say Allison Cooper. Alice in Chains is up for bid. That's Alice Cooper. And there's Megadeth. All right. Here we go. So, we have more of these. And I think I've bought almost literally all of them. So, this is a new release for this week. This is a new release from this week. We have Cyndi Lauper. First, though, let's sell and put up new auctions. Cyndi Lauper sold to Jeremy Rourke for $26. The Goonies. Let's put that in a new sleeve for him. All right, that's done. Let's put that right over here. Iron Maiden's a final call, $175. I had not heard back from Ryan M. It's been about 3 minutes. We'll give him one more chance. Final call to Stephen for $230. Let's go 3 wide with the metal auctions. We got to do kind of something in between, okay? We've put up some big ones early. Let's do something kind of in between here. Let's put up right now Liege Lord. Burn to My Touch. Liege Lord is an 87 USOG with insert, original under sleeve, a $35 start on Liege Lord. Okay, there you have it. Now, let me make sure we got everybody done. So if you don't have one of these, if you hadn't been watching this week, if you're not in our group, and you know for sure you want one of these, this is Ozzy Osbourne, Billy Morrison, Gods of Rock and Roll, and Crack Cocaine. I'm going to pull up the pre-order right now and make sure we have everybody caught up. So here is Aussie, and Aussie is $24.99. Power Slave does not have a poster. Power Slave does not have a poster. We have Aussie and Billy Morrison, $24.99, okay? I think the rest of the wait list is on my laptop. So let me go over here and see how many more people we have left. Aussie and let's see here. Give me 1 second. Let me search OZZY. Not Mr. Crowley, not Nameless Grave, not Air Freshener, not Duck, not Memoirs. Okay, give me 1 second on that. So, $24.99. Gods of Rock and Roll. Aussie, Billy Morrison, $24.99. My message repeating that Chad does not see us. Hendry, I can see you loud and clear. You're on my screen. Is there any waiting list in here, Jake or Jill? There's tons. Okay, I need one that says Aussie and Billy Morrison. Or unless, are those old names? Or this one right here? Yeah, I'll take this one. This is what I need. Yep. Okay, so here we go. I've got these for $24.99. Gods of Rock and Roll. Sarah Wyberdink, Tom Kelly. Nashville Tiger wanted 2. So Sarah Wyberdink, Tom Kelly, 2 for Nashville Tiger. Bob McKinney, Cynthia Herdron, Jason Thomas, and Sandy Villa. Okay, that should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. Gods of Rock and Roll, Aussie and Billy Morrison. That was the sticker we had the other night. So now that's how many I have left live right here to sell. I told you I was going to get down to the point where I've sold maybe 50 or 60, and I was still going to have plenty to sell. I didn't want them to run out. I didn't want to run out. Gods of Rock and Roll, Aussie and Billy Morrison, $24.99. There's been a live claim from Sarah Misty Wires. Okay, and then there's been a live claim from Michael Snared. I have it right over here. This is $24.99. $24.99, okay? Now, what happened over here for Alice in Chains? The bidding is closed, okay? Bidding is closed. Stephen Parton, $230. I never did hear back from Ryan M., did I? Lost him. His computer must have self-destructed. This is sold for $230 to Stephen Parton, okay? That's sold to Stephen Parton for $230. Nobody else bid on Iron Maiden, right? 0 other people bid. This is sold to MT Map for $175. Don't get those too often. And we have Liege Lord, Burn to My Touch. Liege Lord had 1 bid for $35 of Joseph McCormick. Misty got an Aussie. Michael got an Aussie. And over here we have Matt Shepard on the Aussie. And then B.S. Johnson on the Aussie. Who is B.S. Johnson on Aussie? B.S. Johnson on Aussie. And then Michelle Phillips Woodard on Aussie. Okay. Now, there was already a pre-order for Aussie. Okay, the pre-order for Aussie's already been tagged. Scott Dwallow, Stacy Metternich, Todd Kilgore, Devin Reese, Danny Thomason, both with 2. Marco Martinez, Darren Wortman, Tony McDaniel, Darren Wallace, Matt Algram, Tony Riddle with 2, Rick Hall, Scott Smith, Sean Sam, Mike Massey, Jeremy Vite, Robert Barnett, Cynthia Herdron, Nick Bargeron, Kevin Knight, David Campbell with 2, Michelle Clements, David Pitts, Troy Shark, Stanley Richmond, John Smetzer, Sean Mankel, Clifford Umstead, Scott Markheim, Jamie McCord, Terry Gearhart, Wes Wilt, Shane Devers with 2, Autumn Betts, James Davidson, Patrick Boatknight, Randy Sievert, Stephen A. Young, Colette Whitworth, Dwayne Worley, Lily McCory, Brad Waits, Rob Fordham. That's everybody that already got one, plus everybody that already bought one live. Y'all, that will be up to you. Well, I don't have those in front of me to read off. If you bought one live the other night, you got one. There was a waiting list. I just read that off. And then anybody else that buys one here tonight. And here's how many I have left. Gods of Rock and Roll, Billy Morrison, Ozzy Osbourne, $24.99, okay? And so the live claims tonight went to Misty, went to Michael, it went to Matt Shepard, and then it went to Brandon Johnson and Michelle Woodard, and I still have them. Liege Lord has a buzzer beater new bid at $36, okay? We have a request for Palaces Burn for auction. Let's do it. So in the high-end tab, I still got Metallica, 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 Motorhead, Guns N' Roses, Metallica, Tesla, Korn, Dio, Motley Crue, Lamb of God, and Slipknot. I also got Wasp. I have Keel. I have I Don't Know. I have Hazard. I have I Don't Know. I've got Aussie, Alcatraz, Venom, Aussie, and that's about 2/3 of them. Here is Lamb of God as the Palaces Burn. This is a 2003 USOG sealed. A sealed OG pressing, a $95 start on that, okay? $95 start on that. Next thing is Rush, Snakes and Arrows, a 2 LP, $38.99. Rush, Snakes and Arrows. These are $38.99. I don't think there was a waiting list. I think that was the 3 extra copies I ordered just to have the new Rocktober in stock. Rush, Snakes and Arrows, $38.99. So let me check this right quick. Rush, Snakes and Arrows. It's not supposed to be Rocktober, is it? It's supposed to be Start Your Ear Off Right. Rush, I have a waiting list for Pink Pop. Those hadn't came back in. And then here is Snakes and Arrows. Here they are. And they have the following. I have the following people on the wait list. 4 people. Dan White, Harry Morrison, Kelly Cook. And then Amenities was next. So Dan White, Harry Morrison, Kelly Cook. So 3 are sold. I still have Amenities on a waiting list and anybody else. Okay? So Amenities, you're still on the wait list. You were next in line. Okay? You were next in line. Okay? So you're first on the waiting list for the next batch. Anybody else wants to be added to that. And then here is Trouble, Run to the Light on red smoke colored vinyl. There should be 1 person waiting for this to come in. Trouble, Run to the Light, and that's Trouble for anybody that needs to know how to spell trouble. And let me find that. Run to the Light. Give me 1 second. Trouble, Run to the Light. Maybe not. Maybe I'm thinking of another Trouble. Here it is. Ken Crooker. I knew it. Ken Crooker. Sold to Ken Crooker. There's 1 extra copy of Trouble left. All right? Now, Liege Lord. Big Scary Dave has it for $38. Nick Galletti, you're out. Lamb of God is at 95 of 1 bid. Final call. Let's put up a Metallica record. I think I've only ever had this twice since I've been selling records. That's how scarce it is. It is a very tough record to get. Holy moly. Man, I might want to keep this. Can I retract this? Holy moly. All right, this is a 2011 USOG. Now, Metallica did an album with Lou Reed, and they pressed it on vinyl, and they've never pressed it again. I don't think even they're a fan of it. but it's a highly sought after collectible. Metallica Lulu, the legendary collaboration with Lou Reed. This is a 2011 USOG sealed. I'm looking at the notes here from Laura. $475 start. $475 start. Some of them sealed have sold for as much as $900. Okay, $475. That's now up for bid. Next thing over here was next. I got to make sure Big Scary Dave does not want to bid, or Nick Galletti does not want to bid again on Liege Lord, okay? Now it's at 39. Now it's up to Big Scary Dave. Final Calm Lamb of God. And Lulu is a $475 start. There's a note from Laura. Sealed usually sells between $400 and $600. So I think that's very fair for a starting bid. It might bring over $600. There it is. It's now up for bid. Sealed, $475. Misty Weirs shows up when something rare and highly desirable from Metallica shows up. Okay, that's when Misty makes an appearance. Misty makes an appearance when something rare from Metallica shows up. She got that white label promo one time from me. And if anybody remembers that night, as soon as I said sold to Misty, I immediately regretted my decision. She bought a white label promo, Master of Puppets, and then I've been sick to my stomach ever since then. All right, let me grab another crate over here. This looks like a gigantor of a pre-order's come in. Just in time for Christmas, a Christmas album. Finally comes up for pre-order. This always happens. Lulu has a bid for $475. That's with Misty going once, going twice. Liege Lord is still getting bids. It's at $42. And Lamb of God just got one bid, and this is sold to Cameron Lingefelt for $95. That minimum bid on that record might make up for you missing out on the Nirvana earlier. Okay, Trouble was $39.99. Trouble is $39.99. New chat tonight. I know everything's a little bit different. Hopefully I'm not having any problem seeing anybody. Hopefully y'all get used to it. It's going to help us out in the future for sure. Lulu's at $475. These are brand new and sealed records. Okay, Trouble was $39.99. Edwin, $39.99. I have one left. It looks like we're done on Liege Lord. Let's put up another auction. Let's do another auction right now. And that next auction is going to be the following. That is going to be Jill going up for auction right now. Let's do Overkill, and this one's called I Love You. Aww. This one's called I Love You. Overkill, I Love You is going up for auction. This is a 1987 US EMW OG EX edition, a $35 start for Overkill, I Love You. $35 start on that. Actually, I may have you do a favor if you do love me. Okay. I need you to pour this out, fill up with ice, and bring me a can of Monster out of the fridge. Okay. I would greatly appreciate that. What happened to that one? Watered down? It's watered down. It's that was completely full of ice at one point. Okay? Now, finally, just in time for Christmas, we have the following. We have this Christmas album finally back in stock, or finally arrived. And this happens sometimes with Christmas albums. They never can meet the deadline on them. And that's what happened with this one. And we finally got them in. So this is Taylor Mosman's Pretty Reckless Christmas. And you can keep it on your shelf until Christmas of next year, okay? These are $33.99 red vinyl, or you can break it out right now and act like you're crazy and pretend like Christmas is January 25th. We have Jeff Brindley first on the pre-order. These are $33.99. Jeff Brindley was first on the pre-order. Then we had Scott Smith and Scott Dwallow. Scott Smith and Scott Dwallow. Scott Beebe wants one. And then he said he wanted another one. 2 for Scott Beebe. And then 1 for Autumn Betts and 1 for Jerry Stone. Okay? So those are sold and sold. My crate is full, plus this miscellaneous stuff. So let me set all this in here. Let me set our second full crate of records over here. Let me set this miscellaneous stuff we've sold. Yes, I do have more Japanese 45s to put up to whoever asked. And I hear Laura's price gun in the back, and that's a good sign. Let me condense these records so I have something else to do here. Okay. There's no telling how many questions I've missed in the chat. I've answered most of them. I think that's why we're only on our third crate tonight. We have Liege Lord over here. This is officially sold. Liege Lord is officially sold to Nick Galletti for $42. Metallica's at $475 with Misty. That's the only bid. Final call for Lulu, $475. And then Overkill is at $51. This is an 87 US EMW OG EX edition. That is at $51 right now. Okay, over here we got Taylor Mosman's Pretty Reckless Christmas, Samuel Kopich and Chad Snyder, and Patty Kay. There's 3 more sold. Chris Sheridan, Cynthia Herdren, and Aaron Andrus wants 2. So that's a total of 5. Chris Sheridan, Cynthia Herdren, Aaron Andrus. And we have this many still left, okay? We have this many still left. Taylor Mosman's Pretty Reckless Christmas. Who else still wants one? $33.99. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. We have Overkill 35, Overkill 40, Overkill 40, Overkill 36, Overkill 50. Matt Shepard says he'll take one. And we have Overkill at 45, Overkill at 51, Overkill at 55, okay? Taylor Mosman's Pretty Reckless Christmas, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 copies still left in stock. Lulu and Overkill, and then we have our next auction going up right now. Let's do Guns N' Roses Lies. This is the censored cover. This is an 88 US Club, a Columbia House Club, EX Plus condition. Guns N' Roses Lies has the original inner sleeve, second press, $95 start on that. Okay, next is Steve Vai, Passion and Warfare. This is a music on vinyl press at $39.99. Michael Rudolph on Pretty Reckless. Let me tell you, I know it's 10 months, 11 months until Christmas. Around Christmas time, these are either going to be sold out, difficult to get, not in stock anymore, and everybody's going to be like, man, Chad, do you have any more of those Taylor Mosman's Pretty Reckless Christmas? I know you had them all the way back in January. Please, for the love of God, tell me you still have that in stock, Jake. And they're going to be like, no, I actually don't have it in stock. And they're going to be like, dang, why back all the way on January did I just go ahead and buy one, put it on my shelf, and forget about it until I needed it for Christmas? All right, Misty, thank you. On Lulu, $475. That is sold. And then Overkill, Edward Boosie, 55, tied with Steve Weaver. Guns N' Roses already at 95, okay? All right. Jake is up here. He just reset the chat, okay? Jake just reset the chat. We're good to go, all right? Now, we have Static X Wisconsin Death Trip. Static X is $39.99. Static X Wisconsin Death Trip. This is STATICTKX. Static X. This is STATSTKIXWIKSSOKON. Red Cave Collections. He was on a waiting list. I wonder if he's watching. Red Cave Collections. This is sold to you. You was on a waiting list. Gatefold jacket. There's 1, 2 extra. Okay. Now, we sold another Pretty Reckless to Michael Rudolph. I think I put it in the crate. If I didn't, whoever's tagging, there's going to be plenty left, it looks like. Guns N' Roses is in 98. Chad, I missed it, but did I get one of those Aussies or I'm on the wait list? If you've commented Aussie, you've got one. Whoever's tagging, make sure Jason Thomas has an Aussie. Okay, now he might have got one tonight. He might have been on the pre-order. He might have got one live the other night. Make sure he gets an Aussie. Make a note for Ed. Make sure he gets one on his invoice, okay? And then over here, he's here, and here's there, here's you. And now, final call on Overkill. The last bid was Edward Boosie, tied with Steve Weaver. Edward, you're out. You tied Steve. Guns N' Roses is at $98. Final call. This is pronounced Taylor Momsen. Pronounced Taylor Momsen. If that's not what I've been saying, then I'm going to think that I thought that's what I've been saying. Maybe not. Taylor Momsen, $33.99. Pretty Reckless Christmas, red vinyl. Steve Vai, Passion and Warfare, $39.99. Static X, Wisconsin Death Trip, $39.99. I'm out of breath. I am completely out of breath. All right, let's put this right over here. Now, there's one more crate of new vinyl that's going to need prices. I have to do that for Ed in just a second. So I'm going to go ahead and show a crate of vintage Buy It Now Best Offer, and then we're going to go through this stuff here, okay? Ooh, nice. A lot of it's more new releases, too. But I am going to go ahead and tag this for MT Matt. He was on a waiting list. And let me make sure I have this and I know how much it is for him. And we're going to get right back into this. Boy, do we have a lot of cool stuff to sell. I hadn't put up an autograph in a while. So let's do this. And here's Black Sabbath. Let's pull this up for him. And I'm going to tell y'all how much these are and see if anybody else wants one. So Black Sabbath, right over here. These are $124.99 for MT Matte. $124.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. $124.99. $124.99. $124.99. Sold to MT Matte. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Next, over here, Edward Boosie is Overkill out. This is sold over here to the following person then. This is sold to Steve Weaver for $55, okay? Sold to Steve Weaver for $55. And then over here, Guns N' Roses, the last bid that came in on GNR was only one bid to Amenities for $98. He gets that for $98. Thank you, Amenities. That is sold to you. Guns N' Roses is sold. Now, the next question over here was, the next question over here was, this is Red Cave Collections. I got you. Chad Snyder says, I'll take 2-1. He'll take 300 Taylor Momsen's Christmas. Sold to Chad Snyder. Chipping away at these. Thank you, Chad Snyder. This is sold to you. Chad Snyder on Taylor. Okay. And then over here, next is Steve Vai. Music on Vinyl, single LP, black vinyl. Korn Issues Auction Request. Next is COC's already sold. Can you run Halloween? Yes. Are we on the second crate? We're on crate number 5. Next auction is a signed photo from none other than Hank Aaron. This is a print. It is signed by Hank Aaron. It's PSA slabbed, mint 9. That's the grade for the autograph. It is a $295 start. Limited edition of 400 signed by Hank Aaron, the early 80s. This is $295. I'm going to lay that right there. What an awesome display piece. Hank is now up for bid. Amenities wants a Steve Vai. I've got one Steve Vai left. That's Passion and Warfare. Music on Vinyl Press, $39.99. Let's put up some more metal stuff, okay? There's that. Vai. Did you mean buy or Vi? Are you buying a Steve Vai? If so, there it is. Next thing is right over here. We have going up for auction, Metallica, Jump in the Fire. Metallica is a 1990 UK, Vertigo 12-inch, 45 RPM, EX condition, a $75 start from Metallica. $75 start, okay? 75 on that. Yes, Hank Aaron signed 40 of these photos in the early 80s. Yeah, he signed 40 of these in the early 80s. That is $295. Mike Torres has a bid. Metallica is a $75 start. Jump in the Fire. Amenities does not want a Steve Vai. If anybody does, it's $39.99. Passion and Warfare, okay? All right, we're going to put up Halloween just a second. There's Metallica, Jump in the Fire. We got lots of cool Metallica stuff. Let's go through one of the first crates of new vintage Buy It Now Best Offer. There's one more crate of new to do. It needs pricing. So before I do that, I'm going to go ahead and go through what we call an old-fashioned check condition crate. And I think y'all are going to like these. And they're going to be Buy It Now or Best Offer. And Laura's in the process of already marking the stuff. I'm in the process of eating cookies and drinking Monsters. And let's go through this first crate of new vintage stuff. There is so much to show tonight. Hope everybody has their plans. Hopefully you have nothing to do. I mean, you should know by now, Thursdays, prime time, you have your night set aside. If anything, just have me on your TV where you can at least hear me, because you never know what's going to go up for sale, okay? Hank has bids for $295, $300, now $315. Metallica's at $80.80. This is authenticated probably by the best for sports. which is PSA, to have it in a slab. This is pricey to have this slabbed like this. And they graded the autograph, which was mint 9. So that's really cool. I love that earlier photo of the, some say the true home run king. Mike Torres has that for $315. Metallica 80, Metallica 80. All right, so there's that. Let's go through some new vintage stuff. As usual, y'all have got me out of breath. Shout out to my sister for bringing me another ice cold monster on ice. I need it. I'm about to pour it here on ice, actually. And this is a must-have. This is a must-have. I've got a couple more sports autographs. I've got Val Kilmer as Jim Morrison in the Oliver Stone film. I think y'all know that one. I've got a huge, like 18 by 24, and then I've got a huge 18 by 24 signed by Larry Bird and Magic Johnson. I've got Tyler Childers, and I think over here I got one signed Van Halen piece. Oh, I got the Billy Idol, the run. Holy moly, yeah, we got some big stuff. All right, Paul says they're at their hotel, and they've got a massive jazz collection tomorrow. Oh, boy. Here we go. Let's go right over here, and the first thing I have is this. Let's jump right over here. I have Men at Work. These are buy it now, best offer. New vintage stuff. Business as usual. VG condition $12.99. Blue Oyster Cult Spectres, with Go Go Godzilla. Blue Oyster Cults VG $12.99. Wings at the speed of sound. EX $19.99 for wings. Someone's knocking on the door. Somebody's ringing the bell. I'm a rocket man. Elton John Honky Chateau VG $14.99. And Pink Floyd Relics 1982 VG Plus $24.99. Signed Hank Aaron, Mike Torres, 335, now $350, now Metallica 81, now Metallica 20. We have an offer on Men at Work at 20. The price was actually only $12.99. Did you mean 10? It's only $12.99. Steve McGee on BOC sold. Men at Work, Solarplex is next. VW Wanda did mean 10. That's sold to her. And then Grego Time, you were next on BOC. And then another BOC, Led Zeppelin 3 is VG Plus $44.99. And OGLY Press, I think that's for the Wally or Blondie or whichever one that one's called, $44.99 on that one. And Ted Nugent Stranglehold, VG Plus $9.99. These are flying out of here. I can't even keep up right now. We have a big, huge monster request for Halloween. This is called Horror Fire. Horror Fire is a 2013 German reissue, first time on vinyl. It's not Japanese, it's German, but they put an Obi on it, and this is going to go up for a $35 start, okay? So Men at Work was sold to VW Wanda for 10, and then we sold BOC. The first person on BOC was Steve McGee, and then Grego Time, and then Dave Mosley. Jay Nutra first on Ted Nugent. Amenities offer 20 for Pink Floyd, sold, then Nashville Tiger, and then Solarplex next on Ted Nugent. Halloween's at 40. The last bit on Metallica, Jump in the Fire. That was at 80 with Stanley Richmond. Steve Weaver, you tied him. Joseph McCormick and everybody else is out. Final call for $80. Halloween has bids for 40, 35, 35. Hank out. Final call on the signed Hank Aaron photo for $350 for Calvin Ward. Next is Mike and the Mechanics Living Years. EX edition $12.99. Nice. Stanley Turrentine with the 3 sounds. 1965 VG $59.99. VG $59.99. All new vintage check condition, best offer. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Deja Vu. We put out about 3 of these every day. Here's the first one. VG condition $14.99. Shannon Mashako, Mike and the Mechanics, Halloween 41, Halloween 45, Halloween 50, Halloween 36, and Kenny Rogers and the first editions. I just dropped in to see what condition my condition was in. VG $12.99. Hank is sold for $350. Thank you on that, Calvin Ward, and that is done. $350. Let's lay that right here on some top of some of the other signed stuff, sold stuff for tonight. All right, while one sports autograph's down, let me go ahead and knock out another. This one I can't leave on the table because it's an oversized item, but man, would this look cool framed in one of y'all's music castles. Oh, man, I kind of wanted to keep it, but look how cool this is. This is Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, signed. I think this is an 18 by 24, and this is a $295 start. These are done, it's not JSA or PSA. It's actually a 20, it's like, yeah, it's a 20 by 16 maybe. It's a large item. It's going to look awesome framed. Magic Johnson, Larry Bird. These are not PSA, Beckett. So Larry Bird does a lot of, and Magic Johnson, I think they do a lot of in-person signings. And yeah, it's through Leaf and NBA and kind of Larry Bird himself when he does a lot of personal signings. But I'll also guarantee you, if you ever want to have it Beckett, PSA, or JSA, I'll also guarantee you. But man, that's an awesome piece. Bird and Magic, $295. It's a 20 by 16, I think is what I just measured. That's awesome. Right now, it's in a top loader. I think we'll try to leave it in this, or we'll ship it flat or rolled in a tube, whatever you prefer. That includes postage, $295, okay? That's up for bid. I got to leave it off the table because it won't fit back here with the other stuff, but I know there's some people that's going to want that. All right, did Metallica get another bid? I don't think it did. Now we have a new bid on 81, okay? We got a new bid for 81. 81 was Steve Weaver. It's not Halloween, it's Halloween. This is called Halloween Horror Fire. Halloween Horror Fire. H-A-L-L-O-W-E-E-N. H-A, not hell, Hal, like Hal Kitzmiller. That's from Seinfeld. That's a character in a Seinfeld episode. Next thing is this. We sold Mike and the Mechanics. Halloween. Halloween. Paul Harden, you were third on that. Harvey next on Mike and the Mechanics. Halloween 60. And then over here, Halloween 52. Lewis Kulik offered 10 for CSN. That's sold. Now we have Stanley at 48, sold to amenities. We have Magic and Bird, $295, now $300. Halloween 61. We have Willie Nelson without a song. VG Plus, $9.99. Santana Z-Bop. Santana VG Plus, $14.99. Tim Volness on Kenny for $10. Sold. Over here we got Steely Dan. Asia. Steely Dan. Steely Dan. Asia. VG Plus. Let's check the matrix. A lot of people always want to know the AA, AAB. This is AB. Terre Haute 1, T1 for Terre Haute, AB is what the matrix prefix is. VG Plus, $24.99. Okay, so Metallica got a bid. Steve Weaver said I missed him. This is at $81. If you're not Steve Weaver, you don't have the bid on this. It's at $81. Halloween's at $65. Oso's back in on Magic and Bird at $305. Kaiser, you're out. We have Led Zeppelin Presents, VG Plus, $34.99. That's available. Steely Dan is sold to Tim Graham. That's sold. Price on Santana Z-Bop. Santana Z-Bop was VG Plus, $14.99. And the Moody Blues, one of my favorites, In Search of the Lost Chord. The actor, the voice. Or actually, it's the actor and what's the other one on here? Voices in the Sky. That's it. The Voice is another song by Moody Blues, though. And we have CCR Bayou Country, VG $14.99. Born on the Bayou, Good Golly Miss Molly. Proud Mary's on that one, $14.99. And Steve Perry, his solo album, Steve Perry from Journey, Street Talk EX $17.99. So if you're wanting to bid on Metallica, you still got a chance. John Kaiser, you're out on Magic and Bird. Halloween's at $70. And we also have Journey Departure. Journey's in VG Plus, $14.99. And The Days of Future Past, The Moody Blues, VG Plus, $14.99. The Days of Future Past. Also, Van Halen, Might As Well Jump, an OG copy of 1984, EX $42.99. Magic's at $310. We have Moody Blues Topographic on this for $10. And this is sold to Topographic for $10. This is new vintage stuff. Buy it now, best offer. What have I done with it? There it is. That's sold to him for $10. We have Santana. Who asked the price? James Rayner. Let me know on Santana, sold or passed, because we have an offer for $10. Or you can make an offer. I just want to make sure I didn't miss you. Red Cave offer $10. We sold Moody Blues for $10. Sieg wants Steve Perry. That's sold. And then Marshall Bassett on Journey. And that is sold over here. Marshall Bassett. Midnight Special, not on CCR, not on that one. No, he wanted Days of Future Past, okay? Right over here. He wants Days of Future Past. Nice. That's sold. So In Search of Lost Chord still available. Hope everybody was done on Metallica. That $81 bid has been lingering for a while. Steve Weaver, $81. He's had it for 5 minutes, but there was 3 other people that I lost. A 1990 UK for Jumping the Fire. We're about to sell it. James Rayner does get Santana Z-Bop. And then Halloween over here has a bid of $70 of Jeff Brinley. The Bird Magic picture is at $310 with John Kaiser. Okay, $310 with John Kaiser right here. That's who has this right here. $310 on this. That's the high bid on Magic and Bird, 310. Awesome. Next over here is Moody Blues Search for Lost Chords, sold to Back to the Turntable. That's sold for $10. ZZ Top Tres Hombres, VG Plus. Should be on a blue London label. If it's anything else, it's a reissue. VG Plus, $24.99. Okay, there's that. VG Plus, $24.99. And then over here, we have Wild Eyed Southern Boys, VG Plus, $18.99. Paul says, In Search of Lost Chord is essential. Yes, see this one right here, oh man, this is an amazing beginning to end. And, of course, Days of Future Past as well. Both classics. They're quite often available in the bins. Make sure you pick them up when you get them. Jake has given me a thumbs up. If something crashes and burns, Jake, you have to get here immediately. You can use the company Chopper, okay?
Please leave the setup on.
Oh, I'll leave it usually on all night.
Okay.
Yeah. Get to the chopper. That's going to be Jake here in a minute when all this crashes. I'm going to call Jake. I'm going to be get to the Colecco chopper. I wish we had one. Man, I could get here a lot faster every day. Maybe one day. Paul, we need a helicopter. Get to the Colecco chopper. Subway cookies. Holy moly. Jake from State Farm. He's had to put up with that for a while. Jake from State Farm. He's like, oh, God. I'm eating a cookie right now. Okay. What happened? Whew, I feel better. We've been nonstop for a few hours here. Okay. Halloween is Jeff Brindley at 70. Big Scary Dave, I think it's up to you. Big Scary Dave, Jeff Brindley has this for $70, and he has for a while. Metallica was Steve Weaver at $81. Somebody just, and I've been waiting forever to sell this. I lost like 5 people, okay? Hess and Session, if you want to bid, that's fine. If not, I got to sell it to them. It's at $81. I'm going to put that over there. It's one of those where it's come down to like, it's almost been up too long, and I was afraid somebody else was going to ask for it. Now, Halloween is at $75. That is a new bid with James Davidson. Things have moved slowly but surely on that one. It's called Horror Fire. It's Halloween, 2013 German. I was waiting for the next person before Jeff Brindley to say out, which was Big Scary Dave. He didn't. There's a new bid with James Davidson, who was also bidding earlier, I think. He now has it for $75. We've got some insane stuff to auction over here. This is sold to Steve Weaver for $81, okay? They're still bidding on Halloween. Let's get back on the auctions. Let me show 2 more records. 38 Special again, this time special delivery. EX $22.99 and Crow Music VG Plus 14. Big Scary Dave's out, thank you. Auctions are still going up. The other auction was this poster print signed by Magic Johnson and Larry Bird. And this is a final call. John Kaiser has it. Oso Adventure went out. This is a final call for $310. $310. Awesome piece. Final call for $310 with John Kaiser. If you're not John Kaiser, you do not have it. Okay? If you're John Kaiser, you do not have it. Next is Derek Clark gets Crow, and let's introduce another auction. I'm going to go ahead. Let's pull stuff from the high-end tab, of course. Let's see what's going on with Tesla. The great radio controversy, not in print. Tesla is a 1989 USOG Club, a BMG Direct, original under sleeve, a $75 start. $75 start for Tesla. That's now up for bid. Crow was just the band The Crow. It's already sold. Vern Godson, if you're going to do me wrong, do it right. VG Plus, $9.99. The Eagles' Greatest Hits, VG Plus, $24.99. Bruce Springsteen, Born to Run, VG Plus, $14.99. And Van Morrison, Veed and Fleece. Van Morrison's VG Plus, $24.99. Halloween 90, Tesla 75. All right? John Kaiser, you get the Larry Bird and Magic Johnson. So do you for $310. Let's do another autograph in 1 second. But first, that was our first crate of new vintage stuff. Buy it now, best offer. 3 more crates are ready from John. And Laura's marking stuff right now as well. We're down to 2 auctions, Halloween and Tesla, with plenty more to go. Marshall Bassett got Vern Godson. The Eagles was Greatest Hits, VG Plus, $24.99. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Buy it now or best offer. Okay. Next over here is a quick recap of these. We're going to put up another signed item. I think this is really cool. It is an oversized signed photo of Val Kilmer, rest in peace, legendary actor, of where he was in the Oliver Stone film, The Doors. So this is Val Kilmer as Jim Morrison. This is JSA authenticated, signed by Val Kilmer, $225. Same size as the Magic Johnson Larry Bird. It's like an 18 by 20 or a 16 by 20. You can tell how large it is. There's an LP. Very, very cool. $225 start. Signed by Val Kilmer as Jim Morrison in the Oliver Stone film, The Doors. $225 on that. Very, very cool. That is now available for bid. You can put VK for Val Kilmer. I got to take it off the table, and let's put this right over here, okay? Let's do this. Next is this. I have Tesla at $76. And here's a quick recap. Wings at the speed of sound. EX condition, $19.99 with Let 'Em In. EX, $19.99. Elton John's Honky Chateau, that's VG, $14.99. And Led Zeppelin 3, VG Plus, $44.99. Immigrant Song, dun da 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 dun, dun da 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 dun. We have Willie Nelson, Without a Song, VG Plus, $9.99. Led Zeppelin Presence is VG Plus, $34.99. Halloween is officially sold to Jeff Brindley for $90. Tesla, $75. Now Tesla, $76. Now Tesla, $80. And we have right over here, CCR Bayou Country, VG $14.99. Van Halen is EX $42.99. Van Halen, EX $42.99. ZZ Top VG Plus $24.99. 38 Special VG Plus $18.99. 38 Special Delivery EX $22.99. Bruce Springsteen, Baby We Were Born to Run, VG Plus $14.99. We have Van Morrison, Veed and Fleece, VG Plus $24.99. And we have Eagles, their greatest hit, 7175, VG Plus $24.99. The Halloween you bought was on black vinyl. Tesla's at $90 with Sean Miller. Let's put up another auction. I read off Metallica like 100 times earlier, so let's put up Death Magnetic on silver vinyl. This is a 2 LP, and it's a 2022 Walmart exclusive sealed, a $55 start. Jamie Butler, $30 on Van Halen, sold. Joe Salamo on the Wings for $15, sold. Tesla 81, 38 Special Delivery, sold to Fairlay Dave for $51. Jamie Butler, ZZ Top 20, sold. And then don't forget about Val Kilmer as Jim Morrison, $225, and this has been JSA and Celebrity Authentics. I don't know anything about Celebrity Authentics, but JSA said it was good, and we've had several Val Kilmers. That's one more look at that before I make it a buy it now. Large print. Large print. Very, very cool there. $225. Okay. And now let's go through another crate. Let's price that. These are all best offer. There's 3 more like this. I got one more crate of new vinyl that I will have to price one more time. I bid 15, not 51. Fairlane Dave got 38 special for 15. I may have said 51. No, definitely 15. $15. Sorry if I misspoke. And Laura just dropped off a new crate. Good golly, Miss Molly. Holy moly, there's a Laura crate up here. So y'all know what's on deck. Absolutely just chaos. Oh my gosh, there's people outside. I can hear them chanting right now. I can hear them chanting. There's already people at the door. Metallica 55, Metallica 55, Tesla 91. Yeah, if you want to make an offer on anything in there, just let me know. Holy moly. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh wow. Oh, here we go. Again on my own. Down this lonely road I've never known. Like a drifter, I was born to walk alone. Dun, dun. Don't know how I'm doing. Dun, 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 dun. Boom, boom, dun, dun, dun. Okay, this is a buy it now because I got to get back into other autographs. This is a buy it now if anybody wants it. $225. Signed Val Kilmer, large oversized print as Jim Morrison. $225 on that, okay? $225 if anybody wants it. Next is Tesla 93, Tesla 95, okay? And Metallica is with Josh Jones at 58. Who bid first? Solarplex, you're out on Metallica, okay? Let's put up a third metal auction, and let's pull something from kind of the mid realm here. Megadeth. Now, what y'all need to know is this has never been reissued on vinyl. Every once in a while, we'll get them as a picture disc, but this has never been reissued on vinyl. This is Megadeth. It's a purple vinyl, unofficial of Euthanasia. It's a purple vinyl, unofficial. It has the original on her sleeve, and that's a $35 start. Okay? $35 start on that. We have, let's see here. Man, that is weird. Jake was telling me, I looked up. See, I can't see Jason Fornerat right now. Let's see, Brent Robley. Man. Yeah, Jake, if you're watching, I need to let him know. Like, up here on the monitor, I can see Brent and I can see Jason. I have Brent, and then I got Jason, but I can't see it over here on my phone, so which is a lot of the Facebook chats. I can see a lot of y'all sometimes, but it's been glitching. I've noticed my phone just kind of glitched. So it looks like Brent was first and then Jason Fornerat, okay? So Brent was first and then Jason Fornerat. So Brent, it's yours for $200 if you want it, okay? And then Jason Fornerat. And if I miss you on something, let me know. It's not like Facebook is hitting, but we're testing a new system. But I am missing a few over here on Facebook every once in a while, okay? But for the most part, I've seen about everything. But that was a weird glitch. I saw that actually happen live. So, but luckily I glanced up here fast enough to see it. So Brent does get Val Kilmer for $200. That's done. Tune in tomorrow. I got more autographs tonight, but I'm going to get another batch ready for tomorrow too. All right. Did I see David Tate between those two offers? Maybe not. No, I can't see it anymore. It's gone now. I can't see it. No, if there was something between that, I can't see it. If there was something between that, it's gone. All right. So this is sold to Brent for $200, and thank you on that. All right. Awesome piece. What an actor. Man, I like him in Heat. What about Heat? Whew. All right. What was David Tate's comment? Okay, so here's the high bids right now. If I miss something on Facebook, y'all might have to let me know. Like if it's a claim or a question or a bid. Otherwise, I'm pretty blind to stuff right now. Okay. Tesla. The last bid on Tesla, that's a good question. I'm showing Sean Miller at $95. Okay. And then I do not know when World Needs a Hero will be in. No clue. Megadeth's at 40. Tesla's at 96. Chad does not see us. I cannot see Hendry right now on my main chat. So I can see you, but I can't. Okay? If that makes sense. Let me try this other one over here that Jake sent me. Hold on, I'm gonna swap off for 1 second. I'm gonna use this link. I'm gonna use the, if I use this chat, if I use the new chat, I can see everything. I just didn't like the way it looked on my phone, but I may have to make sure I don't miss anything. Okay. All right, Dan Kika has Megadeth for 45. Okay, Sean Miller. See, I'm going to try this. Hendry, go ahead and send another comment and see if I can see over here. Okay, because I'm gonna see how this looks over here. This is a little bit something different for me. So, keeps repeating it's not him. Okay, that's bizarre, isn't it? Okay, I see you right now. Yeah, I can see you now. Okay, so Tesla's at 96. Did Oso Adventure bid again on Metallica? Oso Adventure, did you bid again on Metallica? I'll just have to get used to this. It looks a lot different, but I can see everybody this way. I like the old, the view of the old one. This is, I can tell right now is going to be much better. I'm just going to have to get used to it. I've been looking at the same thing for like 5 years, 8 hours a night, and I've changed. I'm like, whoa, what's going on? Okay, so I got to make sure he didn't bid again on this. $58 of Josh Jones. And then Tesla was at 96 with Sean Miller. And the last bid on Megadeth was, who just said that? $45 was somebody. Chris Ligero has it for 50. Chris Ligero has it for 50, okay? Chris Ligero, 50. So, here we go. New stuff. Let's get this priced and marked. And the first thing I have is Monster Magnet box set. And some of this I'm going to have to price on the fly, and some of it we have wait lists for. This is the last crate of new stuff, and then we have nothing but pre-owned. Lower crate on deck. Monster Magnets are $169.99. And the other night, we had a reissue of one of these albums in here sell for like $75 maybe. And I was like, holy moly, we need to order more of the box sets because people's wanting some of the individual albums. Of course, somebody might just need that one album. And if you do, then you might have to wait. But right now, we have James Davidson at 55. Let's go ahead and sell Metallica to Josh Jones for $58. And we have Tesla. And the last bid on this was Sean Miller at 96, and it's sold, okay? I have not sold Korn issues. I can't look at this chat. I'm going to have to go back to my old one. And for me to go back to my old one, Megadeth is with Chris Ligero 50. I'm going to have to reset again, but that's okay. I'm going to have to. And then if I just miss you on Facebook, if I miss your comment on Facebook, I'll be monitoring the. He's got it up here for me too. Okay. He's got it up here for me too. I forgot it's over here. Okay. So I can check it over there. Dan Kika has this for $56. Okay, that's a new bid. Oh, so I forgot who was bidding. Somebody else was bidding on that Metallica, but whoever it is, I never did hear back from. Josh got it for 58. Let me see if I can find a coveted, y'all know what, a pricing gun around here. Monster Magnets, $169.99, okay? $169.99. I have Megadeth over here. This is at 60 with James Davidson. This is purple vinyl, unofficial, 60 with James Davidson. Monster Magnet is $169.99. Okay, let's put up another auction. And that next auction is going to go up right now. And that next one is, this is Opeth Pale Communion. And Opeth Pale Communion is a 2018 Rocktober exclusive, limited to 1,500 copies, 180 gram clear vinyl. Opeth is a $45 start. $45 start on Opeth. And then I have a really cool, this is a pretty tough to get signed album, Tyler Childers' Purgatory. His is not easy to get whatsoever, and they're not cheap. Tyler Childers' Purgatory, $495 start. These are PSA authenticated. Tyler Childers, $495 start for Purgatory. Some of those can get really expensive. $495 for Tyler Childers. That's now up for bid, okay? Monster Magnets, $169.99. And then let's go ahead and look at this Black Sabbath. There was a wait list for Black Sabbath Ultimate Collection. The price on Black Sabbath Ultimate Collection is $79.99. $79.99. We had a bunch of these the other night. These are $79.99, and we had a wait list, which is right around the corner. I got a Laura crate coming up on deck. I promise you don't want to miss that. This is Black Sabbath Ultimate Collection, $79.99. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to temporarily just make these notes, these sticky notes, and I'm going to go ahead and temporarily make, I'm going to find my Black Sabbath list over here, Ultimate Collection. These are $79.99, okay? Very cool. It's a Gatefold double LP Go Vinyl. Gatefold double LP Go Vinyl Black Sabbath Ultimate Collection. It's a 2 LP. It's essentially the best of Black Sabbath, $79.99. One second. All righty. Man, a lot of stuff to sell tonight. A lot of stuff to sell tonight. Zeppelin, David Gann, Van Halen, Godfather, Van Halen, Steely Dan. Okay, Zeppelin, Bossa Nova. That stuff from last night. Make sure I have all these in the right spot so I don't miss anybody's name. And then over here I had Steely Dan. I had Slayer. Had Steve Martin, King's X, Black Sabbath, Ultimate Collection. Jeremy Todd, Solarplex Studios, and Jerry Stone. I got 2 extra copies. These are sold to Jeremy Todd, Solarplex Studios, and Jerry Stone. And there's 2 extras. They're gold vinyl, and that's $79.99. Okay? Megadeth info. Dan Kicka has this for $61. This is a purple vinyl, unofficial. This has never been reissued on vinyl. You can only get it as a picture disc, the new pressings. It's on purple vinyl, near mint, and the last bid was $61. Opeth is at $45 with Bradley Smith. Tyler Childers is a $495 start, new bid. New bid right now if you want in, $495, okay? Both Black Sabbaths are sold, Nashville Tiger and Amenities. Who's ever watching, you're going to have to tag these. You might even want to get a pricing gun, okay? $79.99. I do have Black Sabbath Rhino in stock, yes. Okay? Next record is going up right now, and next record is the following, and this is Whiskey Myers. And this is Whiskey Myers self-titled, and Whiskey Myers self-titled are $29.99. Whiskey Myers self-titled is $29.99. This is Whiskey Myers by Whiskey Myers, and these are $29.99. I've got 2 in stock for Mr. Whiskey, okay? And I'm going to put a note on the Sabbaths. That's right there, so they know how much those were, okay? $79.99, okay? All right, there's that. These are $29.99. That's Whiskey Myers, okay? So first thing I have is this. Megadeth didn't get another bid. I'm about to sell a Dan Kicka for $61. Opeth is at $45. Nashville Tiger got a Black Sabbath. Amenities on a Black Sabbath. And then Megadeth, $65 with Chris Ligero. Now Dan Kicka, $61. And then both Whiskey Myers are sold. David Tate and Scott Dwallow. David Tate and Scott Dwallow. So those are sold and sold. And now my crate's full. Now, Jerry, somehow I just got a message as a notification from you. Make sure you're on the Right Light feed. Jerry needs to put back Black Sabbath. So there's one Black Sabbath left. These are $79.99. The very best of Black Sabbath. It is a 2 LP, and this one has 5, 4, 4, 4 songs on it. There's also a 4 LP box set. Those are no longer in print, okay? Opus is officially sold to Bradley Smith for $45, and if anybody wants Tyler Childers, $495, okay? Awesome. Very, very cool Tyler Childers Purgatory. If you start looking those up, you'll see that it's very, very fair. $495 for Tyler Childers, okay? One of his, that's probably, but definitely his biggest album too. Very, very cool. That's another full crate of vinyl. Let me step right over here. And yes, let's start a waiting list for Whiskey Myers. There should be more coming up here. The other night we had that signed Whiskey Myers album, and I was like, hot diddly do. We need to order some Whiskey Myers, because I've been looking at the prices of Whiskey Myers autographs, and I was like, good gosh, they've got a big following. So there's that. Jerry, I can see you now. I got you now, Jerry. Your Black Sabbath's been put back. And then somebody asked on Monster Magnet. This is Monster Magnet, 1993 to 2000. You get Super Judge, Dopes to Infinity, Power Trip, and God Says No. It's all on colored vinyl. It's 4 double LPs, Monster Magnet, $169.99, which is a great price if you start trying to break those up individually. Chris Ligero, do you want to bid again on Megadeth? Dan Kika has it for $66. We need a whole new slew of auctions going up right now. We have going up for right now Metallica. This is And Justice for All. Unfortunately, though, it's a little bit lower grade copy. We've went ahead and graded it VG minus. A lot of these, sometimes you'll see a lot of scuffing and marks, but they're not feelable. It is an 88 USOG in shrink. It has both LP inner sleeves, and we're going to start this at $75. $75. Chad, I claimed that a while back. Solarplex Studio on the Monster Magnet. You're kidding. Solarplex Studio wants the Monster Magnet box, okay? How about I sell it to you right now? That leaves one Black Sabbath. Make sure he gets that at $169.99. That's $169.99. Metallica has a bid for $75 of Christopher Eldridge. Okay, and then what's next in here? Let me take a peek ahead. All right, let me go check the price on this right quick. Let me go check the price on this right quick. And then I got a really cool original piece of rock and roll memorabilia right over here. Let me get you a price on Joe Bonamassa. This one I can do actually at $34.99. It's a double LP blue vinyl. Joe Bonamassa live at the Hollywood Bowl. Purple vinyl. That's a double LP Joe Bonamassa. $34.99. Don't forget, I got an awesome collection here of Japanese singles to put up. I'm going to go ahead and try to slip in another one of those. And let's go ahead and put up this one right here. Let's do CCR, Up Around the Bend and Run Through the Jungle. Up Around the Bend and Run Through the Jungle. This is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. Run Through the Jungle and Up Around the Bend. $15 start on that. So, Whiskey Myers, Nick Bargeron on a waiting list. Greg Brummett on a waiting list. Joe Bonamassa. These are $34.99. One for George Scher. Thank you. And if anybody else wants one, Badfinger, I'll get that one rolling in just a second. There's one Joe Bonamassa left, okay? Next is a restock of the Sturgill Simpson Sailor's Guide to Earth. We just had Tyler Childers. Here's Sturgill Simpson. And this is part of that Rhino series. I don't think there was a waiting list for this. I think this was just a reorder because I needed more in stock, of course. And this is Sailor's Guide to Earth, the Rhino Reserve audio file pressing. And these are $36.99. No waiting list for this, so both copies are still available. $36.99 on this, okay? Next is CCR, $15 start. Metallica has a bid for $75. Christopher, you got outbid. Amenities has it for $80. And then out on Megadeth, this is sold to Dan Kika for $66, okay? Next, I've got, I didn't even know this was going to come in. This is probably definitely something ordered during Christmas time, of course, and they just now showed up. And that is MUPPES, and that is the Muppets. And let me show you what I'm talking about here. Maybe not. Let's see here. Let me search this. They didn't show up when I searched Muppets. So give me 1 second. Okay, there it is. And these are, which one did we order? I guess we ordered these. These are $39.99. $39.99 it looks like. And this is the Muppets Christmas Carol on clear vinyl, $39.99. George Burleson gets the other Joe Bonamassa. That's sold to him for $34.99. We need to make sure we sticker that one, please, or put a sticky note on it with the price, as y'all usually do. Stephen Wester gets Sturgill Simpson for $36.99, and Metallica still getting bids at $85. Nobody bid over here. This is a $15 buy now for CCR. And then let's do this right here. Let's put up Korn issue. Sorry for the delay. Crazy, crazy night. Crazy, crazy night. This is a 2013. This is a Hastings exclusive. A Hastings exclusive on yellow vinyl. Hastings went out of business in 2016, so they're definitely not pressing this anymore. They're out of business. A yellow vinyl sealed, $95 start. $39.99. We've had new Christmas albums show up tonight. There's the Muppets to Travis for $39.99. I've got 2 more left. And then this, let me check this. Man, we had some restocks finally show up. Some stuff that looks like they repressed. I remember this, and I think there is a waiting list. Let me look it up. It's Fine Young Cannibals. Give me 1 second, and I'll show you what it is and how much it is. Don't want anybody jumping the gun. And this crate's taking a little bit longer because we had to put stickies on them. But no, nothing to fear. Chad's here. These are $39.99. Fine Young Cannibals. Now, let me see if we had a wait list. And let me search Fine. Yeah, Vladarchek and Troy Robinson. I had a feeling. So these are $39.99. Please make sure these go in and get stickered. This is a Fine Young Cannibals, $39.99. Clear vinyl. 2 #1 hit singles on here. She Drives Me Crazy. That's sold to Vladarchek, and that is sold to Troy Robinson. I've got 1 extra, $39.99. Korn does have a bid for $100. I can order brand new sealed copies of this. Yes, they're $33 or $34.99. Okay, and then Metallica, the last bid on this was Christopher Eldridge at $85. Everybody else is out. This is in VG minus condition. No fillable marks, this light scuffing. Okay, and that's at $85. Final call. Korn has a bid for $100. That's on yellow vinyl. There's 1 Fine Young Cannibals left at $39.99. And then this was a waiting list from the other night. And let me go check the price on this. I think we're going to be sold out right on the button. Let me first do this. We have, let's see here. I think I still got it on a sticky note, honestly. Yes, but let me check the price. This is Fear Factory. And we're going right next into a lower crate, which is probably going to have some crazy good stuff in it. This is a new Fear Factory release, and these are called Concrete, and they're $39.99. This is Fear Factory Concrete, and Solarplex Studios and Sean Fairweather was on a waiting list. And these are limited edition 300 on metallic silver and blue purple colored vinyl. Solarplex and Sean Fairweather. There's 1 extra if anybody wants it, okay? So there's that. And then let's go ahead and sell Korn issues. That's a tough one to get. Soda Danzig for $100. Ron Eaton says he wants on a wait list for a new one. Anybody else? James Young, let me know if you want one. And Metallica is sold over here. And this is sold to Christopher Eldridge for $85. All right, let's get right into some more new auctions. Let me see what I got in our autograph department. Actually, I don't have much. The only thing that hadn't sold is John Lee Hooker Jr. and Tyler Childers. Those were no bids. This is not signed, but man, is it a cool piece. And it's really hard to price because, I mean, these don't come on the market too often, like a specific one. So if you're familiar with platinum or gold record, so a lot of these were sent to people in the music industry, and we have a collection of them in the back. This is one of the best ones we have. This over here, Muppets, is $39.99. This is Billy Idol Rebel Yell, a real RIAA certified industry issued platinum record for the 1 million copies of Rebel Yell. And pardon me, I hadn't done a lot of research on David Dancer McCullough, but I'm Googling his name right now to see if he's anybody of significance. Now, I don't know if y'all know this, I followed an auction a few months ago, maybe even a year ago now. So David McCullough, renowned American, that's not the same one. Okay. I know a David McCullough, yeah, that wrote like, The Great Bridge and John, yeah, I know that guy. I've read some of his books. This is David McCullough. Okay, let's go to Discogs. David McCullough, he was probably, what can we do? Producer? Does anybody know? I don't know. He had something to do with this album. David Dancer McCullough, not the author. There's going to be a lot pull up about him. He's a historical author. But they make a lot of these that look like they're platinum records, but they're not real, if that makes sense. This is one that was actually issued to somebody. Now, like I said, I followed an auction a while back where they were selling off Bob Lugwood's collection. Bob Lugwood had a storage building literally full of these. And a lot of them sold for 500 plus, 1,000, 2,000. But either way, it just depends on what you have here. That's not the same David McCullough. That's the author. Yeah, this is David Dancer McCullough. But I don't know what he did with the album. These obviously don't come up for sale too often. It's really hard to find comps. All I know, if it's a big album, it demands the most money. $475 shipped. Now, obviously, we have to leave it in the frame. It's in a display. And it's real and it's authentic. $475 start for a Rebel Yell. I don't know if anybody can confirm who that is. I just haven't had a lot of time to research. He's a studio engineer, yeah. So that's where I'm getting my pricing. I think that's very fair. I watched a lot of the ones that were issued to Bob Ludwig sell for thousands, like the Zeppelin ones and the Brush ones and everything, Kiss. So some of them are hundreds, some of them are thousands. It depends on who it's issued to. I mean, there are some that say issued to Billy Idol, and of course those would be way up there. There's some issued to the band, the producers, but yeah, very hard. You're not going to find an exact comp. There's a couple on eBay of Billy Idols, and I think they're asking a couple $1,000s for them. So Billy Idol, Rebel Yell, $475 start. That's now up for bid. Don't let me forget about it. The easiest way is to go ahead and bid, and I won't forget about it, okay? Now, did anybody get this last Fear Factor? If not, then it's still available. We have a wait list going for Korn, Issues, and then here are 2 more copies of ELO Face the Music. Now, these are already spoken for. We're going to have a wait list for sure. There's still people on the pre-order that didn't get any. These are $29.99. $29.99. This is ELO Face the Music. And if you want one, you'll be on a wait list. No guarantee when they'll come in, and let's put up more auctions right now while I'm looking this up. Our next auction is going to be Dio, and this one is Strange Highways. It's a Rocktober exclusive from back in 2018 on purple vinyl. This is no longer in print as an individual LP, and it's on purple vinyl, a $55 start. $55 start on that. And over here, we have our next auction. Let's go ahead and pull something from the front part. And this is, let's do another Metallica. Let's do another one of the Grammys. Metallica live at Grammys. Grammys is a record store in Nashville. Metallica pretty much did a secret concert there one day. They recorded it, and this is an official release. Metallica is on clear vinyl, not for sale in stores, according to the notes on Discogs, the clear vinyl. That might have been just given away to people maybe that had something to do with the record or that was there. Maybe they gave those to Grammys. I don't know. But that's a limited edition 1500 Metallica clear vinyl. This is now out of print. They took this out of print. They don't make this anymore. $95 start on that, okay? The ELO Face the Music pre-order. Let me find that. Let me search it over in a whole lot of records. We have Electric Light Orchestra. And make sure you have, you're in our private group, Whole Lot of Records. We post pre-orders there every day, okay? Metallica. So, David Doyle got one the other night. He's the one who told me to order these. And then Melanie Jennings and then Clifford Umstead, okay? Now, on the pre-order, there's still Terry Gearhart, Marsha French, and Mike Conway. If anybody else wants one, it's for whenever they come in. Okay, next record. This was a new release for this week that I did not post a pre-order for. I just ordered 2. I probably should have ordered more. I'll look right now when I'm checking the price to make sure they're still in stock. They are in stock, okay? And if I need to, I'll order them right now. It's a Rhino Reserve of John Prine's Sweet Revenge. It's analog. Matthew Luthen's at the Mastering Lab, $36.99. So right now we got 3 auctions. We got the Billy Idol Platinum record issued to studio engineer David McCullough. We have Dio at 55. We have Dio at 55. Dio at 60. Dio 65. Dio 75. Gregory has it for 75. Jay Jamison bid 95 on that. And sorry I've neglected the Muppets claims. This was something we ordered during Christmas and did not get. I've only sold one live, and there's 2 left. The Muppet Christmas Carol on clear vinyl, $39.99. 2 John Prines, 36, and I ordered a random restock. These are $33.99. I just needed it in stock. Judas Priest, Screaming for Vengeance, $33.99 for Judas Priest, Screaming for Vengeance. And then Jerry Stone, just so you know, Jerry Stone, you're down on that ELO. I'm going to go ahead and tag you in the post, Jerry. I just commented your name, so you're on there so I don't lose this. And now you're officially on the post in order, okay? And if anybody else wants one. In the context of music, David Dancing McCullough, also referred to as Dancer, is the musician and bassist. He's probably known for his work in the late 70s and 80s, okay? Musician and bassist. There you go. I don't know if we have the exact lineup on Wikipedia on who played on that album, but there we go. I think he was the studio engineer. Now, we have Dio at 75 of Gregory, Metallica at 95, Topographics said he will take a Muppets. These are $39.99, and I have one left, okay? Lower crates on deck right now. Here's all the new vinyl that's left in here. Judas Priest, $33.99. The Muppets, clear vinyl, $39. Red Cave Collections wants Priest at $33. Metallica at Grimies has one bid for $95, going twice, going 3 times. It only has one bid at $95. We have John Prine, Sweet Revenge, Rhino Reserve, $36.99. Fear Factory Concrete, one left, $39. Fine Young Cannibals, one left, $39. Sturgill Simpson, one left, $36. And Black Sabbath Ultimate Collection Gatefold Go Vinyl, $79 on that one. $79.99 on that one. All right, let's show that Billy Idol Platinum record. You're not going to get a chance to buy many of these. If not, I guess I will have to revert to the unfortunate world of selling at other places like eBay, where they're going to get a big chunk. I'd rather sell it to y'all right now, right here. Let's take a look at it one more time. It's a real one. Be aware, they do fake a lot of these, okay? I mean, like, I've seen people, and it'll be like Abbey Road, and it'll be made out to like Paul McCartney. And I'm like, that's obviously a fake, okay? I don't know where Paul McCartney's kept all of his. It's probably in some kind of big fortified storage unit. And whoever else, think about all the ones Jimmy Page has, and Mick Jagger, and Keith Richards, and I don't know, everybody. I mean, even Taylor Swift has stuff like this. They got them somewhere. They're in their house, their studio, they're in storage. But this is a real one, and it's $475. So be aware of fakes. They do make a lot of them that look like they're platinum records. There's some obvious fakes. There are some obvious fakes, and then there's some that people intentionally make to look real. You know, you can tell they're not like a fake, but just be careful out there. That's obviously a real one. The fake ones are typically made out to like the real person. You know, it'll be like Sticky Fingers, and it'll be made out to Mick Jagger. And I'm like, okay, if this is real, it's, first of all, it's not going to be $1,000. It's probably going to be like 25 or 15,000. I don't know. Some of the really good ones get way up there. Okay. So there's that. It's right now $475. Metallica 96. Javi Soto wants a Fine Young Cannibals, and JetBlue wants a John Prine. Okay. JetBlue and Fine John Prine and that. Okay. Let me pull those, and we're about to go through this new crate Laura's marked, and it's probably going to get pretty intense. We still got a few more miscellaneous. I got a couple blankets in, and maybe a few other things, okay? So we got JetBlue on John Prine, Javi on Fine Young Cannibals, Metallica's at 120, and then over here, I'll do Billy Idol 400 shipped. Okay, well, right now, it's still a live auction, so I can't take an offer, okay? I can't take an offer. I've got to officially, here in a minute, make it a buy now, and it will be whoever claims it first. Now, if no one claims it, we can talk price. But right now, it's still a live auction. I don't do anything on price until I officially end it. Did anybody else bid on Dio? If not, Gregory's like any day now, Chad. I don't think anybody else bid, right? He had it for $75. I'm scrolling, and nobody else bid. This is sold to him for $75, okay? And then we have Metallica at Grimy. Steve Weaver has it for $120, okay? Sorry, I thought I was done. No problem. I'm about to. I'll give it a few more just so everybody knows how that works. But yeah, if an auction's still live, Solarplex probably already knows this. I'll wait till the end, and then we talk about price, because some people are ready to snipe it. And this one I'm doing price includes shipping, okay? Even though it's going to be kind of costly. That $475 is including, you know, all the postage and labor it's going to take to get that to you. All right, I'm going to take a peek in this first Laura crate. Holy moly. And I don't know if she marked them. She did. I did find some Meshuggah albums. Can you believe it? Back here in the back, we still have bands like Meshuggah just kind of buried in the back. Golly, this crate is crazy. This is a crazy crate. Okay, that's CC, crazy crate. This is going to get busy. Okay, I'll make Billy Idol a buy it now for $475 if anybody wants it. Billy Idol, $475. Okay, Metallica is at $120 with Steve Weaver. When I go through this one, unless she already has me another crate, I'll quickly go through all the new vinyl again. Don't forget, there's 3 new vintage bands from John. The last one was like an obliteration. Let's go ahead and put up some more auctions over here. Let's get deep into some of these metal titles that I'm not as familiar with, like Cobra, okay? Cobra is Warriors of the what? This is Cobra, Warriors of the Dead. 2019 Grease reissue, limited 200 copies. Heavy metal, a $15 start. Okay, now Solarplex has submitted his offer. Perfect. And now I'm going to ask you for one thing. If you can do a $25 bump to help out with postage, I'll sell it to you for $425. That was $50 less than what I'm asking. And I want you to be aware of one thing. There is some scuffing here on this plexiglass, okay? And the good thing is this is actually plexiglass. I haven't tried to do anything to this, but I just want you to be aware of that scuffing right there. And $425, and I'll ship it to you. It's probably going to cost, well, not including labor. That's going to be kind of tough to ship, but they'll get it done. Luckily, it's plexiglass. We don't have to worry about it shattering, okay? And I do have other ones tonight. I'm going to try in the back to go get them. I've got a lot, actually. I got a lot of these. I have a Guns N' Roses. I think it's really cool. If y'all want to see it, I'll bring it up here. I do have a Guns N' Roses one. It's really cool. So we have Cobra at 15. I think we're done on Metallica. I'm going to drink some Monster, and I hope everybody's buttoned up their bootstraps for this one. Holy moly. Can you include a plaque that states that all items bought and supplied by Collectco? Are you talking about like you want me to write you up a Collectco COA for it? I can do that. I can write you up a Collectco COA. All right. Yeah. No, these don't play. They're just like a replica looking record. I think they make a generic one for all of them. Okay. If anybody has Led Zeppelin 2 issue to Jimmy Page, I'm interested, or Robert Plant or John Bonham, an official plaque that I could put in the studio. Oh, well, I'd have to figure out where to have that made at. If you know a good place to have one made, we could probably have that done. I don't know where you have stuff like that made at. All right. Are we done on Metallica? Steve Weaver, $120, sold. Okay, over here is Cobra, and this has one bid for $15 to Red Cave Collections. Next auction is going up right now. This is another, let's do another M, this time Motorhead, No Remorse. Motorhead is a 1984 USOG, a 2LP, near mint minus on the vinyl, nice with the original under sleeves, $75 start. There's Motorhead. Okay, let's do one more autograph poster. Extreme, JSA authenticated. I think this is from their newest album, and it has a little bit of a stain right here. Something got on it. Looks like a coffee almost. I don't know. No, it's actually on the surface. I don't know what that is, but unfortunately right there on the gorilla, there's a little bit of a stain, but nicely signed, not authenticated, of course. 2023, thicker than blood, 125, and it's JSA'd. You might could do some work, or I don't know. It's not that bad, but $125 on that. Okay, we've already sold COC and we already sold Lamb of God. I've got one more Lamb of God. Okay, everybody's on their toes for the lore crate, including Jim B. He's got his Discogs ready. But yeah, Solarplex, if you want to do $425, we can talk. We can chat later about the plaque, and we can go from there. Okay, I know what you're talking about. We'll just have to chalk it up, make sure we get the right thing made for you. I know what you're talking about. Okay, we have Beyonce, Cowboy Carter, 2024, 2 LP, kind of a box set almost, with book and poster, $37.99 for Beyonce, $37.99, Cowboy Carter. Kings of Leon, Youth and Young Manhood, 2011, $27.99. So Cobra's at $20, Motorhead's a $75 start, and the Autograph Extreme poster is a $125 start. Linkin Park Hybrid Theory. Linkin Park is $22.99. This is a 2013 reissue, Linkin Park Hybrid Theory, $22.99. Jason Fornerat on Kings of Leon. These are newly priced records from Laura. These are definitely priced as marked, okay? Definitely priced as marked. I have Talking Heads. The name of the band is Talking Heads. Classic Live double album, RTI pressing, 2013, $29.99. So Christopher Eldridge, you were second on Kings of Leon. Ryan M. gets Linkin Park. Okay, and then Lewis Kulik was next on Linkin Park. Extreme is fully signed. Yes, it's JSA'd. All 4 signatures. There is a little bit of a stain right there on it. JSA authenticated. Just put the JSA card right there when you frame it. No, but 125, and yes, 125 on that. Okay? Now make sure I've got to everything tonight. We've sold Val Kilmer. We sold Bird and Johnson. We still got Tyler Childers, and I think we have a deal done on Billy Idol. I'm just waiting to confirm with Solarplex over here. And then I'm going to go get Guns N' Roses. So there's Talking Heads. We have White Zombie, Devil Music Volume 1, 2012. That's $22.99. And over here, this is Father John Misty, Fear Fun. Father John Misty is $22.99. This is Father John Misty. That is $22.99. Give me 1 second to do something over here. Okay, so there's that. And then over here, we have Mark Stanley on White Zombie, and then Ivan R., then Hoopy, then Ryan M., and then we have Michael Snared, and then Motorhead does have a bid for $75. Okay, and then back to the turntable on Father John Misty. The only thing that hadn't sold is Beyonce and Talking Heads. So Cobra is moving to a final call. Red Cave has it for $21. Jim Earhart and Ed Riviera, y'all are out. Red Cave has it for $21. Motorhead just got a bid with Debbie Laster for $75. Final call on Extreme, and let's officially tag Billy Idol for $425 to Solarplex, and then I'll get with you on exactly. I'll get with you exactly on the plaque you're talking about. We'll try to get that done for you. He wants his music room to say everything on this wall was supplied by Collectco Incorporated, courtesy of Collectco and staff. And we can get that done. Now, the reason I've kind of neglected the Guns N' Roses here. Okay, let me look at this one closer. See, this one, yeah, I might want to wait on this one. I want to verify this one first. Yeah, this isn't a real one. Okay, yeah. I can tell you this is a real one for not a real one. See, I saw it in the back tonight. This isn't a real one. I can tell you for 2 reasons, okay? Here's what I was trying to show you to stay away from. Right here. This is not a real one. 2 reasons. One, on the back, it says manufactured by Creative Glassics, okay? And then the plaque is literally fell off and it's made out the Geffen. You can just kind of tell it's a little bit cheaper made. I mean, literally, the plaque has fell off. If this is a real one, and that's the company who made them, they didn't do a good job. But right now, I better wait on this one. I don't think this is a real one. I don't think this is presented to Geffen Records. And plus, it's literally like broken. So I think I don't think this is real, okay? Plus, it's literally broken, so let's not do that one. I don't want to sell anything unless I know exactly what it is. I don't think that's good, though. I know Billy Idol is, of course, but that one is a little sketchy, okay? That one looks a little sketchy. We better wait on that one. Father John Misty, Cobra has a new bid for 25, and then Extreme. Brent wants to look at it a little closer. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 here, Extreme, JSA, and there's the JSA card. So it's in like silver paint pen, signed by all 4 band members. It's got a little bit of a stain right there. There's the JSA stickers on the front. 125 on that. All right, Debbie Laster gets Motorhead. This crate is probably going to sell out or very close to it. So let's keep showing some stuff in here as fast as I can. The first thing is this. We have Perfume Genius Learning. Perfume Genius is a lo-fi indie rock sealed for $19.99. Perfume Genius. Cobra is now final call to Edwin for 25. Rage Against the Machine live on tour 1993, $27.99. Let's see. Throw out a price and let's see what happens. You want to buy possibly the definitely most likely phony damaged Guns N' Roses that's framed. Well, the big part of the price is going to be you probably having to pay shipping on it. Master Mall on Rage, that's sold to Master Mall. Let's put up another LP auction. And the next LP auction is Iron Maiden, Run to the Hills. An 85 UK. The vinyl's been graded VG Plus, and Iron Maiden's a $35 start. Next over here is Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood. And Motley Crue is a 2019, $27.99 on Motley Crue. Dr. Feelgood, 2019, $27.99 for Motley Crue. And this here is Beach House, Teen Dream. Beach House is $24.99. The note from Laura says, amazing album, Dream Pop, $24.99. It's under that Dream Pop genre. Cobra is sold over here for $25 to Ed and Riviera. Iron Maiden already has a bid for $35, and now it has a bid for $39. And Motley Crue was sold to Tim Vergari, and then Solarplex was next. Jason Fornerat on Beach House, and I'm going to make Extreme a buy it now for $125. Okay, Beach House is sold to Jason Fornerat. Extreme Poster is a $125 buy it now, and we have Too Short dogs in the house. Too Short is the 2018 Record Store Day, and that is $37.99 on that one. And then Iron Maiden is at $39 with Chris Gardner. Let's put up another auction right quick then. I have, speaking of Motley Crue, Girls, and Girls is a 30th anniversary limited edition black and blue swirl. Black and blue swirl, awesome colored vinyl from Motley Crue, $55 start, 30th anniversary, okay? Richard Davis on Too Short, and Brent gets the Stained Extreme. Thank you for pointing that out. This is sold to Brent for $95, okay? All right, that's done. That's going to go over here on top of his Val Kilmer. I'm going to put that right there on top of his Val Kilmer. All right, thank you. So the only 2 advertised autographs that still left is Tyler Childers and John Lee Hooker Jr., okay? John Lee Hooker Jr. There's 2 auctions right now. We have 2 more records to show, and we have Obscura, and this is a Valdiction. Obscura is technical death metal on that really cool colored vinyl there, $19.99 on that. And then we have Iron Maiden, The Number of the Beast, $27.99 for Iron Maiden. And Castle Storm, Jeff the Brotherhood. That's a garage band out of Nashville, $14.99. Obscura is sold to Master Moss 666. That is sold. Okay, let me find where the rest of these gold records are. And if Tyler hadn't come and straightened up the back, I would have almost forgot. I do have some more real ones over here. Let me grab one and just, let's grab one that's a little bit smaller. That's a single. Somebody might want to buy one just for the heck of it. I do have some made out to like, who is this one made out to? Terry Ellis. I think there was another one though. Leo Sayer, Endless Flight. That one's pretty cool. That's a big album. And then The Best of Jethro Tull. Let's do that one. Jethro Tull, that's pretty cool. So this is Musicians Union. Okay, Terry Ellis is who they're made out to. Okay. Yeah, this is pretty cool here. So it's wrapped in plastic. This is presented to Terry Ellis to commemorate the sale of more than 500,000 copies of Jethro Tull. Musicians Union. So that's a gold record. The Best of Jethro Tull, $395 start. So that's like a greatest hits of Jethro. It's kind of hard to see because it's just a plain white cover. $395 start. It's a real gold record, RIAA. I don't know a lot about Terry Ellis, who is presented to, but it's the Best of Jethro Tull. And it's definitely a real one. And that's a $395 start, okay? It's been wrapped in plastic for a long time. $395 on that one. I'll lay it right over here behind me. Jethro Tull, very, very cool. Okay, next thing we had was Red Cave on Iron Maiden, then John Kaiser, then Christopher Elledge, and then the Iron Maiden auction is now at $42. The Iron Maiden auction is now at $42, and the Motley Crue just has one bid for $55 with David Tate. Next in the bin is Garbage, Strange Little Birds. Garbage is the 2016 USOG with the HD side, and that is sealed at $34.99. And I have the Stooges, and this is a 2010. The Stooges is $22.99, and Blur, Modern Life is Rubbish. Blur is a 2012 180 gram, and that is sealed $29.99 for Blur. Modern Life is Rubbish, $29.99. Let's put up Badfinger, Carry On Till Tomorrow and Without You. Badfinger Japanese single is going to go up right now. This is a $15 start. Very cool. Badfinger Japanese single, $15 start on that. Ryan M on the Stooges. Still got Garbage. Still got Blur. Wow, some cool stuff in here. New crate from Laura, priced as marked. Iron Maiden still getting bids. It's at $45. We've sold Limp Bizkit. We've sold Magic and Bird. And we have Jethro Tull over here for $300 and whatever I just said earlier. $375, I think is what I said. Kurt Vile, Waking on a Pretty Days. And that is sealed for $24.99. Michael Butler in on Badfinger at $15. Thank you on that one. And then we have over here Tone Loc, Loc After Dark. Tone Loc, Loc After Dark. Tone Loc was a 2018, $19.99. Iron Maiden's at $45 with David Saunders. Motley Crue, the last bid on Motley Crue was David Tate, and the only bid at $55. He gets that at $55. Badfinger's at $15. Matt Shepard on Tone Loc, and then over here, JetBlue was next. Terry Ellis was a producer and manager that worked with Jethro Tull. There you go. $375 on Tull. Going final call if you want to lock in a bid. Weezer, Maladroit. Weezer is sealed, $29.99, a 2016. And we have Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power. That's the Rhino 2LP, $44.99 for Pantera. $44.99 on that one. Several people on Tone Loc. And let me move some stuff around and see what I got over here. I got this, I got that. I got auctions, I got records. I got miscellaneous I found. Oh yeah, this was cool. I found all kinds of stuff in the back tonight. This is a kid's record, definitely check condition, but more of just like a collectible display piece. The Flintstones, Dino the Dino, excuse me, 1963 Hanna-Barbera Flintstones, and that plays at a 78 RPM, $10 start on that. Glass or plexiglass? This feels like plexiglass again. Yeah, I think that's plexiglass. Yeah, I think it's plexiglass. Plexiglass on Jethro Tull. Next was JetBlue on Weezer. I hadn't pulled that yet. That's sold to JetBlue. Iron Maiden 52. And then who got Number of the Beast? Iron Maiden Number of the Beast earlier was claimed by Red Cave Collections. Then John Kaiser was second, and Christopher Elledge, you were third. Red Cave Kaiser, and then you were third in line on that one. Okay, and then over here, this has a bid for 10. And then next thing is Badfinger, just one bid, so to Michael Butler, and that's done for $15, okay? Let's put that in a brand spanking new sleeve here for Michael Butler. Thank you on that, and let's put that away. And then Flintstones has a bid for 10. Iron Maiden's at 46. Definitely need some more metal auctions. And that next one's going to go up right now. And this is Protector. And Protector is a 2020 German reissue, limited 150 with inserts and 2 posters. This is called Gollum, I think is what that says. And that's a $20 start, okay? $20 start on that. Next thing I have over here is the following. We have not sold Venom. Did Blur, is Blur sealed? Blur is $29.99. Okay, I'm going to officially end the. I think there's some obscurity on when I'm ending, or still got these miscellaneous. I'm going to officially make Jethro Tull a buy it now for $375. Okay, I'm going to officially make that a buy it now for $375. Here is Rancid and Out Come the Wolves. Rancid's a 2015 reissue, $22.99. And Diarrhea Planet, Loose Jewels. Diarrhea Planet is split colored vinyl, punk from Nashville, $19.99. So I'm going to go ahead and say that's a buy it now. We do have an offer for Michael Butler. I think Henry's Choice was interested as well. But right now we have an offer on the Jethro Tull for $350. I'm going to go ahead and sell this for $10 to Tracy Songer, the Fred Flintstone. I thought that was awesome. And then Protector has lots of bid. But what about Iron Maiden over here? Chris Gardner, you're outbid. David Saunders has this for $52. This is an OG Run to the Hills. $52 is the bid on that, okay? We're going through a new lower crate. All these are straight price, priced as marked. And I have over here Edward Sharpe and the Magnetic Zeros. That is sealed for $19.99. Edward Sharpe and the Magnetic Zeros. Ray Red on Blur. That's sold to Ray Red 73. Thank you on that one. And then this is thank you, Laura, North Lane Obsidian. The artist is North Lane. It's called Obsidian. It's $19.99. Metalcore Synthwave. Natasha on Edward Sharpe. That's sold to Natasha Pickett. Thank you on that one. What about Iron Maiden here? That was a final call. And let's go ahead and sell Protector. Or let's say, let's not sell it. 27. I'm going to go ahead and sell the Jethro Tull to Michael Butler for $350, which includes shipping, okay? $350. That is sold for the Jethro Tull Gold Record. Thank you, Michael Butler. That's sold. I think I might... Well, I know I have more. There's a whole stack up over here. Let's see what else we can come up with if y'all are interested in those. Very cool. Those have always been a collectible item. We don't get opportunities to buy them too often. So those are pretty cool. I have a few more. We'll bring them up in just a second. Next is Master Mall got Rancid. I missed that. Thank you. And then Iron Maiden has a new bid for $55. So David Saunders, you're out. Iron Maiden's at $55. And then over here, we got Protector at $31. Protector 31. One second, please. One second. Okay, so over here we have Natasha on North Lane. Yeah, I hadn't got caught up yet. Natasha, so got Edward Sharpe. Natasha got North Lane. David Hoy, Ray Red got Blur. I did pull that, right? Yes, I pulled that. Protector 35, Protector, Iron Maiden 57. Not Cookie Time. No, I had to reply to a couple messages. Sorry. Okay, got that taken care of. And now we have Black Sabbath Volume 4, the 2016, $27.99 on that. Cookie Time is in just a second. Korn followed the leader. Korn is $27.99, and the Lumineers Cleopatra. The Lumineers is sealed $19.99. So let's put up a third auction right quick, and that next auction is going to be Metallica Garage Inc., the Walmart exclusive 3LP Fade to Blue vinyl. Metallica, a 2022 U.S. Walmart exclusive Fade to Blue, sealed, a $65 start. The Lumineers is sold to Natasha. Awesome crate here. We're about 2/3 through it. There's still a handful to flip through. Chris is out on Iron Maiden. This is officially sold, and Iron Maiden is officially sold, and this is officially sold. If Chris Gardner's going out, there must have been a new bid, and that was the new bid with David Saunders at 57 done. Protector's still getting bids. It's at 40. I just gave you the details on Metallica. Let's grab one more over here, and the next one I have is, let's see, Metallica, Protector. Let's see what's going on with Wasp School Days. Wasp School Days is an 84 UKOG in VG condition. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Christopher Lee on the Black Sabbath Volume 4. Can't go wrong there. My gosh, Black Sabbath. Give me a break. Come on. Let me pull this up and that up. And this up over here, and then Pergy 33 on Korn, and then Wasp already has a bid for 15. Moving on, we have Tyler Childers Purgatory, orange vinyl, Walmart exclusive, sealed, $19.99. Or if you want one autographed, I've got it right over here for $4.95. Your pick. Wasp already has bids for 10, 10, and now 15. Here is Starboy by The Weeknd. This is on red vinyl, $29.99 for The Weeknd. And we have right here, Father John Misty, I Love You, Honey Bear. And there's a note from Laura, a masterpiece, $22.99. $22.99 on that. What about Protector? Did it get another bid after Steve Weaver? It did not. Anybody else want in? Metallica doesn't have a bid yet. Craig just shared the track listing. An essential for a Metallica collection. This is the colored vinyl, $65 start on that. Jason Fornerat on The Weeknd. Thank you on that. That's so to Jason Fornerat. And Perfume Genius, Too Bright. Perfume Genius, $17.99. That's under the genre of indie pop. By the way, Paul is out on a buying trip. Tyler and Henry's up there too. They are buying the heck out of some stuff. They've been telling me, giving me updates. Paul's been buying everything from records and autographs to literally neon signs. And I'm like, good gosh, that's why we're such in a frenzy to make room here and get rid of old inventory in the back for our $2 sale. So just FYI, I have another Lamb of God poster going up for auction, okay? Here is another Lamb of God poster, $125 start. This is the second one we've had. It's another fully signed with 5 autographs. It's JSA. It will come not shipped in this frame. This is just a, a regular, you can pick these up. For shipping purposes, we'll put it either in a tube or ship it flat. That'll be up to the shipping department. $125 includes shipping. It's JSA. This is the second Lamb of God and the final one for tonight. That's $125 start, okay? Next is Jim B. Next on The Weeknd. Jackie Reynolds on Father John Misty. Natasha on Perfume Genius. And that fills up our crate. We got 3 more crates from John tonight. Buy it now, best offer, vintage stuff. Laura's working on another one, and we've got a bazillion auctions to try to get through. I just filled up another crate. Let's go over here, and let me grab this right here. Probably do some miscellaneous tonight. Tanner's been digging out more books. We either will or will not go through them, though. Depends on what else is going on tonight, about 11, 12, or 1 a.m. Red Hot Chili Peppers, Blood Sugar Sex Magic. That's on red vinyl, $27.99. Hopefully the late night crowd sticks around. You never know what we're going to get into around here, honestly. We have Meshuggah. I told you we had some coming up. $39.99 for Meshuggah, and this one's called One or I. Meshuggah, $39.99. Red Hot, so to Matt Shepard. Nobody bid on Metallica. You can pick that up for a $65 buy now for the Metallica. Protector, I think we were done, right? Protector is done, and Protector is sold, and this was sold over here to Steve Weaver for $40. That is done. And then what about Wasp? It got a lot of activity, and the last bid that came in was Alan Hagen Hoopy. Hoopy has it for $25. Everybody else is out. Hoopy has Wasp for $25, okay? Matt Shepard got Red Hot. Jason was next, and then John Kaiser on Meshuggah. That's sold to John Kaiser. And we have Basement Jacks. Is that what that says? It's Electronic House Breaks, $24.99. And we have T-Rex, and T-Rex is sealed, a 2016 Rocktober 45th anniversary, $29.99. And we have Omnium Gatherum Origin, melodic death metal, $17.99. All right, over here we have Meshuggah. That's going back in the crate. He wanted M for Metallica, okay? Metallica, his M was for Metallica. Jeremy Rourke, that puts you second. Shakedown on Jax, that's so to Shakedown. Shakedown gets Jax. And Wasp is at 26, okay? Now, we're ready to go. Let's put up another auction. Don't forget, I have Lamb of God for $125 start, fully signed poster, JSA authenticated. I was trying to pop it out of the frame. These are just like a pop-out frame. Yeah, there we go. There we go. This is very dangerous to ship. Glass, it's a pain. Let me just do it like that. That way we can look at it better. That's a, easy pre-made frame. I have everything done with my framer in Carthage, locally here. She's an amazing framer. She's been in business literally I think for like 40 or 50 years, and she does all of my stuff. She's a true first-class professional, Kim Winfrey. Thank you, Kim. Since it's Metal Night, I have one King Diamond left in stock, by the way, okay? And if you've missed out, the King Diamond lights did come in tonight. There they are. Those are $59. That's my last one. That one's available. It's a light box, $59.99, okay, on that. That's my last one. That's the only light box I have in stock. Wasp is at 26. Wasp is at 28. And then, and then there's Meshuggah. And Meshuggah is sold to Master Moss 666. Thank you on that one, okay? That's done. And let's go ahead and do this. Laura, Paul is gone. She's got to do auctions. Sounds like I got to get my pricing gun out. Uh-oh, get ready for some Chad crates then. Let me crack my neck and touch my toes. Sounds like it's time for Chad crates. Lamb of God is a $125 buy it now. If anybody, wants that. $125 on that one. All right, how about a Van Halen tour book? This is a real bona fide Van Halen tour book. And which tour is this from? I don't know. This is somebody, here we go. Stacy Little, June 9th, 1979, Dallas, Texas. Wow. She bought this. That's from their first tour, right? 79. That's right around their first album. 78, 79. Awesome. Van Halen tour book. How about a $15 start? And this is only the beginning. Wow, that's awesome. And somebody wrote, they inscribed it over here. They inscribed it over here. They bought it in June 9th, 1979, Dallas, Texas. That must have been a show they played. Did they play in Dallas around June of 79? Van Halen tour book. I think that's from their first tour, $15 start. It would have to be, right? Their debut album came out in 78. So there's that. That's Van Halen, the Cotton Bowl. There you have it. Awesome. Okay, that was laying back here behind me. I have accumulated a whole pile of miscellaneous. And I'll go ahead and put up something else from over here. Let's see what all this is. Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, this. This was in a frame in the back, and I was like, no, let's take that out and sell it. Check this out. This is Evel Knievel. Okay, it needs cleaning, but it's nice. It's EX or better. It's an Evel Knievel record. Awesome gatefold jacket. Evel Knievel, a $15 start. Okay, Van Halen 2. Very well could be. I'm not for sure. I just know it's definitely an early and it's an original one. I'm not for sure which one. Okay, let's read through this lower crate one more time, and then let's go do some vintage. B-I-N-B-O. Here we go. Beyonce, Cowboy Carter, a 2024 USOG 2LP, $37.99. We have, the name of the band is Talking Heads, RTI, $29.99, 2LP RTI. That's RTI pressing. Perfume Genius, another one still available, sealed, $19.99, and this one's called Learning, $19.99. I think we're done on Wasp. I'm going to give it one more chance. Hoopy has it for $28. I don't think Solarplex went out. Okay, and then over here, Van Halen 15, Van Halen 20, Van Halen 20, Van Halen 25, Van Halen 25. Chad, what's the price of Melodic LP first in the crate? Omnium Gatherum is $17.99, Edwin. $17.99. Evil 20, Evil 15, Van Halen 30, Van Halen 35. Natasha on Perfume Genius, Van Halen 35, Evel Knievel 18, Evel Knievel 18, Van Halen 40. Also over here, we have Castle Storm, Jeff the Brotherhood, $14.99, and we have Garbage. Garbage is sealed, $34.99, and we have Kurt Vile, Waking on a Pretty Face. That is sealed, or Waking on a Pretty Days, $24.99 on that. And then Pantera, this is an amazing sounding record. This is $44.99. Wasp has a new bid for $29. Hoopy, you're out. The Van Halen tour book is at $45, and the last bid on Evel Knievel was Alan Hagen at $20. Cool record there. Edwin Riviera does want this record right here. Sold to Edwin Riviera. The Lamb of God autograph poster is sold to X-Wing for $100. Thank you. This is sold to X-Wing for $100. Another autograph poster down. Man, if I can make time, which is tough, what we've been doing here the last couple of days, I'm going to try to dig up another batch of autographs for tonight. If you bear with me, I probably can find any more. Let's go get another gold record. I want to sell off some of these before anything happens to them back here in the back. Let me see the next best ones I have. I think they're all presented to this guy, Terry Ellis. I've got several from Leo Sayer. Hey, there's a Jethro Tull again. Heavy Horses. That's a cool one. Australia. And then Robin Trower. It's a Leo Sayer, but it's like something to do with Australia. So here we go. Here's another gold record presented to Terry Ellis, who was presented this gold record for Jethro Tull Heavy Horses. And let's try another one. $375 start. It's one of Jethro Tull's studio albums. Heavy Horses. Gold record presented to Terry Ellis. It's a real one, and it's a $375 start. Commemorate 500 copies. RA Chrysalis Records. $375. Don't let me forget that's up for auction. It's right over here next to me. And if anybody's interested in silver, I still have silver rounds at 88 bucks, okay? Silver rounds at 88 bucks. Prospector, 1985. If you want to buy some silver tonight, I have about 120 ounces in stock, maybe 140. Okay, so that's those are available. 88 bucks on those. And then the last two records in here was Diarrhea Planet for $19.99. Tyler Childers on orange vinyl, $19.99. And we have T-Rex sealed at $29.99. We got a lot more to go through. First thing, though, is Ed Rivera got that last record, Van Halen 45, Van Halen 50. And then How Was Stacy spelled on Van Halen. And then Natasha Pickett on Garbage. Garbage over here, that's sold to Natasha. And then Alan put G23. If that's an offer, all these are sticker price. Van Halen 55, Van Halen 60, Evil Knievel 23. So auction number one over here is Evil Knievel. It's on AMH 1001. Very cool, very nice. And that has a high bid right now of Evil Knievel. Stacy just put a bid in for 23. Now it's at 25. This is a Van Halen. Let me wipe off some of the dust on my shirt. This is a Van Halen World Tour book. In the front, it says Stacy, spelled S-T-A-S-I. Excuse me, S-T-A-C-I. Stacy Little, June 9th, 1979, Dallas, Texas. Texas, January 2nd is what it says here. And there it is. It's an original Van Halen Tour book. Nice. Oh, very good shape. And the last bid was $60 of Tim Graham. And then Wasp was between Hoopy and one other person. And Hoopy just bid 30, okay? Lord just delivered another crate. Wow. That means somebody got outbid. Solarplex, you're out. Hoopy bid $30 on the Wasp, okay? There's that. And was there any other claims in here? Yes, Ryan M. on Tyler Childers. Ryan M. on Tyler Childers. That's done, okay? Jan 2nd or Jam 2. This is Van Halen. It looks like June 9th, 1979, Texas. Oh, Jam 2. Yeah, Texas Jam 2. Texas Jam 2. June 9th, 1979, Dallas, Texas. Texas Jam 2. Yeah. June 9th, Jam 2. Yeah, my bad. That might be where writing on something actually helps us even track down to where it was at. Awesome. I'm going to drink some Monster. Whew, she's brought me another crate. I don't know what to do next, honestly. All right. The only other tool I had was, what was the other one? I've only got one more after this one. I don't think I have an Aqua Lung or Benefit or anything like that. But I'll go look at the other one. But this one's a final call right now. You know what, Natasha? Let's go through that other lower crate right now. Let's do it. Let's go through it right now. Let's go through it right now as I get more Monster and sugar into my body. Oh my gosh. Whoo! What titles are in here? Oh my gosh, I'm saying that like, look at the titles that are in here. I'm dizzy. What a night this has been. I got a Van Halen autograph to do next. Don't worry, it's not Eddie, so sorry to let you down. It's not Eddie, but it is a Van Halen. I'm going to look it up right now. Almost messed it up the last time I put it up for sale because I thought it was Sammy Hagar, but it's somebody else. But while they got Van Halen bidders on, I'll run it next. Okay. Let's go down these auctions again. Did Wasp ever get another bid? He went out. This is sold to Hoopy. All right, this is sold to Hoopy, and that was sold to him for $30. In the middle is a Van Halen tour book. Van Halen World Tour. Looks like it's Texas Cotton Bowl, June 9th, Jam 2. Evil Knievel is an OG record. It was in a frame in the back. We popped it out. 1974. The disc is EX or better, and the jacket's a beautiful gatefold. Fantastic condition. Hasn't been cleaned or anything, but it's EX or better. And the last bid on Evil Knievel was John McPatriot at $35, okay? I'm going to go ahead and make another Jethro Tull gold record to buy it now. This one's $375. We've already sold one for $350. This is for Heavy Horses. Gold record, $375, okay? That's available if anybody wants it. $375 on that. Let's go ahead and get started with this crate. I'm going to put up one more question. And we have Van Halen at 90. Tony McDaniel said he also had a question on Evil Knievel. And let me go back up to the top here. Some of those Evil Knievel had a picture signed inside cover. Does this one have one? A picture signed inside of the cover. Let me look right in here. Are you talking about like an insert photograph? This does not have a signed photo of any kind. If it did, then I would have just missed it. And then I would have been like, holy crap, I missed an Evil Knievel signed photograph. If it did, I would have definitely made it the foremost part of the auction. This does not have any kind of signed photo with it. Okay? Especially if it's a real signed photo. Evil Knievel's at $40. Van Halen's at $100. Let's get started with this crate. There's some people that's on the edge of their seat. Let's go ahead and put up Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy. Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy is an 85 OG. It is a Japanese pressing, no Obi. $35 start. Lay it down. Okay? There you go. Lay down some bids. Muddy Waters, MoFi, Ultra Disc One Step, just $49.99. Wow, what a great price. MoFi, Muddy Waters Folk Singer, Ultra Disc One Step, $49.99. What a great price on that. And then Spoon, Transference. Spoon is $17.99. Rat has a bid for $35. Evil Knievel's at $40. I think it's up to just Danny Thomason at this point. Rat already has two $35 bids, and Van Halen's a final call to Corey for $100. We do have Deep Purple, Machine Head. This is a 2019, $24.99. And Nos, Illmatic. Nos is a 2012, $24.99 on that. Spoon is sold to Preston Rose. Muddy Waters is sold to Jim B. Crazy price for an Ultra Disc. Those are what, $125, $150 new. Excuse me. Franz Ferdinand tonight. Franz Ferdinand is $22.99, and the Chemical Brothers, No Geography. The Chemical Brothers is $29.99. Matt Shepard on N for Nos, and Ryan Mustaine was next. Alan Smith next on Spoon. All right. Metallica is sold for $100 to Corey Ross. Thank you on that. And let's put that right here in a new sleeve, and maybe a board and bag if I can find one. There's the bag, and let me see if I can find a board for Corey on that. We need to get that in a cardboard board if I can find one. Cardboard board, where are you, cardboard board? There's Laura's, but those we use those for, this might be too large. I've ran out. I used to have a big, maybe there's some down in here. Here we go. All right, got one right here. Awesome piece here. All right, so, yeah, I got into, I was going through records last night, digging through these tubs, and as y'all can imagine, all of our unprocessed records are covered in dust and grime and sometimes even mold. And and that's why when I'm going through these, I'm spoiled. They're already clean. They're in brand new sleeves. But man, if you're just in the back going through tubs of records, your hands, and I looked like I came out of a coal mine last night. I had stuff all over me. There was this grime and dust, and I was sneezing and coughing. So we get them out and get them clean so they're nice and pretty when we go to sell them. Okay, so first thing was we sold those, and then the next new claim is Chemical Brothers for Natasha. Alan Smith was next. Kelly Cook on Machine Head. That's for Deep Purple. And then over here we have our next. This is double signed by Gary Cherone. So this is Van Halen 3. It's a CD box set. And so he signed the Obi and he signed the Metal 10. It comes with stickers and a guitar pick. It's a pretty cool item. And so what Gary Cherone did is he signed the CD case and he signed the Obi. And it had to be authenticated twice. I've got a little bit of money tied up in just the authentication fee. And I think the other sticker's on side of the lid. So it's double authenticated. Gary Cherone, $55 start. $55 start, Gary Cherone, double signed Van Halen 3. Metal 10 box set, I guess you could call it. $55 start on that. Okay, I think we're done on Evil Knievel. It hadn't been a bid in a long time. This is sold to John McPatriot for $40. Let me get that in a new sleeve. That was a good pull over here from the random stuff, eh? Wait till you see what else I have, huh? And then Rat has several new bids. Slipknot I can do right now, but we've already sold Limp Bizkit. There was about a dozen people as soon as I went live begging for me to run Limp Bizkit. It was an unofficial pressing. And if anybody wants a new official one, I can order you one. They're $44.99. Christopher Eldridge has Rad at $40. Solarplex, you're out. Solarplex, I'll leave that up to you. Gary Cherone, double side, $55 start. And Snoop Dogg, Doggy Style. Snoop Dogg is $27.99. And we have Casey Musgraves' Golden Hour. Casey Musgraves is $22.99. That's on clear vinyl. And Arctic Monkeys AM. Arctic Monkeys is $19.99. Arctic Monkeys AM. So the next thing I have over here is Motley Crue. No, I just promised somebody Slipknot. Slipknot Iowa. Could this thing be OG? Oh, wow, an OG copy. I've only ever had a couple of these ever. OG Slipknot. So this came out in 2001, and if you were alive in 2001 and you went in a music store, you probably remember there wasn't much vinyl for sale. It was far and few in between. This is a 2001 OG with poster, EX condition, a $95 start. That's OG. Ryan M on Snoop Dogg. Still got Casey, still got Arctic Monkeys. And we also have Use Your Illusion 1, GNR, just $24.99. That's a great price on those. New are over $40. And we have the Best of the Pixies, Wave of Mutilation, $29.99. Slipknot has a bid for $95. I'm going to go ahead and make the Gary Cherone. Nobody bid early, so I'm going to go ahead and let that roll. If anybody wants to pick it up for a $55 buy it now, that's a buy it now. Double signed and double authenticated. I think I paid half of that probably to have it authenticated. And then Rat is sold for $35, and that was 40 to Christopher Eldridge. Let's move that down. Slipknot's at $95. Natasha Pickett on Arctic Monkeys. Travis Woods gets the Gary Cherone at $55. David Tate gets the GNR. And then we have Alan Smith on the Pixies. I have not sold Venom or Helix. Let me find Venom. I have over here Motley Crue. I have Savage. I have Explorer. Chemicost. Sword. Motley Crue. Enough's Enough. Keel, Black Breath, Hazard, Aussie, Alcatraz, Venom, Helix, Aussie, and then another Aussie, which is a Japanese Aussie, okay? This is a, ooh, holy moly. I need to do a double take on Aussie over here. Let me do this over here. Let me do an Aussie. I got one more place. Laura's got me the information. I've got the price over here somewhere a little bit different. I'm also just open up my phone. I forgot Ole Miss was playing. It looks like it's going to come down to the wire. Ole Miss and Miami. And then let's go over here and look up my price on Aussie. Boy, this looks like an awesome one. So let me do this and this. And give me 1 second. Whoa, whoa, yeah. Bark at the moon. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Ra-da-da-da. Whoa, yeah. Bark at the moon. Other gold records. I'm about to go get another Jethro Tull to see if he wants to bid on it. Okay, here we go. Yeah, this is amazing. Yeah, we'll start it at 125. All right, I'm going to go with this right here. 1983 OG. An 83 OG Japanese Bark at the Moon with the bonus 7-inch and the tattoo, and it's near mint minus. So, Obi, this has the bonus 7-inch, which, okay, first of all, there's the insert. This comes with a lot of stuff. There's the insert. There's the original Japanese inner sleeve. This is made for holding this. Okay, that's how they packaged it. It came in like a frame almost. That's supposed to go in there like that. Suicide solution. There's the stickers, including, I think these are legit tattoos Aussie has on his body. And then 1983 OG 125. That's now up for bid. Okay. A complete Bark at the Moon, and the vinyl's near mint minus. Iowa Slipknot is at 105, Aussie 125. We have an offer on heavy horses for 300. I sold the other one for 350. So John McPatriot, if you can help me out with postage, I'll do this one for 340. Okay? I'll do this one for 340. I already sold one for 350. And of course, I sold Billy Idol for over 400. Aussie 125, 125, 130. Here we go. I got Black Sabbath Paranoid right back into the lower crate. A 2016 $32.99 on that. And Wu-Tang, Enter the Wu-Tang, $24.99. John McPatriot said he will take heavy horses, okay? All right, that sold to him for $340. Heavy horses, the other gold record, sold for $340. And that's awesome. Let's put that over here with the others. That's sold to him for $340. And let me see what else I have over here. I think it's Leo Sayer and Jethro Tull. And then I have this awesome cream print. But before I show that, here, no, it's Robin Trower. Let's do Robin Trower next. This is a big album, In City Dreams. Once again presented to Terry Ellis. Man, that guy's collection we bought in Dallas that time, I've told you that story. The guy that kind of freaked out, he was like he was just... He could not let go of stuff. He was probably a millionaire on paper, but he was literally broke. He had so much stuff. I mean, this guy had like Rickenbacker guitars and Les Pauls, and he had Beatles albums. He had literally a platter pack full of butcher covers. But he was literally nearly homeless. But I went in his warehouse, and he had stacks of these gold records. I was trying to buy them. He had some good ones, and he wouldn't sell anything except we bought about 30,000 albums off of them, and that wasn't even his personal collection. But that's the last time I've seen any of these for sale. Until Paul bought these, this is the last time I've seen anybody that had any legit ones for sale. This is Robin Trower, In City Dreams, presented to Terry Ellis. It's a real gold record award presented to Terry Ellis. It's Robin Trower's big album, In City Dreams. It's a real one, and it's a $350 start. $350 start. That one's going to have to go off the table, but you know I have it, and it's now up for bid, okay? Robin Trower, In City Dreams. Aussie opened at 125, 125, 130, 125, 150, and we have Matt Shepard on Wu-Tang, and Ryan M was next, and Slipknot is still getting bids. Slipknot's at 130. Slipknot is at 130, okay? Wow. I just saw Ole Miss score. Sorry, I'm going to try not to get distracted by this game, but it's pretty cool, pretty close over here. We have Outcast Atelians. Outcast is a 2000s reissue. Yeah, these are hard to look up. $24.99. Outcast, $24.99. And Jay-Z Volume 2 Hard Knock Life, $27.99. Hard Knock Life. Is that what they're singing on Austin Powers? It's a Hard Knock Life. For us, it's a hard. We have Metallica, Garage Days Revisited, $19.99. Jay-Z sold to Matt Shepard. Aussie's at $155. Who was the other bidder on Slipknot? Josh Jones, you've been outbid. It's at $110 with Alan Hagen. Aussie's at $155. And we have Deftones White Pony. Deftones is $27.99. Who is Red Betty 1967? I don't recognize that handle, but you do get Aussie. Is Aussie a promo? Aussie is not a promo, no. Aussie is not a promotional copy. Christopher Eldridge next on Metallica, and then he's out on Slipknot. What about Foo Fighters here? This is a 2011, $27.99. Red Betty's Michael Snared, okay? Christopher Eldridge also gets Metallica, or it gets Deftones. And Ryan M was next. Just FYI, the gold record Robin Trower is $350, going once, going twice. Let's also go ahead and show this right here. The Clash, London Calling. Awesome Laura crate, $24.99 on the Clash. That's at a great price. Those are $40 new. I've got 3 more vintage crates of pre-owned stuff from John. I still got plenty of auctions. And y'all know how last night we went through Third Man and White Stripes records. Look what I found from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. I have a whole box of Grateful Dead 45s. There's Jerry Garcia. These are all Jerry Garcia, Grateful Dead, and Bruce Springsteen. And then I've got other stuff from Dale. I have uncovered more stuff. I might have to just start throwing some of them up for auction, but I think some of these are pretty spectacular, like possibly dozens of dollars, or possibly hundreds of dollars, especially the Grateful Dead stuff. Some of it's pretty common. I've seen them a bunch, and then some of them's pretty rare. So that's a whole box of Bruce and Grateful Dead. More stuff from, can you believe it, Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Plus, I got books and more autographs over here. This is why you got to watch this program every night. Tune in to your local Collectco station. Collectibles galore. Every night we have a warehouse full of it. It's all for sale. I just got to get it here in front of your eyes. Louis Kulik gets Foo Fighters. Tim Vigari on the Clash. Aussie's at 160, and we're done on Slipknot. We have an out and an out. Somebody else must have bid. Who else bid? Alan Hagen, you have it for 110. Unless there's an invisible bid, I got Alan Hagen at 110. He said out, but did somebody else bid? I missed it if so. 110 on that one. Let's move over Aussie. Michael Hamburger at 160. And the next thing I have is Motley Crue. We'll put it up right now. Put down Alan Hagen on Slipknot unless I missed something. Aussie's at 175 of Gregory. Yeah, the bids have got out of order. Michael Hamburger, Gregory's already at 175. And then here's Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil. Nice. It has the merch insert and it's OG. It's VG Plus, $35 start. $35 start. This is Shout at the Devil. Boy, that's a nice cover. I mean, it does have a little bit of wear, but these things are usually trashed. That is not too bad at all. $35 start on that. $35 start on that. Alan Hagen does get it priced on the DJ. I can't do them right now. So what I'll do, later tonight, I'll start looking them up. If there's buyers on, they'll have first dibs. Whatever's not, they'll be sold at auction, or I'll show them tomorrow. But, man, there could be, I mean, there's not too many in here. There's only about 20 or 30 deads, but I would be afraid to even say. I mean, it could be, one of them could be $150 by itself. They could also be $5. I don't know. We have $17.99 for who? Delta. There's a triangle on the sign. That usually means Delta. Who is this? Blood Tessa Latte? Who is this? I'm not for sure, but it's Indie Experimental, $17.99. And Gang of Four, Songs of the Free. Gang of Four is $19.99. That's called Songs of the Free. And this is Run the Jewels, $34.99. This is Run the Jewels 2. This pressing does have Gangsta Booze verse on C9. There you have it. I'm not for sure what that means, but evidently it's important. That's Alt J. This is Alt J. Thank you, Laura. Alt J is $17.99, okay? Now, right now, Aussie is at $200. Michael Hamburger's out. Can I put back the Clash? Tim Vigari, no problem. Luckily, putback fees are on sale tonight, only $1 million. That is Clash. If anybody still wants it, $24.99. Next is Motley Crue 35, then 50. And we had another 35, then a 40, then a 50. And then a shakedown on Run the Jewels, okay? And then Thomas Hujar on Gang of Four, okay? And the Outcast is still available, is Atelians. $24.99. Somebody might have asked me about Black Sabbath, and I forgot. This is a 2006 press, $32.99. So not the 2012 remasters. whatever the 2006s are. I'm not for sure on those, but there it is. All right, Hamburger is out on Aussie. This is sold to Gregory for $200. There's a lot to put back in the jacket, so let me repackage all this, and let's get right back into our other auctions. Awesome to see an Aussie like this complete, and there's that was the price of Delta Blood, aka Alt J. That was $17.99. $17.99 on that. So Motley Crue's at 50 with the first person who bid 50. Let's put this away for Gregory. It's even got the original cardboard. Whoops, let me not mess up the tattoos. Let me lay that on top. Get this like this. Let me lay this. A lot of stuff that goes with this one. All right, yes, Japanese Aussie, Japanese Black Sabbath, highly sought after stuff there. All right, there's that. All right, I'm going to officially make the Robin Trower a buy it now. I'm going to make this a buy it now for $350, okay? $350 for Robin Trower. That's In City Dreams Gold Records. So just so y'all know, there hadn't been many people say, there's been no one say out. Motley Crue was Solarplex at 50. Dave Mosley out, David Tate out, Christopher Eldridge out. Natasha gets Alt J. Awesome lure crate here. Still got 3 crates of vintage. And in the front of the John crates, the stuff I can see the band, I can see Van Halen, and I can see, what was this right here I saw? Oh, yeah, Herbie Hancock. So it looks like he's got into some good stuff. That's what happens when we start digging around in our back room. Okay, what's next? We definitely need another auction. Let me go ahead and tag... no, let's not do that. T-shirts are in, by the way. The Godfather and the other T-shirt design, those are both in. Outcast is sold to Kristen Barnett. Okay, next auction. This looks very metal. This is Explorer with EXX. Explorer Symphonies of Steel is an 86 USOG near mint minus a $40 start. And this has the original on her sleeve. Explorer is a $40 start, okay? Next thing is Too Short. Life is $27.99 for Too Short. Right back into this lure crate. Happy Endings, Old Dominion. This is sealed at $24.99. And we have Hank Williams, I Saw the Light. Hank Williams is sealed. It's a compilation, of course, $19.99. Grammy-nominated ultra-rare string quality songs from the king of country music, $19.99. All right, bizarre auction on Motley Crue. A lot of people bid, then everybody dropped off. Sold to Solarplex for $50. Sold to Solarplex for $50. Natasha gets Old Dominion. There is Explorer Symphonies of Steel. Let me put up another auction right quick, and that next auction is I think Venom's low grade. I keep forgetting about it because it's back here in the back. I think because it's low grade. We have a 1981 Italian OG. A 1981 Italian OG. Very severe cover damage. Half of the back cover is completely missing. So here's the problem. The back cover is literally been run through a wood chipper, okay? The front doesn't look too bad, but the back is VG condition. The back is really, really damaged. But the important part, the disc is not too bad. It's in VG Plus condition, and this is Venom, Welcome to Hell. So if you just want a player copy, there you have it. If you're looking for a mint, pristine collector copy, that might be the one for you. But there it is. It exists, and you can bid on it. Lewis Kulik next on Old Dominion. Chad, are you going to have any of the Cyber Army exclusive for upcoming Megadeth? We only have one Megadeth that we're offering, and that's on the white and red swirl. White and red swirl. That's the only one we're going to be getting. Moving on. This is Sufjan Stevens invites you to come on and feel the Illinois. Sufjan Stevens, the 2015, $32.99, $15 start on Venom. 15 on Venom. 15 on Venom. 1.5. 15 on Venom. SS Sufjan Stevens sold to Ivan R. And we have Meshuggah, the Violent Sleep of Reason, or Violet, $44.99. This is the Violent, $44.99. Blaine Zapnick on Hank. Venom is at $10, $15, now $20. Explorer, one more chance on this one. A $40 start. Symphonies of Steel, Near Mint Minus and Shrink and Hop sticker, okay? Let me see what else I had. So what have we been doing tonight? Autographs. Let me finish this lower crate, but let me go ahead and put up another Japanese single. What if we put up a random Grateful Dead as a teaser? Okay. How about we put up a random Grateful Dead instead of a Japanese? Foolish Heart. In the picture sleeve, Grateful Dead, Foolish Heart, a $10 start. Okay. We'll try one single there. That one's a $10 start on Grateful Dead, okay? Next thing over here, we have Death Cab for Cutie, Transatlanticism. Death Cab for Cutie is a 2013 reissue, $27.99. So folks, that's Death Cab for Cutie. Grateful Dead 10, Grateful Dead 12, Explorer 40, Explorer 41. Right off the bat, 2 Grateful Dead, a 3rd Grateful Dead, a 4th. There we go. I was going to say who was all watching. I said Grateful Dead, and they have been summoned. They walk out like zombies. We are deadheads. We are dead. They just come walking out, and then you're attacked by deadheads. NWA. NWA is $22.99. I won't read this title. I'll just let you read it. I won't read it out loud. NWA is $22.99, okay? $22.99 on that one. And we have Fun Loving Criminals, Come Find Yourself, $22 on that, okay? Now, the first thing is this. We have Venom at $15, okay? That first went to Hoopy. Then Thomas Hujar bid $20. Then Jim Earhart bid $22. Explorer did get a bid for $40. Grateful Dead $12. Grateful Dead $10. Explorer got a new bid for $41. Jason Jones, you got outbid. Grateful Dead $10. Grateful Dead $10. Grateful Dead $15. Back to turntable on Death Cab for Cutie. Yeah, Death Cab for Cutie. That's so to back to the turntable, okay? And then Kelly Vlodarchek put what? I don't know if I can even read this out loud. And then Venom 25, Grateful Dead 15, Cootie, OMG No, Mark Stanley on NWA, Grateful Dead 17, 007 second, Fun Lovin' So to Matt Shepard, Alan Smith next on NWA, then Ryan M, Venom 27, Jim B next on NWA, Matt next on Criminals. Thomas says, I never bid when I do things. Grateful Dead 25, Grateful Dead 26, and Shakedown's out. Okay, so let's figure out what just happened. I need to first of all Explorer, the last bid was $41 with Mike Straws. Jason Jones, you've been outbid, okay? Grateful Dead, Foolish Heart has a new bid for $28 with George Burleson. And then Venom. So this one has a really messed up cover. I mean, it's in poor. There's no grade for this. It's an asterisk, okay? It's an asterisk. That's all you got to put. It's just an asterisk. Now, that asterisk for this is at 27 with Jim Earhart. That's because the disc still exists, and it's actually not too bad, okay? Now Thomas has it for $28. The Grateful Dead is with George Burleson at $28. This one's Foolish Heart, near mint minus from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. And then we need to show Explorer. Symphonies of Steel is an 86 USOG near mint minus. 86 USOG near mint minus and shrink. Okay? The Cranberries, Bury the Hatchet. The Cranberries is a 2024 Record Store Day, $29.99. Sepultura, Above the Remains, official bootleg, an official live in Germany, $89, sealed on red vinyl, $34.99. Explorer, $42.43. Cranberries is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Grateful Dead's at $28 with Burleson. And the Venom is still getting bids. Chaz has it for $35. Chaz has it for $35. Next is, that's Kanye. It is $22.99. Kanye West and Ty Dolla $ign, Vultures 1, $22.99 for Kanye. Also, we have Arctic Monkeys, Favorite Worst Nightmare. Arctic Monkeys is $19.99. And Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion 2. Guns N' Roses is $24.99. Explorer, still getting bids at $45 and $46. I'm going to make sure nobody else wanted to bid on the dead. And Venom was at 35 with Chaz Gordon. And I'm going to make sure somebody got outbid that they don't want to bid again, okay? Explorers at 46. Mad Low Max on Guns N' Roses. Jim B on Kanye. Michael Hamburger on GR. That was for something that already sold, probably Guns N' Roses. Ron Duffield on Arctic Monkeys. That is sold to Ron Duffield, Arctic Monkeys. Chris Martin next on GNR, Explorer 47, Explorer 48. And then over here, we have Pantera, Far Beyond Driven. Pantera is the Rhino 2LP, sealed, great price, $34.99. Okay, George Burleson gets the first Grateful Dead here, and that's sold to George Burleson for $28. Next is Explorer at $50, and I think Venom's done. The last bid was Chaz Gordon at $35. Let's grab another Grateful Dead. This might be the best way to do it. Let's just put them up for auction, okay? Let's just put them up for auction. I know this one well. This is a Touch of Gray. Now this looks a little bit different than what I used to see. Touch of Gray is like in this poster fold out. Yeah, it's in a poster fold out sleeve, and it's on silver vinyl. Touch of Gray. And my brother Isu, E-S-A-U, Grateful Dead is a $10 start, okay? $10 start on the Grateful Dead. A Touch of Gray. That's a cool song. $10 start on that. All right, so let's keep going here. Explorers at $51. Venom's at $36. We're not done on Venom. We might not be done on Explorer. And the last thing I'm going to tell you right now is we're about to read through this lower crate one more time. We're about to go through new vintage stuff. Buy it now, best offer. Very, very cool what's about to happen right here. These are first come, first serve. New pre-owned records priced as marked. Tonight, Franz Ferdinand. This is $22.99. Franz Ferdinand, $22.99. Venom still getting bids. Now it's at $38. And then Golden Hour, Casey Musgraves on clear vinyl. Casey is $22.99. Also, The Clash, London Calling. The Clash is a 2013. That's a double LP, $24.99. Also, Black Sabbath Paranoid. That is $32.99. What Color and Conditions Meshuggah? It's coming up. Wow, nobody got too short. Life is Too Short, a 2010, $27.99. And Meshuggah is the Violet Sleep of Reason. It is near mint on gray and black splatter looking colored vinyl, and that is $44.99. We also have Sepultura, Above the Remains, and this is an official bootleg, red vinyl, limited edition, sealed, $34.99. And we have Pantera, Far Beyond Driven, sealed at $34.99. Far Beyond Driven. Okay? First thing is this. Grateful Dead got a bid for 10. That's what it opened with. And then it got a bid for 20. And then 15, then 20. And then another 10. Then another 10, and then 22, and then 25. And then Venom got a bid for 39. And then 007 Platinum on Too Short. That's sold to 007 Platinum. Too Short is sold to 007 Platinum. Grateful Dead got a bid for 30. And then Kelly Vladorchek put 100. 100. That might have not been a claim. And then we have Touchdown Miami, Grateful Dead out, Sepultura track listing for Jay Nutra. Sepultura track listing, Primitive Future, Inner Self, Escape to the Void, Sarcastic Existence, Lobotomy, Troops of Doom, Holiday in Cambodia, and Beneath the Remains. Venom has a new bid for 40. 007 Platinum on Pantera. 007 Platinum on Pantera. Next over here is what are the no bids to the left, and then Sean Miller got Pantera. Jay Nutra does want Sepultura. So let me ask you this. Are we done on Explorer? That was one of the last bids over here, okay? Explorer Symphonies of Steel. Explorer Symphonies of Steel. The last bid that came in, John Kaiser went out. This was Mike Straws at $51, and this thing is done at $51. Mike Straws has this for 5-1, $51, and that's sold. I got to start a new crate. Let me go ahead and stack this one right over here. That one is sold, and that one is full. 51, that one's done. Let me grab a new empty crate right over here. Okay, let me do that. Very busy tonight, and we still got multiple crates to go through of stuff y'all have never seen before. And soon where you can make offers, which is going to make some of y'all very, very happy. So that's sold. The last bit on Grateful Dead that came in was 30, and Venom's at 41, okay? Now, no bids. Did somebody get Meshuggah? I guess not. Find that surprising. But the first thing I'm going to show you is tonight's no bids. I have CCR Up Around the Bend and Run Through the Jungle, a Japanese single, CCR $15. Billy Joel, You May Be Right, Japanese single, $15. I have The Monkees Instant Replay. The Monkees is a Japanese pressing, Near Mint Minus and Pristine, $35. I have Elton John Blue Moves, a Japanese pressing, 2LP, $35. That's tonight's no bids. And then there's more. But wait, there's more. I've got Tyler Childers' Purgatory, autographed very nicely by Tyler, JSA authenticated, $495. $495 for Tyler Childers. The last bit on Grateful Dead was Cindy Yarborough at 30, and Cindy outbid, tied George Burleson. George Burleson already had this at 30, so Cindy, you're out. 007 Platinum gets CCR for $15, okay? Tyler's $495. It's PSA authenticated. Venom, he's out. This is sold to Thomas Hujar for $41. This is sold to Thomas Hujar for $41. We're ready for all new auctions right now. We're ready for all new auctions right now. We got Grateful Dead tied. Cindy, you tied George. He already had it at 30. What's left in here? Meshuggah, Black Sabbath, The Clash, Casey Musgraves, and Franz Ferdinand. Let's put up another auction. And that next auction is going to be Motley Crue. And this is the picture disc for Helter Skelter. The picture disc for Helter Skelter is an 84 OG limited edition picture disc. It does not have the poster or insert. It's just the picture disc. And it's going to go up for a $25 start. The Beatles song, Helter Skelter, $25 start on that. Grateful Dead 35, Grateful Dead 40. Okay? Awesome. Holy moly. Okay, I'm going to move these right over here. And here was the other stuff from the last lower crate. I'm going to condense these so I don't run out of crates or space tonight. Okay, and now let's go right over here to this. I'm going to lay that right there. I'm going to put these in here. And then I'm going to take these and I'm going to move it right into this. And I'm going to put these right in here. Now, I'm also going to show you some stuff very quickly. One second, right here. Grateful Dead's now at 40. There's Motley Crue. Let me put this right here. I have, very quickly, the new Depeche Mode that comes out Friday. Memento Mori, Mexico City, 4LP blue vinyl, $74.99. Memoirs of a Madman, Ozzy Osbourne, Greatest Hits, $38.99. The Best of Pink Floyd, A Foot in the Door, 2LP, $49.99. Aussie, Black Rain, $36.99 for Aussie. Megadeth Dystopia, $34.99. Rush, Feedback, finally in print and available. Rush is $29.99. Korn, Take a Look in the Mirror. Double LP, Korn, $34.99. Led Zeppelin Presents, Achilles' Last Stand, $29.99. True Romance soundtrack, new for this Friday, $38.99. It's been long out of print. Cheap Trick, Woke Up with a Monster, new Start Your Ear Off Right, opaque magenta vinyl. Cheap Trick, $29.99. And then we have Grateful Dead, George Burleson gets this for $40. Thank you, George Burleson. Nobody else has been on Motley Crue. That's a $25 start. Going once, going twice. Going once, going twice. Okay? And we have another metal auction to put up, and that's Enough's Enough. Enough's Enough. And Enough's Enough is a 1989 U.S. Specialty OG, a $35 start. It does have a notch back here, $35 start. Led Zeppelin 2, $29.99, a remaster. Korn self-titled, $49.99 for Korn. And then Alice Cooper Dirty Diamonds, $33.99 for Alice Cooper. And this is the new Ozzy Osbourne, Billy Morrison, Gods of Rock and Roll, $24.99. $24.99. Billy Morrison, Ozzy Osbourne, Gods of Rock and Roll, $24.99. That comes as a picture disc. That is essentially a single, and then Trouble, Run to the Light. Trouble's on Red Smoke vinyl, $39.99. That's some new stuff that came in tonight. Ozzy and Billy Morrison, Korn, Trouble, Led Zeppelin, Alice Cooper, Cheap Trick, True Romance, Led Zeppelin, Korn, Rush, Megadeth, Ozzy, Pink Floyd, Ozzy, and Depeche Mode. Next auction. It is known as the Grateful Dead. Let's do one here that looks like, ooh, I don't know if I recognize this label too often. This is, of course, from Wake of the Flood era. And this is Grateful Dead, Eyes of the World. And the flip is Weather Report Part 1. Very, very nice. Even the label has the Rick Griffin artwork on it. That's awesome. $10 start. It's in beautiful condition. Enough's Enough is in EX. And the Motley Crue picture disc doesn't have a bid yet. Okay? That's all crate of new vinyl right there. Just wanted to condense that. I'm trying to do a quick cleanup here because it's been so hectic tonight. And then there was just one more little half crate. And I can almost put it all into one, especially if we can convince about 10 more people to buy an Aussie. Grateful Dead has bids for 10 and then 30. Wow, big jump on that one already. And then over here we have Taylor Mosman's. And this is Pretty Reckless Christmas. Red vinyl, $33.99. Steve Vai, Passion and Warfare. Steve Vai, I have 2 in stock at $39.99. Static X, Wisconsin Death Trip, $39.99 for Static X. Sturgill Simpson, Rhino Reserve, Sailor's Guide, $36. Fear Factory Concrete, $39. John Prine, Sweet Revenge, Rhino Reserve, $36. The Muppets Christmas Carol, Clear Vinyl, $39. Judas Priest, Screaming for Vengeance, $33. And Black Sabbath Ultimate Collection, Gold Vinyl, $79.99. $79.99. All right, let's go through a new crate of vintage buy it now or best offer. A crate of vintage buy it now or best offer. That means you can go ahead and buy them or you can make an offer. I may accept, I may counter. If you throw out something pretty fair the first time, it moves it along a lot faster. I'll go ahead and say yes and we'll move it right along. Okay? Here we go. So Grateful Dead's already at $31. Back to the turntable wants a Sturgill Simpson Rhino. These aren't stickers, so please make sure they go in for $36.99. That's with a decimal after the 6, $36.99. Okay. There's that. All right. And now we have Buy It Now Best Offer crate. Motley Crue did not get a bid. This is the picture disc of Helter Skelter. $25 on this. All right, we got more Japanese singles, more Grateful Dead, and of course, plenty of other auctions over here. Last bid on Enough's Enough is at $40 with Travis. Sheldon Bergenhire, You've Been Outbid. The Grateful Dead single is at $31 with Robert, which means Duke Norman, You've Been Outbid, okay? And Kelly Vladicek wants the Muppet Christmas Carol. Tony McDaniel gets the Motley Crue for $25. I buy it now. So that means for make sure the Muppet Christmas Carol goes in for $39 to the Vladiceks, okay? Because they don't have a sticker on the front of it. As usual, I have no pricing gun up here tonight. We ordered 5 and we ordered the wrong ones, and we still got to ship those back, and we still have to wait for the other ones to show up. And Ken Crooker wants Trouble, Run to the Light. You got it. Wait a minute, you might have been on a wait list, Ken. I think I've already tagged you for one. Yeah, you was already on a waiting list. You was already on a waiting list. You already got one. All right. Oh, wow. Time to stretch. Holy moly. What a night already. Gold records. We've sold a lot of stuff. Posters, autographs, gold records. We've sold Hank Aaron. We've sold Bird and Magic. I still got some of these other Hollywood photos over here, but I don't really have them ready yet, like Gene Hackman and Morgan Freeman. Maybe tomorrow on those. I need a little bit more time. Photography, research, and we'll have a big Friday night, okay? Hank sold for $350 maybe. All right, I'm going to mute my mic. I meant to right then. All right. Man. Did he bid again on Grateful Dead? Final call for 31. I didn't hear back. Duke went out. This is sold to Robert Warner for 31. Enough's Enough is sold to Travis for 43. Let's put up new auctions before I get to the first record in this crate. And then we're going to do 3 in a row, all best offer. And they're all going to be new stuff. 3 in a row, all new stuff and all best offer. Okay? So, the Billy Idol Award sold. Yes, it's gone. And we've put out a couple other ones. Jethro Tull and a few others. I only one I have left is Robin Trower right now. Okay? Here's our next Japanese auction. Madonna, Crazy for You. This is a Japanese 7-inch single, near mint. $15 start on Madonna. Okay, we have a request for Keel or Helix. What was it? Let me flip through these right quick. Sword, maybe it was Keel. Keel is the Final Frontier, an 86 US Pickneyville OG, EX edition and shrink wrap. $15 start on Keel. There you have it. These are all buy it now or best offer. Bad Company, Fame and Fortune. No condition notes. Bad Company is $24.99. You can buy these or you can make an offer. 38 Special, Special Forces. 38 Specials, $24.99. And the Steele's Young Band, a sealed original. This does have a clip corner. Long May You Run. $24.99 on that. And Journey, Raised on Radio. Journey, Girl Can't Help It. Does have a few punch holes up at the top. Has the original on her sleeve, nice. $24.99, okay? Keels at 12, Keels at 15, Madonna, $15 start. So in the middle is a signed Neil Young, Live Rust. $12.75 comes with letter from JSA, signed by Neil Young. There's the letter from JSA from Dale's Pittsburgh collection, and that is a buy it now or best offer price of $12.75. I have sold many of Neil Young's. I'm down to about 10 or 15 left. It was Helix, okay, not Keel, Helix, okay. There's evidently a Helix over here. Let me find it. There it is. No Rest for the Wicked. I gotcha. No Rest for the Wicked. Helix is an 83 USOG. Unfortunately, it has cover damage at the bottom. The vinyl's VG Plus. We're only going to start it for $5. $5 on that, okay? Adam and Artie on Steele's Young for 15. Keel 15, Keel 20. Madonna has no bid, final call for 15. Duran Duran Notorious, $24.99. Looks like awesome stuff here. MC 22. If you're making an offer on Motley Crue, somebody already bought it for $25 if you're trying to make an offer on that. It's already gone. And then OC Becia, Happy Children. I don't see that as much as I do their other ones. $19.99 on OC Becia. And Alicia Bridges, that is $9.99. And Moody Blues Surlaumer. Moody Blues, $12.99. The Guess Who, all this for a song. The Guess Who is $9.99. And we have Jerry Jeff, Contrary to Ordinary. Jerry Jeff, $19.99. How about another Grateful Dead single? This time, we have a Mickey Hart promo. Mickey Hart, Pump Man, and the flip is Blind John. It's stamped November 12, 1972. A promo from the Grateful Dead collection. $10 start on that. Journey's a U.S. original of Raised on Radio. It has the original on her sleeve. It has some punch holes in it, unfortunately. Don't know what's up with 3 of them, but $24.99 on that. Helix is at 16. Mickey Hart's at 10. We have an offer on OC Becia for 15 with Willard Dunham. Let's go ahead and sell that to him for 15. And then what about Keel? It has a new bid for 16. Cindy already bid 20 though. And Madonna's a no bid, $15 buy it now on Madonna. Okay? Grateful Dead, or I should say Mickey Hart, whichever, has a new bid for $20 with Jay Beach. Hank Williams Jr. and the Cheating Hearts, Just Picking, No Singing. A white label promo in shrink wrap, $29.99. That's an earlier one there. It's in shrink. It's a white label promo. Mickey Hart's already at 20. Sully has Journey for 19. And then Matt Shepard gets the Madonna for $15 buy it now. You got it. Next thing over here is Bob Seger, Like a Rock. Bob Seger is $24.99. And Scorpions Virgin Killer, no condition note, second cover, super clean vinyl, $39.99 on that. So Keel is still at $20 with Cindy Yarborough. That's a final call. The last bid on Helix that came in was Solarplex at 16, Jim Earhart bid 17, Solarplex, you're out. Final call on the Mickey Hart promo single at $20. We have J.J. Cale, really. J.J. Cale is $29.99, no condition notes on this. J.J. Cale, $29.99. Jason, you were second on Journey. Mickey Hart has a new bid for $25 because Robert bid $21. Bob Seger sold to Adam Bernardi for $15. And we have the Decade of Decay. This is an 88 Austria press. Ronnie Urini, $24.99. Decade of Decay. I don't know a lot about that, but interesting. Over here, the Rhythm Hogs, Hangover Mornings. The Rhythm Hogs is $9.99. And this is Greasy Truckers. And Greasy Truckers is a 73 UK, $36.99. Adam Bernardi gets J.J. Cale for $22. And we have Falcon, Walk Into the Mirror. Falcon's a 1980 Canadian, $34.99. Mickey Hart's a final call to Jay Beach for $25. Our next Japanese single is from Journey. And this is Journey Any Way You Want It. That's the way you need it. And the flip is When You're Alone, It Ain't Easy. Very nice Japanese single there. That is a $15 start for the Japanese Journey. JJ, Japanese Journey. Next is the Ugly Ducklings. 1982 Canadian, $34.99. And Layla. And this is Derek and the Dominoes. Layla, a 2LP. Let's see what label it is. It is on the Red Polydor. And that has, I think some of these might be Sterling. It's either Lee Holko or Robert Ludwig, but either way, that's a really nice copy. Red Polydor label, $34.99 on that. All right, so Mickey Hart is sold for $25 for Jay Beach. Okay. Journey has a bid for $15. Helix is sold to Jim Earhart for $17. That's sold to Jim Earhart for $17. Helix is gone. Okay, Keel was sold for $20. And that $20 bid for Keel was way up here with Cindy. That's done. The Journey's at $15. And Layla is sold to Michael Butler for $32. Moving on. Our next auction from the metal bin is an 85 UK of Savage Hyperactive. Savage Hyperactive is an 85 UK EX. Zebra Records is the label. $35 start on that. Next is Elton John, The Fox. Elton John, $19.99. Hall & Oates, Pastimes Behind. Hall & Oates is $19.99. And Billy Joel, The Nylon Curtain. A gold stamp promo, $14.99. And Simon & Garfunkel, Bridge Over Troubled Water. It's a 70s, or it's a barcoded early 80s press, $14.99 on that. Journey is sold to Christopher Eldridge for $15. Let's go ahead and put that in a new sleeve. And what could be next in the Grateful Dead box? Oh boy, Mickey Hart was just sold. We have Savage at a bid of $35. And let's pull another one. Now, I think some of these are bootlegs or unofficials, okay? I think this one is, but I don't really know. This says Robert Hunter, Tales of the Great Rum Runners, sampler for Deadheads. And on the back is Garcia, sampler for Deadheads. $10 start. That might be unofficial. Next is The Who, Face Dances. It has the hop sticker advertising the poster, and the poster is included. No condition notes, $24.99. Our next auction is going to be another Japanese single, and that one is going to go up right now, and that is Obladi, Oblada, Life Goes On, and the flip is While My Guitar Gently Weeps. Nice. $15 start. Single from the White Album, Japanese, $15 start on that. Dead 10, Dead 10, Dead 15. Moving on. These are new vintage arrivals. First time showing them. buy it now or best offer, okay? Savage only has one bid for $35, and Jesus Christ Superstar, $19.99. Those were sent out as promos by Round Records. There we go. So it is, sounds like it is something official. Okay, there's that. I'm going to toss away the rest of my Subway that I didn't finish earlier. Luckily, I think I do have food up front for the post show. Here in about 15 minutes, I'm about to snack on some pistachios and do a refill, but we got records to show right now. Jean-Luc Ponty is $9.99, Cosmic Messenger, and Glenn Frey, No Fun Allowed, $19.99 for Glenn Frey. All right, let me see what I had over here in this other stack of stuff. I ended up with a lot of miscellaneous. Okay, here's an Elvis auction. So this was laying on the shelf. I thought it was one of the vinyl box sets, but actually they did this on cassette. This is Elvis Presley. It's called Elvis Aaron Presley, and it's a 4 cassette box set with Elvis art prints. This was originally released on vinyl, I think on different colored vinyl maybe. But this is the 4 cassette box. It's numbered. It's got a little bit of box damage on the back. The cassettes are nice, and it has all 4 art prints, which is, I think, is what came with it. $10 start on the Elvis box set. Cassettes. 4 cassette box set. The Beatles is at $20 with Michael Butler. The Grateful Dead single looks like it's at $17. And we have 2 more in here. Fats Domino, that's $19.99. And we have the Stone Ponies featuring Linda Ronstadt and Shrinking Hop Sticker. Nice. It's not the first press, but I've never seen that before. $29.99 for that. Savage got 1 bid with Jason Jones for $35. And then Jason Jones, I did find that overkill for you. I need to tag this to Jason Jones while I'm thinking about it. Let's tag this for Jason Jones. I finally found that last night for him. And then Grog, I think Grog is watching. Grog, can you remind me the price for this Charles Kenyard album? I need to confirm the price on that with you before we put that in the bin. But doing some digging last night, I found some stuff in the back that needed to get tagged. Charles Brown and Johnny Moore's 3 Blazers, $19.99 on that. And Edie Brickell and the New Bohemians. I haven't seen this in a while, and this album's not in print. Shooting Rubber Band at the Stars, $34.99. So right now, Elvis is at 10, and then 10, and then 12, then 15, then 16, then 20. The Jesus Christ Superstar from earlier, this is $19.99. Gatefold 2 LP. Okay, Michael Butler, you get the Beatles for $20. Blondie, Blada. Desmond in the marketplace. Molly is a singer in the band. Kelly Cook on Edie Brickell. Thank you on that. I know it's been a while. I'm going to tell you what I think, but it's marked 124. I could have swore you said 84 or 85. It's marked 124. I thought you said 84 or 85, which sounds about right, but I didn't want to tag it, and then Ed have to correct it, et cetera, et cetera. Another J.J. Cale, Shades, $34.99 on that. And John Barrymore reads Shakespeare. John Barrymore, $14.99. What about the Grateful Dead here? The last bid, George Burleson, $17. And out, so did George Burleson for $17, okay? The Elvis box, the last bid was Edward Rock at $20. That's a final call. And then tag Charles Kenyard to Grog for $85, okay? Let's find another auction, especially from the advertised stuff. And from the advertised stuff, I've got Sword. That's S-W-O-R-D. Sword. And this is Sweet Dreams, an 89 Euro OG hard rock heavy metal, $25 start. Looks like we're done on the Elvis box. It's a final call to Edward Rock at $20. The J.J. Cale is called Shades, $34.99. And then Hugh Blanc's Joyless Ones, Fate Accompli. And this is $9.99. That's unusual. Do Your Duty, Blue Money, $19.79. And Blue Money is on blue vinyl, $27.99 from 1979. And we have the Blues Shakers, Greatest Shakes, $34.99, okay? So the Elvis box is sold over here to Edward Rock at $20. The Sword already has a bid for $25. And Brewer and Shipley, Shake Off the Demon, $14.99. Our next Grateful Dead This one is sealed. Check this out. Touch of Grey, special gray vinyl single, includes a bonus track not available on either the album or CD, a full limited edition poster. So that's the one we just sold, a poster sleeve. This one's sealed. It's never been opened. $10 on the Grateful Dead Touch of Grey, and it's a sealed poster sleeve. And then coming from the Japanese bundle over here, I have another CCR, this time Green River. Bump, ra-da-da-da, ra-da-da-da-da, bump, 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 bump. That's, oh my gosh, it's on red vinyl too. See me humming and strumming over here. I turned it into red vinyl. Holy moly. CCR on red vinyl. That's got to be pretty scarce. Green River and Commotion. Don't make me do the guitar on Commotion. That's a little bit harder. It's like a ding, ding, ding. It's another Fogerty riff. $15 start on that. There we have it. Okay, awesome stuff. More vintage, buy it now, best offer. Whoa, that's a good pull. David Bowie, Ziggy Stardust, and it's an OG label, and it's beautiful. $49.99. This is Indianapolis OG 40. What a beautiful copy. Shall I say a spanking copy? $49.99. Oh my gosh. Moon Age Daydream, Starman, Suffragette City, Rock and Roll Suicide. Ziggy played guitar. Dump. Ra-da-da-da-da-da. Dum. Oh. Dum. So does Cynthia Herdron. I just got to keep humming stuff. Coins. I have 1 ounce silver prospectors at 88. I got 1 ounce gold for 4,700. Okay, Sword. It just got one bid with Jason, right? Sold for $25. Today is Bowie's birthday. I saw that. I have tapped back into my Bowie fandom after his song Heroes was used on Stranger Things. I've been listening to Heroes and Purple Rain on repeat. I mean, just over and over. I've been trying to find the records. I can't find them. You remember when we had like 3,000 copies of Purple Rain around here? I can't find any laying around this building. And all my David Bowie is stashed away at my house somewhere buried. I have a heck of a Bowie collection. I hadn't seen them in months, if not years. So I've been having to just plug up my phone to our amazing sound system here. And not between playing records. I have spun a lot of vinyl this week. I listened to the OCs for the first time. I've been playing some Al Stewart. I've been going to some of my classics. I played a blues record I found up front. I've been listening to a lot of different stuff, but I've had to get it out of my system, and I cannot find any Prince records around here, and I couldn't find any David Bowie Heroes. That's always been a tough album to get, but man, so awesome. Okay, let's go right over here. This is Richard Betts, Highway Call, with poster. Wow, I didn't know this came with a poster. Let's see what this Richard Betts poster looks like. He's in the Allman Brothers. Oh, yeah, I've seen this. Yep, ringing a bell now. I have seen that before. Richard Betts with poster, and it's got a promo sticker, 29. The prospectors are actually vintage. I've got vintage prospectors. They're 85 uncirculated. And we got them in airtights, 88 bucks. Okay, so what happened over here? Did nobody bid on the CCR red vinyl? Okay, Michael Butler did. That got mixed in with the Grateful Dead. So Michael Butler has this for $20. Red vinyl CCR, okay? Michael Butler also gets Richard Betts, okay? And then Grateful Dead, which was sealed, TSO Houston has it for $35. So final call, final call. Let's go back to our albums. We got Chemicost. And these people are, their faces are rotting off and their eyeballs are falling out. They've been exposed to some gas. This is a 2019 Belgium OG, limited to 151 on black vinyl. The cover appears to be signed by all 4 band members. $35. This band is a small thrash metal band out of Dallas, so probably that's why Laura says we don't need to get it JSA'd. I probably agree. So these signatures are good. I'll say they're good. I'm looking at them for the first time, but I highly doubt someone has forged Chemical signatures. $35 start. That's now up for bid, okay? Next over here is Alan Smith on Q. and Q was for something, or maybe that's a miscue. And then Amos Milburn is $19.99. Robert Gordon with Link Ray, $14.99. Nice. The Beatles and Shrink. Hey Jude, also known as the Beatles again. This one's around EX, $44.99. And Michael Rudolph wants one Prospector at $88. So the only thing I have in stock right now are silver bars at $88, Prospectors at $88, and then I still have a few commemoratives left at $75. Okay, CCR is sold to Michael Butler for $20. Let's get that in a sleeve. Thank you. That's sold to Michael Butler for $20. So that's my current in-stock silver. I'm going to try to stay up. I got to either go to bed early or stay up all night. I'm brokering a deal out of Chattanooga tomorrow, hopefully on a lot of silver. I probably won't even touch it. I'm just going to be on the phone. I got a guy who has invested a lot of money years ago. He's going to lock in a price in the morning. I'm going to buy it, and then I'm going to try to sell it. And I hopefully probably will be on no sleep tomorrow, but if it all goes as planned, we should do a big deal tomorrow on silver. It'll be a big day for Collectco. I've had 2 or 3 people reach out. They have a lot of silver, and they're like, Chad, I'm ready to sell. And it's a substantial amount of money. So what we do is we get it together. We lock in prices. We have to physically get it on hand. We got to check it, double check it. And then we pay. And then we try to go ahead and just get it sold. But, man, we got to be careful. Some of the market shifts are crazy right now. Okay, here's a chance at a bargain Aussie. An 83 OG Pittman. It's low grade. It's G plus, VG minus, but no feelable marks, just scuffing. So it's going to have noise, but no skips. Aussie's a $5 start. Let's pull up more Grateful Deads. Here we go. I have, this looks interesting. Old and in the Way sampler for Deadheads, and Keith and Donna sampler for Deadheads from Round Records, from Dale's Pittsburgh collection, $10 start. Back to the Buy It Now Best Offer. David Lindley and El Rayo X. David Lindley is $14.99. Amos Milburn is Chicken Shack Boogie. It's an Aladdin early 80s press, $9.99 on that. And we have, Amos Milburn, $19.99. Rick Wakeman, The White Rock soundtrack, $16.99 on that. Aussie 7, Aussie 5, Michael Butler on David Lindley, Grateful Dead 10, Old and in the Way sampler, $15. And we have, I don't know, it's a 12-inch single, looks like $9.99. It's G-Love E Dance Baby, G-Love E Dance Baby, $9.99 on that. And then we have Frank Zappa Studio Tan, $39.99. Caribbean Guitar, Chet Atkins, a UK copy, $14. Caribbean Guitar, a UK copy, $14.99. And the band, The Last Waltz, $39.99. Danko, Helm, Hudson, Manuel Robertson, with Butterfield, Clapton, Neil Diamond, Dylan, Emmylou, Ronnie Hawkins, Dr. John, Joni Mitchell, Van Morrison, The Staples, Ringo, Muddy Waters, Ron Wood, and don't forget Neil Young. This has the book with it. You got to have this. $39.99 for The Last Waltz. Clean copy and original. Michael Butler on the Chet Atkins UK. That's done. And then Chemicals did not get a bid. Unleashed Upon This World signed. Near mint, $35 on that. The last bid on Aussie that came in was the following. The last bid on Aussie was Jason Morris at $8, okay? Dave Mosley and everybody else, you're out. And then the Old and in the Way, George Burleson has it for $15. All right. Roll away the dew. Kevin LeBady said, yes, Chad, I need the band. Roll away the dew. Let's go back to our Japanese stuff. All right, next is, how about something Bruce Lee here? Bruce Lee's Game of Death. Bruce Lee's Game of Death has this insert with it. John Barry doing some of the music here. He worked with some of the James Bond movies. He worked with a lot of stuff. But a $15 start on the Bruce Lee there. Okay. Kim has an offer for $30, and let's sell that for $30. Edward Rock. Aussie is low grade, but hey, it exists. Here's another auction. And so you can tell we had a bunch of box sets in the back. box sets that typically we think they're vinyl until we open them up and we're like, oh, this isn't vinyl. This is the cassette box set. And here it is for Bruce Springsteen. Y'all know that very famous Live 75 to 85. Well, this is the 3 cassette box set. It's nice with book, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start on that, okay? Aussie's at 10. Bruce Lee is a $15 start, and Old and in the Way sampler sold to George Burleson for 10. All right, that's sold to him for 10. Nice. And we have another Beatles going up. And this one is All You Need Is Love. And this one is Odeon, very nice. And the flip for All You Need Is Love is Baby You're a Rich Man. And those are songs from Magical Mystery Tour. Okay. I'm just going to read the titles that's left in here quickly. There's 2 more crates like this to go through. And if you want to make an offer, go right ahead. Or if you need a price first, go right ahead. Okay? So, Beatles 15, Bruce Lee 15, no bids yet. Aussie's at 15, and Bruce Springsteen. We got 2 different Bruces on the board. Springsteen's a $10 start. Okay? Bruce Lee does have a bid for 15. We had Bad Company, 38 Special, Duran Duran, great titles right off the bat, and these are all still available. Buy it now, best offer. Alicia Bridges, Moody Blue Sir Lawmer, The Guess Who, Jerry Jeff, Hank Williams Jr., White Label Promo, The Scorpions Virgin Killer, The Decade of Decay, The Rhythm Hogs. This one here was Greasy Truckers, and we had Falcon, The Ugly Ducklings, Elton John the Fox, Hall & Oates, and Billy Joe. I got it for, how much did I say? George Burleson got the Old and in the Way for $15. I may have misspoke. $15 on that one. Simon & Garfunkel, Bridge Over Troubled Water. The Who Face Dances with poster. Jean-Luc Ponty, Cosmic Messenger. Glenn Fry, No Fun Allowed. Fats Domino, The Stone Ponies. Charles Brown, Jesus Christ Superstar. John Barrymore, J.J. Cale. Hugh Blanc's Joyful Ones. Do Your Duty, Blue Money. The Blues Shakers, Brewer and Shipley, Robert Gordon, Beatles, Amos Milburn, Rick Wakeman, G Love E, and Frank Zappa Studio Tan. Okay, Beatles is a no bid. All You Need Is Love, $15. Bruce Lee is sold to Red Cave Collections for $15. And I'm sure we're going to have some inquiries about some of those. So don't hesitate there. Let's put this right over here. We have first. Aussie, Red Cave had it for 15, and I want to make sure everybody, whoa, that's the second time I've almost destroyed King Diamond. Let's not do that. Okay. And so Aussie, I want to make sure everybody knows, Aussie is at 15 with Red Cave. And if you were bidding, you've been outbid. Bruce did not get a bid, $10 for the cassette box set. $10 on Bruce. Let's put him right over there. The Beatles is sold for 15 to Cynthia Herdron. Okay. And let's get that knee sleeve for her. Chip it away at some stuff over here. Next is the first question was Danny Thomason said, what was Hank Williams Jr.? This is Hank Williams Jr. and the Cheating Hearts, a white label promo and shrink, $29.99. Everything in here is best offer. Cindy put DD 15. Duran Duran sold to Cindy Yarborough for 15. Josh Brown, The Scorpions, was Virgin Killer, alternate cover, reissue, 70s press, $39.99. We have an, oh, wait a minute, flag on the Beatles. Michael Butler offered 12, and then Cynthia claimed it. Michael, you've got dibs. My bad. It will be 15, though, if you want it, okay? Sorry, I was working my way down. Matt Kamer on Amos Milburn for 10. Sell this to Matt Kamer for 10. I'm working my way down the chat. Sorry, there was a lot of activity there all of a sudden. Let me find Amos here. This here is sold to Matt Kamer for 10. And then J.J. Cale, we sold 2 out of here. We still have Shades, $34.99 on that. Okay, then we have an offer on Hank for 15. Danny asked first. Michael Butler, 12 on the Beatles. Yes, you have dibs at 15. Aussie's at 18. Willard Dunham offered 20 for Zappa, sold. Aussie has a bid for 20, and Adam Bernardi gets the Ugly Ducklings for 20. Danny gets Hank for 20, and the Beatles is sold to Cynthia for 15. Okay? Aussie's at 20. Christina, you're out. Let's do another auction. This is Black Breath. Black Breath, Sentenced to Life is a 2012 USOG hardcore thrash crust death metal. EX, just a $10 start on that. More Grateful Dead. Let's see what we got here. We have, I've got a couple duplicates and stuff we've already sold. Let me see here. Huh. Okay. The Grateful Dead, The Music Never Stopped, and Help on the Way. I don't recall ever having that one. From Blues from Allah, beautiful condition. Grateful Dead, $10 start on that. Okay. Stone Ponies was original on a Capitol Rainbow label from the 60s. This is an orange label reissue. Very cool, though. Some great music here. Early Linda Ronstadt. It's on the orange Capitol Shrinking High price tag. It is $29.99. JJKL20. Go ahead and sell that to Danny for $20. I'm making deals. That's what I do. Aussie is sold to Christina Curtis for $22. That's sold for $22. Grateful Dead already has bids for $10 and $15. Black Breath is a $10 start. Let's shift those over. And let's pull up. Let's do another Japanese single. I've been through the desert on a horse of no name. It felt good to get out of the rain. And everybody I meet's from California. America, $15 start. Okay. There's that. Taylor Swift is $3,000. ACM Red Promo. Neil Young is $1,275. That's signed by Neil Young. Hard Day's Night is $7,500. It is in US dollars because it is signed by Paul McCartney. It is signed by Paul McCartney. Grateful Dead is at $16, and then SP for $25. This is sold to Kevin LeBeatty for $25. Okay, and then over here we have signed Aussie as well, still available. Last one in stock. Silver and gold back here, and then Shirley Eaton. All right, there we go. All right, let's keep going over here. Lord's already sent me pictures for tomorrow's auctions. I've got a bazillion text messages on my phone over here. And we're good to go. Okay, so let's go through right into another crate of new vintage buy it now best offer. Roll away the dew. Roll into another crate. Dun, 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 dun. Chick, chick, dun, 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 dun. Come on, Jet. I bet already getting ads for the new McCartney Amazon and Prime or something's doing a new thing, and it looks awesome. And I told Tanner, I sent him the link the other day, and I said, Tanner, I'll have to take a vacation day on February whatever. They're dropping this new documentary about Paul McCartney, Life After the Beatles, and he was personally involved in the making of it. So unseen footage, interviews, and just crazy. Jerry Jeff. Jerry Jeff from the last crate was Contrary to Ordinary, I believe. And that was over here. Contrary to Ordinary is $19.99. Just so y'all know, the front part of our store has been marked down to a $2 discount outlet, probably through spring. Every day we're adding $2 records, $2 books, $2 CDs, $2 about everything. Of course, there's other stuff of their price. There's comics and toys and other stuff like that. I got a few blankets to tag. We have people on a waiting list. Let me just go ahead and show it. This is Motorhead blanket, Motorhead England. It's a 60 by 80 Sherpa fleece blanket. That's $79.99. If you give me 1 second, I'll start pulling those up. I got some cool ones, though. That's for sure in stock if anybody wants one. We're about to go through a new Buy It Now Best Offer crate. Right now, the Grateful Dead, the last bid was Jay Beach at $17. Yep, looks like Jay Beach at $17. The America got one bid with Michael Butler. Let's go ahead and sell that to him for $15. And then Black Breath is at $20 with 007 Platinum. And I think we're done on that one, okay? Because he's out and he's out. All right, nice. Let's put this away. And the $2 store, call it a pop-up. Yeah, that's I've been meaning to. I made one post this morning, but I really got to get the word out. Like, hey, we're a $2 music outlet for at least a few months to help make space and us get our project under control here. So, I mean, we are letting go. John looked through some of the stuff I put out. He said, man, you're being a lot more liberal with this stuff than I am. I said, John, we got to get this stuff out of here. I mean, I put out some pretty dang good stuff for $2. I think that's why we sold so many today. So Grateful Dead is sold to J Beach for 17, and Black Breath is sold to 007 for 20. All right, well, we got another Aussie, and I got another auction over here called Hazard. So let's see what's going on with this. This is Hazard. Hazard is an 84 Euro OG, Mausoleum Records, EX, $15 start on that. And then Aussie Blizzard of Oz. Aussie Blizzard of Oz is an 81 Terre Haute G+. Play tested, it's definitely very noisy, but the feelers did not skip. So another low-grade Aussie, pretty beat up, just a $1 start, okay? JJKL10, I'll do, or Jerry Jeff. I'll do Jerry Jeff for $15. Here's another Grateful Dead, and this one is a white label promo, and this is Sugar Magnolia and Mr. Charlie, a white label promo, $10 start on the Grateful Dead, okay? There's that. Everything in this crate's buy now best offer. Now, I'm going to go ahead and show Bruce right now. So here's the 5 LP vinyl box set, $49.99. And then I've got the cassette box set right here for $10. And we have the rare 8-track box set listed on Discogs. They also made this on 8-track, and we have that listed on Discogs. I think it's a few $100s. So tonight, you could own all 3 of them, the CD or the cassette, the LP, and the 8-track. I don't know if they did it on CD. Surely they did, but there it is. Okay, Aussie has a bid for 5. Hazard's a $15 start. And the best of the drifters, Under the Boardwalk. We'll be having some fun. And then we have the 4 Tops Greatest Hits, $19.99. Sugar Pie Honey Bunch. I can't help myself. Baby, I Need Your Lovin'. Those are classics. $19.99. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits. How Does It Feel Like a Rolling Stone? That's on the original Columbia 2i label. Everything in this crate should be EX or better. So they're already cleaned. They're good to go. And you probably won't have any regrets buying these, okay? Bernadette's a great song too. Love that one. Supertramp, A-side is Breakfast in America, a classic from Breakfast in America album. Next Japanese single, $15 start on that. I have 20 Monster Hits. That's a double LP compilation, $19.99 for that. And Special EFX Mystique, $9.99 on Special EFX. And Scorpions Worldwide Live. This is a double LP, really clean, OG, $44.99. The Grateful Dead's at 19. Aussie's at 7 with William Drugovich. Everybody else is out. Final Call and Hazard and Supertramp, a $15 start. Bob Seger, Against the Wind, $19.99 for Bob Seger. Also, Jeff Beck with the Jan Hammer Group, $19.99 with Jeff Beck. And Jerry Jeff Walker, Cal Jazz. Don't get that one as often. $19.99 for Cal Jazz. Jerry Jeff Walker. And the Beatles, Something New. What is John doing putting out Beatles records? He's not supposed to be putting out nice Beatles records. $59.99 for Something New. This is the 3rd one of the night. Boy, that is nice for that record. That's an OG Los Angeles, $59.99. And a Dead in the Bin. Grateful Dead in the Bin. Grateful Dead in the Bin. Grateful Dead in the Bin. What a long, strange trip it's been. $54.99. The Grateful Dead. What a long, strange trip it's been. Double LP compilation, $54.99. Hazard's a buy it now if anybody wants it. It is a $15 buy it now. Hazard. $15 buy it now on Hazard. I'm going to put that right over here. Grateful Dead is at 19. George Burleson, you're out. J Beach is done. Supertramp is a buy it now for $15. Aussie's at 9. And Willard Dunham timed that like perfectly. That's sold to Willard Dunham for $15. All righty. Okay, here we go. And then over here, we have the following. I have Legendary Cookie and the Cupcakes, $34.99 on that. And Volunteer Jam 3 and 4, Charlie Daniels, and this is a white label promo, $39.99. White label promotional copy for that. Okay, I'm going to make sure George Burleson's done on the Dead. Robert Warner has it for 19. Final call. Here comes our next Japanese single. Speaking of McCartney, Waterfalls. And check my machine. Waterfalls should be from McCartney 2. No. Yeah. I think. $15 start. Yeah. Yeah, McCartney 2. Yeah, McCartney 2. Single, a Japanese single. Waterfalls, very cool. That's not how the picture sleeve looked in the U.S. I don't think there was one. $15 start on that, okay? There's Macca, Japanese single. Next is Danny offered $25 for both. Okay, sell this to Danny for $12.50, and then sell this one to Danny for $12.50. $12.50. Okay. $12.50. That's done. First thing is this. This is another Buy It Now Best Offer bin. New vintage stuff, Buy It Now Best Offer. Aussie 10, Aussie 10. First, Scorpions, $40. Sold to Jay Nutra. Jay Beach offered $35 on long strange strip. Done. Sold. And then Grateful Dead is sold to Robert Warner for $19. And then Aussie. The last bid was Dave Mosley at 10. Paul Nordstrom, you tied him. Jason Morris, you're out. Macca's a $15 start. The Best of Lee Ritenour, $9.99. And Kid Creole and the Coconuts, $19.99 for Kid Creole. Elton John, this is his self-titled debut album for here in the United States. This is Your Song. Original uni label, $34.99. Our next auction is Alcatraz. And Alcatraz is an 83 USOG. VG condition on Alcatraz. No parole from rock and roll. $15 start on that. I have Chick Corea, My Spanish Heart. Chick Corea is $19.99. And the Guess Who flavors. The Guess Who is $14.99. And Bob Dylan's Planet Waves. Dylan is $24.99. Diana Ross, last time I saw him, Diana, $9.99. Okay, so in the back we had a Derek and the Dominoes CD box set, and it was missing one of the CDs, and it was the main CD. So maybe a bad thing, but the good thing is these are the bonus CDs with the jam sessions and the alternate masters, jams, and outtakes. So this was a CD box set for Derek and the Domino Layla. They're brand new. The box was like damaged and it was missing, so we just tossed the box and we kept these two pristine discs, which are the bonus tracks for Layla from that box set. Derek and the Dominoes, $10 start. That's now up for bid, okay? A for $15 for Alcatraz. We got George Harrison, 33 1/3, $24.99. And Chase is $9.99. Let's make McCartney a $15 buy it now for Waterfalls. Alcatraz, $15. What about Aussie over here? The last bid on Aussie was $11. We started Aussie at $1, and we've had bids for 1, 1, 5, 5, 10, 10, 5, 7, 7, 8, 8, 8, 9, 10, 10, 10, 11, 11. Jason Morris has it for 11. We're getting there. Everybody else is out. Alcatraz is at 15. And Los Lobos by the Light of the Moon. Los Lobos is $14.99. Al Green, Call Me with Hop Sticker. Here I Am. That's pretty cool. The shrink's a little torn. It actually has a piece of tape on the shrink. $26.99 for Al Green. Final Call on Aussie for $11. Donovan, Early Treasures. Donovan is $9.99. And George Thorogood Live. George Thorogood, $19.99. Dave Mosley says, I have it at $21. If you've bidding 21, that would be new to me. Right now, I'm showing Jason Morris at $11. He bid 11, and then you bid 11. His bid came in first. Next is Journey Infinity for $19.99, and we have Genesis self-titled, $19.99 for Genesis. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Fly into the, I don't think he says fly, but I think y'all know what's next. Danger Zone. This is a Japanese single from, first single from Top Gun, Kenny Loggins' Danger Zone. Wow, the label is blank on one side. Is it single-sided? It looks like it is. Wow. Yeah, I don't think that has grooves. A single-sided single from Top Gun. $15 start for Danger Zone. That's now up for bid, okay? Now Aussie's at 12. Now Bruce, 12. Aussie 13. What was before Genesis? Aussie 12. Derek and the Dominoes, $10, okay? Sell these two Derek and the Dominoes CDs to Sully for $10. Those are sold. Alcatraz got one bid. That's $15, and that is sold for $15. Two Red Cave Collections. Now you know Top Gun or Danger Zone or Kenny Loggins is a $15 start. Now Aussie's at $15. Before Genesis was Journey, $19.99 for that. So now we got Aussie at $15. It's getting there. One of y'all should just go ahead and bid like $50. I guarantee that'll do it. Jerry Jeff is $19.99. Jerry Jeff Walker. And we have Neil Young, Time Fades Away. Neil Young is $34.99. Time Fades Away on Neil Young. And we have Van Halen, Women and Children First. And The Cradle Will Rock. And I say rock on. Next is Terry Gerhardt on Journey. And then we have Simple Minds, Once Upon a Time. Simple Minds is $34.99. And Bad Company, Run with the Pack, $24.99. We're ready for another Grateful Dead single. And that next one is going to be... Let's do Jerry Garcia, The Wheel. Jerry Garcia, The Wheel. And Deal. Deal is on one side, The Wheel's on the other. It's a pristine, unplayed... white label promo, $10 start on that one, okay? Terry Gerhardt on Journey, we pulled that. Springsteen, the box set is $49.99. And then Greg Brummett on Neil Young. And over here, we have Van Halen 5150, $44.99. Okay, Aussie is an OG, but it's in very low grade. It is G+. It has feelable marks that did not skip. They play tested the whole album. It could skip on your turntable, but it's low grade. It's low grade. Look at all the bids roll in for Jerry Garcia. Holy moly. Okay, so we have over here, Greg Brummett got Neil Young. Buddy wants to know what the coins are. Coming up, Jerry Garcia 10, Jerry Garcia 10, Jerry Garcia 15, Jerry Garcia 17, Jerry Garcia 18. Adam Bernardi gets Bad Company for 15. We got two different Van Halens. We got Women and Children First for 39, and we got 5150 for 44. Okay? All right, there's that. And we have... okay, so let's make Kenny Loggins Danger Zone. A single-sided Japanese for 15. I still got Macca for 15. I'm going to grab sleeves for both of these right quick. There we have it. Roll away the dew. All right. There's that. And then let's put Macca over here. Okay. And I'm just going to read what's left in this crate, and then we're going to go into another one. Buddy Johnson, here's the chance. What I have available right now, silver. I got the 1985 Prospectors, $88. $88. Now, I did offer one price break. It's a pretty big discount. You can save $60 if you buy 20 for $85 a piece. Okay, that's the only way I'm going to discount these. So I can sell you a whole roll for $1,700. If you buy 1 to 19, they're $88. 1 to 19 are $88. If you buy 20, I've got them at $1,700, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rolls of them. I've got 7 brand new rolls of them. Okay, that's a brand new roll, 20 of them, and otherwise individually $88. We just sold one a moment ago. On top is 1 ounce gold, which is $4,700. Okay, I've got that right there at $4,700. Still got it. Been showing it for a few days now. Okay, Aussie has a new bidder and a new bid. It is still getting bids. Dave Mosley, the new high bidder is Victor Guerra at $16. Jerry Garcia's at $32. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. And I'm about to read you the titles that's left in this crate. If you need a price, let me know. If you want to make an offer, go right ahead if you already know the price. I've got one more new vintage bin to flip through, and then we're going to start doing some recapping. And I can't believe it's already 11:30. That's blown my mind. These busy nights get really busy, and time starts flying by. It's crazy. It's already 11:30 tonight. Okay, I got Bruce Springsteen, the live box, or I've got the cassette box. I've got the cassettes for 10, the vinyl, I'm asking 50 or best offer. The Best of the Drifters, the Four Tops Greatest Hits, Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits, 20 Monster Hits, Special EFX Mystique, Bob Seger, Against the Wind. We have Jeff Beck with Jan Hammer, The Beatles, Something New, very nice copy. The legendary Cookie and the Cupcakes, Charlie Daniels, White Label Promo, 3 and 4. The Best of Lee Ritenour, Kid Creole and the Coconuts, Elton John, Chick Corea, The Guess Who Flavors, Bob Dylan, Diana Ross, George Harrison, Chase, Los Lobos, Al Green, Donovan, George Thorogood, Genesis, Jerry Jeff, Simple Minds, Van Halen, and Van Halen. Chick Corea Spanish Heart. Chick Corea is $19.99. Final Call on Jerry Garcia, Ron Mustaine, Near Mint Minus, and Pristine White Label Promo. Aussie is sold to Victor Guerra for $16. Okay? Ron Mustaine put Beck. That was Jeff Beck with Jan Hammer, and that was right here for $19.99. We have Jazz Grog, 13 on Chick Corea sold, and then condition on 20 Monster Hits, and then somebody want to know the track listing. Let me tell him the condition first. No condition notes. It's a Columbia Treasury, and it looks like it would pass at around EX, but John passed it as EX or better. Yeah, it's not bad at all. No condition notes on this one, okay? Now, the next thing is Willard Dunham said Dylan 15, the live one. Did I pull the right Dylan? I hadn't pulled a Dylan yet. There's a live Dylan in here? Let's see here. Live Dylan. I know there's Dylan Planet Waves. Live Dylan? Is Planet Waves live? I don't think this is live, is it? This is not. Yeah, it is. No? Is this live? It's Bob Dylan with the band. If that's the one, let me know. Planet Waves for Willard. Okay, and then we sold Chick, and then this, and okay. And then over here. Did Jerry Garcia get a new bid? It didn't. You're the high bidder, Ryan, at 32. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to you. That's sold to you for 32. I do have fractional gold. We might can get to that a little bit later tonight. We've been having a couple people, those 1/1000th pieces, we've had 2 local people come in and they just keep buying them every time we put them out. Tanner has filled back up the showcase 3 times. The blue one. Okay, this is also studio. This is not a live album. This is this. Now this is, I might have to counter you on this one. I'll do this one for... Let's do this one for 20. It's on the original label, but that is studio as well. That's his greatest hits, okay? Diana Ross was $9.99, but I do have some of those fractional 1/1000th left before they're gone, okay? And then Flavors for 15. What happened to that? Flavors? That's Guess Who, sold Adam for 15. Okay. Did I miss anything else? If not, we're ready for new auctions. Okay, let's get back into the Grateful Dead box. A lot better doing it this way than maybe having to check them all tonight. Let's put up another promo. Actually, let's do another Jerry Garcia. Sugar-E and Eep Hour. I think Sugar-E's the A side on that one, but I'm not for sure. Nice in the original company sleeve. $10 on that. And then, yeah. So, Monster Hits. It is $19.99. We've got Santana Evil Ways. I'd love to change the world 10 years after. Time of the Season, the Zombies and the Birds, Turn, Turn, Turn. Well, that is amazing. And then we have Chicago Beginnings, Red Bones, The Witch of New Orleans, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, You Make Me So Very Happy, Argent Liar, and He Ain't Heavy, He's My Brother. Nice. And then disc 2 is Ronnie Dyson, If You Can't Make Love to You, Then Why Can't I Touch You? Billy Joe Royal, Cherry Hill Park, Young Girl, Gary Puckett, The Adrisi Brothers, Never My Love, Mac Davis, I Believe in Music, Mark Lindsay, Arizona, Christy, Yellow River, Free Movement, The Harder I Try, The Buckinghams, Hey Baby, They're Playing Our Song, and More Yesterday Than Today, The Spiral Staircase. Jerry Garcia, 15 and then 17. Okay? It was in that bundle. Okay. Yeah, so let me know if you... I can't remember what pressing was in your bundle, though, but this is on the original label. And if I had the poster, it would be 3 times as much. Okay, I'll see what I have in gold in just a second. But first, I need to grab another crate. If anybody decides you want anything else in there, let me know. This is pending to Willard. And did I not pull Diana? Sold to CC Allen for 7. Almost forgot. And there's this. If John Griffin or Sully decides they want to make an offer. And then Jerry Garcia's at 19. All right. And if you're interested in Bruce, don't hesitate to make an offer. We have no telling how many of those in this building. So I think John just stickers them and is like, here they are to make an offer. All right, here's another CD box set I found in the back. No, another cassette box set. Linda Ronstadt with Nelson Riddle. And there's the original Obi that came with it. It's a 3 cassette with book. And Round Midnight, Linda Ronstadt, a $10 start. Okay? $10 start. $17.50. Okay. Sell this to Willard for $17.50. Dylan is sold. And 20 monster hits. Jim B is begging for me to put something up where he can make some money on it. That's why he's asking for $6.99 and half off nonsense. He's asked about 12 times in a row. $6.99, half off nonsense. A Laura crate for $1 a piece. Chad, I'm over here. They've repossessed my car. I'm behind on my mortgage. I need you to please, for the love of all things good and holy, put something up for a steal where I can get some bills paid. Otherwise, I'm going to be sitting in underneath a bridge or a van down by the river. Jim B, you're going to have to hopefully hold on to your horses a little bit longer and maybe consider a second job. Okay, we have over here Jerry Garcia at 19 with George Burleson. Linda Ronstadt, cassette box is a $10 start. I've got 20 monster hits if anybody wants it. And Ryan Mustaine needs to put back Jeff Beck, and he's going to pay the $1 billion restocking fee. Okay, $1 billion restocking fee. He said just charge it to as a card. Won't be a problem at all for him. All right. Jim B is like, Chad, please, buddy, I am begging you. I need you to put up some of those sealed $99 records for $6.99 so I can grab them. And I have to get some of these bills paid, man. I've got it up to my neck. First thing I'm going to do right here is go through this crate, buy it now, best offer. Men Without Hats, Rhythm of Youth with Safety Dance. You can dance if you want to. An 80s original, $34.99. This looks interesting. It's the Monkees, a 20. No, it's not. It's Leo, Gemini, Capricorns, and Jones, the mystery band. It's a sealed indie rock album for $24.99. And the the Circle Neon with a big chunk out of the cover, $12.99, original Columbia 2i label. Jerry Garcia is sold to George Burleson for $19. Linda Ronstadt is a buy it now for $10. And we have another auction. Check this out. This is from Douglas 7, Howard Wells and Jerry Garcia, Southside Strut. And the flip is Howard Wells and Jerry Garcia, Uncle Martin's. On Douglas 7, it's a promo, $10 start on that. Men Without Hats is sold to Ryan Mustaine. You can dance if you want to. Let's put up a Japanese single. On a Dark Desert Highway, Cool Wind in My Hair, Pretty Maids All in a Row, and the Eagles, Hotel California. $15 start on that. Jerry Garcia, $10 start. $15 on that. I've had allergy problems ever since I've dug around in the back. And here we go. No Sweat by Blood, Sweat, and Tears. $14.99 on that. Jerry Reed, Nashville Underground. Don't see that one as often. Jerry Reed, $29.99. Like his hat there. I can't pull that off, but he could. $29.99 for Jerry Reed. And Al Di Meola, John McLaughlin, $19.99. Friday night in San Francisco. Cool and very clean for $19.99. We also have the button-down mine of Bob Newhart, $12.99. The Linda Ronstadt is a 3-cassette box set of Round Midnight with Nelson Riddle. 3-cassette box set, $10. I got McCartney for 10. Japanese, I got Danger Zone for 15. Japanese, the Jerry Garcia has bids for 10, 10, and 11. The Eagles is a $15 start. And far as albums, I have some other stuff over here. Let me dig around. Roll away the dew. I got Grateful Dead stuff in my head now. Who was this? This was Duke Ellington, Beyond Category, okay? Duke Ellington, Beyond Category. And is this CDs, cassettes, records? What is this? This is Duke Ellington. Okay, now it's not missing a CD. That's just the way it's made. Okay, it's not missing it's only a 3 CD box. Duke Ellington is a $10 start. It's called Beyond Category. Duke Ellington, $10 start. Now we have Jerry Reed. We got an offer for 20 with 007. Let's go ahead and sell that. The Eagles has a bid for 15, and Jerry Garcia is at 12 of Jay Beach. Next is Elvis. He Walks Beside Me, $12.99 for Presley. And then the Zenith Circle of Sound, that is sealed for $19.99. Stereo instrumentals. A lot of this is used sometimes for demonstration or test records, sealed for $19.99. And Blues Project is $9.99. That's on the Pickwick label. We have Duke Ellington with a $10 bid. And this is this is Merle Haggard, tribute to Bob Wills, $14.99. And The Graduate, songs by Paul Simon and Simon & Garfunkel, $19.99. Carly Simon, No Secrets, $9.99 on Carly Simon. And a good place to pause here. This is a soundtrack that Pink Floyd did, the soundtrack to the film More, $39.99. Garcia's at 14 from Hooter Roll. That's a final call to Robert Warner. I'm going to make sure George Burleson doesn't want to bid. Eagles final call 15 and Duke Ellington 15. Is the 3-back bundle price on the 20-plus coins also reflect retrospectively for the week? I felt like I'm answering something at a legal proceeding. Let me say that I'm going to pass on your question. Carly Simon is sold to Sully. And then over here in the back, I have Elvis. Any extras with Elvis? He Walks Beside Me has the original inner sleeve with it. And Elvis is $12.99. Just the original inner sleeve. $12.99 on that one. And we also have, creamed Israeli gears, $34.99. It's a 70s reissue on RSO, but really clean, $34.99. Duke Ellington is sold to Sully for $10. TSO Houston gets the Eagles for $15. Let's put that in a new sleeve. And that is right here. And then Jerry Garcia is sold to Robert for $14, and Levi wants Elvis. Prices on silver is for at the moment. I usually do them at least through the night. And it could go up or down. And sometimes I change my mind on the fly, especially if I'm checking current market prices and I don't realize what's happened. So my policy on silver is at the moment. And it's subject to change at any time. I could go up, down, or say that I don't even want to sell it anymore. So I would say silver is guaranteed at the moment. After that, I can't guarantee you anything else on price. More or less, any kind of deal. I could say no, maybe. Grateful Dead, Foolish Heart, $10 start on Grateful Dead. We had one of those earlier. There's another really nice one. And then Levi does get the Elvis. I've already pulled that. And Ryan Mustaine wanted Al Di Meola. I don't think I ever did see that. There it is, Friday. I got you. Okay? Friday sold to Ryan Mustaine, Otis Rush, and Magic Sam, and other takes, 56.58, $34.99. I'm going to say my prices on silver could go up. It's rarely going to go down, regardless of what the market's done, unless it's just took a dive. Most of the stuff, I'm holding, I think for a vintage prospector or the commemoratives, like anything of that, I think it's very fair right now. Unless it just like totally collapse, it's not going to go down. I'm probably not going to change the negative way. Merle Haggard, $9.99. That's sold to Jason Morris. I told the same guy that's going to try to sell me 1,500 ounces in the morning. He already lost $10,000 from the offer I made him on Monday. Since Monday, he's already lost $10,000. He wanted to wait till Friday, and my offers went down by $10,000. It looks like he's still going to sell on tomorrow morning, but he has so much silver. Waiting a little bit too long has cost him a tremendous amount of money. So sometimes you got to pull the trigger quickly, and it could go up or down. You could sell at a bad time, and you could have made another 10, but I don't know. It's crazy right now. Prince, $19.99. It's $49.99. That's an Allied pressing. And Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits. Jimi Hendrix is $34.99. This is a German press. Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits, $34.99. And Fleetwood Mac Tango on the Night, $24.99. So right there in a row is 3 beautiful records. Fleetwood Mac, Hendrix, a German press, and an OG Prince. Those are nice. Okay, and then right back here, we have Otis Rush, and this was right here. What was that? Let's go back and find it. Did somebody already buy it? What just happened? What is the Otis Rush? Otis Rush and Magic Sam. It's on the Fly Right label. The other takes 56 to 58. 1980 UK, $34.99. Grateful Dead has one bid for $11, going once, going twice. Our next Japanese auction is a Japanese single of Footloose. $15 start for Footloose, Near Mint Minus, and Pristine. And let me go visit my other pile where I've been pulling some of these CD boxes out of. Okay, we got some Elvis fans on, so how about this right here? All right, look what I got, look what I got. Found this in the back. Okay, I got, let's see. Actually, let me do it like this. Okay, I hadn't used a binder in a while. Brings back nightmares of school. Whew. Glad I don't have to put up with that anymore. Oh gosh, school. What a waste. Okay, over here we have Beatles. I'll do those later. These are Elvis cards. Very nice. Elvis Presley trading cards. Over here we have the Beatles. Elvis, excuse me. This is Elvis, not the Beatles. These are from that 70s trading card series. How many do we totally have here? This is a page of 9. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 9 times 7, 63. 66 cards. 66 cards, Elvis cards, a $25 start. Okay? Those are now up for bid. And next is Rolling Stones Tattoo You, $34. And if it wasn't for school, I wouldn't be able to do that math I just did that fast in my head. $34.99. Mastered by Bob Ludwig, the Rolling Stones Tattoo. I know a lot of people my age, and you say, what's 9 times 7? And they're like, dude, I don't know. Don't ask me stuff like that, Chad. You know I can't do math. $34.99 for the Rolling Stones Tattoo You. And Chad Atkins, the Guitar Genius. This is in shrink wrap, $9.99. $9.99 for Chad Atkins. And, ooh, this might be a real Stone Ponies. It is. This is a 67 Scranton, $39.99. The Stone Ponies. The Grateful Dead over here is sold to Jay Beach for $11. And nobody bid on Kenny Loggins. It's a $15 buy it now. Kenny Loggins, a $15 buy it now. That's for Footloose, Cut Loose. Elvis cards, $25 start. Over here, that's a complete set. It was a 66 card set from 78. Wow, I didn't even pay attention to that. Are these in order? They are. 1, 2, 3, 9. This is a complete set. Nice. Hey, for once, Jim B has helped me out. This is a complete set. It looks like they're numbered 1 through 9, 10 through 18, 19 through 27, 28 through 36, 37 through 45, 46 through 54, 63 through 57, and 64 through 66. There it is, okay? Now, this is those, and that is a that is a $25 start, okay? There's that, and then Fleetwood Mac, $35. Now, Mark V's, the Fleetwood Mac in here was only marked $24.99. Fleetwood Mac, Tangle in the Night is $24.99. And then Adam Bernardi on Stone Ponies for $30. Stone Ponies for $30, and I'm going to go ahead and take your offer, okay? There's that. And then over here, we have Little Richard's King of Rock and Roll. Little Richard's is a 1971, $26.99. Okay, $26.99, 1971. And then Messenger. Messenger is a 1982 hard rock album, $39.99. $39.99. And then over here we have Hot Cracker. Hot Cracker is $14.99. And Buddy Miles Express, $24.99. And we have Mike and the Mechanics, a classic, solid running Mike and the Mechanics, $14.99. Take Fleetwood Mac. Okay, Fleetwood Mac. Yeah, these are, sometimes these are marked a little bit higher. I gave John a couple price adjustments for some records. These do demand pretty good money sometimes, but I'll go ahead and sell it to you on that. That's sold to Mark Visa sticker. And over here, we have Todd Rundgren's Utopia, $9.99. Buddy is sold to Adam Bernardi for $15. And we have Nice and Slow, Jesse Green. Oh my gosh, what a cover. Nice and Slow, Jesse Green, 1977 UK, $19. Okay, now let's go back over here. Nobody bid on the Elvis cards. You can buy the whole complete set for 25 bucks. There they are if anybody wants them. Let's jump over here. We have a Beatles record in the last crate. Let's sell that to Cynthia. And over here, this is sold to Cynthia. And this is sold to Cynthia. And this is sold to Cynthia for $45. Okay? This is sold to Cynthia for $45. That is sold. And then there's that. And over here, we have Brotherhood. Brotherhood is a 1978 sealed, $34.99. And Bob Dylan Self-Portrait, 1970 Pittman, $44.99. That is Bob Dylan Self-Portrait, $44.99. Okay? I also have Fat Larry's Band Breaking Out. Fat Larry's Band's at 82 UK, $34.99. And the band, Music from Big Pink, the band, Music from Big Pink is a yellow, that's green. That's a classic. Haven't seen a nice copy of that in a while. $36.99. And Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Hold On, a 1987. And this does have We'll Go Fishing in the Dark, an 87 original sealed, $39.99. And Bill Evans Trio, Time Remembered. Bill Evans Trio is an 83 press, $64.99. Bill Evans Trio. Next auction. Don't let me forget about the Grateful Dead stuff. How about a classic? Truckin'. Grateful Dead. Truckin'. And the B-side is Ripple. It's nice, and Grateful Dead is a $10 start. That's up for bid. And then over here, Mike and the Mechanics for $12. Let me see what that one was marked. I'll do Mike and the Mechanics for $12. So does Cynthia Herdren. Also, we have Johnny Paycheck, Armed and Crazy. Johnny Paycheck is $24.99. And We Be Sailing, B.W. Stevenson. B.W. Stevenson's is $9.99. Ryan Mustaine wants the Bill Evans Trio. That's sold to Ryan Mustaine. That's done. And over here, Brothers Osborne Pawn Shop, 2016. It looks like it's autographed too. John may have just thought those were scribbles on there. Brothers Osborne. It looks like there's two signatures on here. 2016, $49.99. Grateful Dead 10, Grateful Dead 11. Next on Bill Evans was Sean Miller. Willie Nelson, The Sound in Your Mind. That's $14.99. And Basie Fantail. This is Count Basie Fantail. What's going on here? What is Fantail? Is that the name of the album? I know it's Count Basie. Yes, it's called Fantail. That's $9.99. And then we had White Heart. White Heart is $24.99. And Sounds of Modification, $19.99 for Sounds of Modification. Linda Ronstadt's Greatest Hits is $9.99. Grateful Dead 10-11. Now Roberts at $12. We also have Blues Image Open, and this one has the Ride, Captain Ride Upon Your Mystery Ship. That's pretty sweet at $24.99. I have for $14.99 Peter Wolf, Come As You Are, Ron Mustaine on Count Basie. I was about to say, I don't recall seeing that one too many times. That's so to Ron Mustaine. And then Gary Wright, The Right Place. There is some tape on the bottom, and this is $14.99. I Really Wanna Know You, $14.99. And Herbie Hancock, Thrust. Herbie Hancock is $34.99. There is some writing on the front. Tom wrote his name, but other than that, it's $34.99. Okay? All right, and I'm trying to make sure I've got a list over here of autographs. I want to make sure I have them all tagged. Okay, and then we have, first of all, we had Grateful Dead 10, 11, 12, Grateful Dead 15, Ryan got Count Basie, Adam Minardi on Blues Image for 15, B.O. for 40, and then Ryan Mustaine on HH, and then Elvis 18. So Adam Minardi, I'll do 20 on Blues Image. I'll do 20 on Blues Image. And then Brothers Osborne is sold to Danny for $40. Herbie Hancock is sold to Jazz Grog for $22. And Grateful Dead is officially sold to Jay Beach for $15. Okay? And then I'll do that one for 20. I think that's the first thing I've countered you on, Adam. Most of your offers have been pretty dang fair. Here's another Grateful Dead going up. And let's do another one of these promo-looking things. This is Phil Lesh and Ned Lagan, Sea Stones. And on the back is Robert Hunter, Tiger Rose. And that's going to go up for a $10 start, okay? And then Blues Image for 20 if he passes. Ride, Captain Ride. There's your next Grateful Dead at 10, okay? All righty. Well, it only took me 6 hours, and I've officially gone through all 4 John crates, all 5 crates of new vinyl, and both of Laura crates. It only took me, guess what, 6 hours. Non-stop reading. But we still got more stuff to show. I'm going to go ahead and put this up for auction. Actually, I'll do it for a buy now and make sure it's pretty damaged. I'll do it for $6.99. It's the Beatles Let It Be songbook, and this is $6.99, okay? $6.99. So Blues Images sold to Patrick Lear for $20. That's sold to him for $20. And then Edward said he'd do $18. I'll do $20 on the complete set of Elvis cards. $20 will buy them. And then PI for Phil Lesh, that's PL, $10 bid. That has a bid, okay? We need to go through all the no bids and all the random stuff that's laying around here and show that and get some offers. I have filled up. That's perfect timing. We filled up a whole crate. Sell this to Pam Murray. Let It Be for $6.99. That's sold to Pam Murray for $6.99. Speaking Words of Wisdom. And Edward Rock gets the Elvis cards for $20. Okay? All right. Is it your opinion that they're live signatures is what I assume? Yeah, that's definitely signed by Brothers Osborne. And I have a feeling, I don't know, let me just see. Let me scan it on Discogs. I have a feeling that he probably got that price just by the Discogs comp. Probably the value of what he priced it here had nothing to do with the fact it's signed. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not for sure. Yeah. I mean, it looks like, they sold for as much as $80 before, and maybe he did price it because it's signed. But yeah, they're definitely signed, and I'll go ahead and tell you right now, I'll guarantee them to be authentic. I'll guarantee them to be authentic. Phil Lesh has a new bid for $12. Yeah, that's definitely signed. Okay, I don't have, well, maybe. We're chipping away in the back. I've dug up a lot of stuff. Tonight's part 2 segment is going to be pretty sweet. We've already filled up 2, 4, 6 crates of vinyl. The table's full of stuff. I got blankets to tag. I got more miscellaneous stuff over here. I've got a couple unauthenticated autographs. I found some more Fred stuff, like their autographs worth like $10, and there's no reason to pay the money to have them authenticated. And what else is in the Grateful Dead? I'll read through them, and if y'all want me to put up one up for auction, it's that time, okay? So this box I got out of our office, which was a whole box of Grateful Dead stuff from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. In the front is a Beatles, and in front of that is, what is this? Oh no, more slides. Who is this? Looks like a Tokyo, like a circus show. It looks like Showgirls or something over in Tokyo. Looks like geisha girls, like, you know, like in Tokyo. I don't know what we have here. But here's what I'll do. I'll put this up for a $5 start. It's Tokyo Slides. Okay, $5 start. I got the Beatles, so I've got another touch of gray, another touch of gray. I'm going to do these next. They're promos. Don't Ease Me In and Alabama Getaway. Those are definitely on deck. I got another Jerry Garcia, Sugary and E-Power. I have another Eyes of the World. I have another Phil Lesh, it looks like, coming up. Okay, and then another Old in the Way, another touch of gray, another touch of gray, another Robert Hunter, and then this Jerry Garcia, but it's just an empty sleeve, I think. There's something down in it. Maybe a Jerry Garcia autograph cut. No, VG Plus. There's no record in it, though. And then these are all Springsteen. Springsteen. I mean, there's some interesting ones in here. Picture disc. Record Store Day. Glory Days. Record Store Day. Promo. Whew. That's Japanese. There's Clarence Clemens. Of course, he played in the E Street Band. And then, I don't recall seeing that one. Sherry Darling. That's different. Born to Run Live. I don't remember seeing that one. Now we're to some I don't recognize back in here. That looks weird. Never seen that before. So, yeah. Now, I think there's another box of Springsteen after this. Okay. All right. So there's that. Put that over here. Okay. Here's an autograph. This is, let me check it on JSA. This is CD. Okay. This is CD 02605. Yeah, signed by Ken Curtis. Okay, now if you look at it, it looks like it's fully signed by Gunsmoke, but actually it just has one signature up here from Ken Curtis. Now, the other night I had Ken Curtis. I had a cut in a board and bag mat, and I was asking a $75 start. This is a signed photo. It is personal. Down here it says Doc. It's not really personalized. It just says Doc something something. I don't really know what that says, but it's definitely, it looks like maybe in the hand of Ken Curtis. So there's some writing down here. All these are facsimile autographs. These are just printed on there. That's the only real live autograph. Ken Curtis Festus. $35 start, okay? $35 start for Festus. The slides have a bid for $5. Final call. And then Phil Lesh is sold to George Burleson for $12. Let's do another Grateful Dead. How about we do both of these at the same time? We have Alabama Getaway and Alabama Getaway, a double-sided promo, and Don't Ease Me In and Far From Me, another promo, both from when they were on Arista. $20 start for both of those, okay? $20 start. Ken Curtis, $35. Slides have a bid for $5. Final call. All righty, making progress. Jim B still pandering me about nonsense. Every time Jim B asks about nonsense or half off, it gets delayed 10 more minutes. So everybody can yell at Jim B and tell him to please stop asking about nonsense, $6.99, etc., etc. Looks like tomorrow we got some great auctions, including rap. Looks like we got some rap stuff tomorrow, okay? Grateful Dead for 20. I've only read through these once. Let's do that one more time. Let me refresh my feed over here. It looks like we still got 181 people watching at 1 a.m. East Coast time. That is midnight here in Tennessee. I just refreshed 174. I'll take it. 174 people still watching. If you need a price on something, let me know. This is Leo, Gemini, Capricorns, and Jones, the mystery band, sealed. I know it looks like the Monkees, but it's an indie rock. We have The Circle by Neon, We have No Sweat and Tears. We have Bob Newhart, Zenith Circle Sound, Blues Project, The Graduate, the soundtrack to More from Pink Floyd. Kind of surprised that's still there. Cream, it's a 70s press, but man, a classic album. And then we had Prince 1999, Otis Rush and Magic Sam, Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits, a German press, Rolling Stones Tattoo You, OG Bob Ludwig, Chet Atkins, the Guitar Genius, Little Richard, Messenger. We have Hot Cracker, Todd Rundgren's Utopia, Nice and Slow, Jesse Green, Brotherhood, Dylan, and Fat Larry's band Breaking Out. Okay, first of all, Ken Curtis is a no bid. It's a buy now for $35. Sell these slides for $5 to Chad Snyder. I'm going to go ahead and take the miscellaneous over here. I'm about to go through all the no bids and all the kind of random stuff I've shown tonight and try to get some of it sold. I'm going to go ahead and get this pile started right here. We sold Corrosion of Conformity autograph, Lamb of God autograph, Sierra Farrell autographs, guitar picks, Japanese singles, Hank Aaron autograph, Iron Maiden books, Val Kilmer autographs, Lamb of God autographs, Magic Johnson. We've sold gold records from Billy Idol and Jethro Tull. And I've got a couple more to show you that I think we can do for buy it now. And then 1999 was $49.99. It's an OG Allied press. Sierras are already all sold. We were selling them for $55 a piece. A steal, in my opinion. Jerry Garcia, I think George Burleson means Grateful Dead. He's at $21. And then we had the band. We had Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. We had Johnny Paycheck, B.W. Stevenson, Willie Nelson, Whiteheart, Sounds of Modification, Linda Ronstadt, Peter Wolf, and Gary Wright. I really want... Oh, I almost forgot Michael Butler's Prospector he bought for $88. Okay. Don't forget about that. Okay, so let's see what we got going on. Like Marvin Gaye. We have Grateful Dead out. These are both sold to George Burleson for $21. Getting a new stack of singles here. Okay. There's that. Do I have the Police Greatest Hits? We are expecting some on Monday. So to Michael Butler. Michael Rudolph got that silver. Yes, Michael Rudolph. Okay, here's tonight's no bids before I change out crates. Ken Curtis, $35. Japanese Kenny Loggins Footloose, $15. Japanese Kenny Loggins Danger Zone, $15. Paul McCartney Waterfalls, Japanese, $15. Linda Ronstadt, Round Midnight cassette box set, $10. Hazard is one of the few no-bid metal albums, 84 Euro OG. Hazard, $15. Billy Joe, You May Be Right, $15, Japanese single. Bruce Springsteen cassette box set, 3 cassettes, $10. Autograph Tyler Childers Purgatory, $495. PSA, Tyler Childers, $495. Elton John Japanese, $35. The Monkees Instant Replay, $35. The band, this is a classic. This is a classic. Music from Big Pink. Cover painted by Bob Dylan. This is the Green Capital, $36.99. Up on Cripple Creek. The Weight. I think it's just the weight on here. Yeah, the weight. Oh, man. So good. I remember finally tracking one of these down. I thought I'd found like the Art of the Covenant finally. I wanted one for so long back in my early days of record collecting. Just went everywhere. Could not find one. It's just like, man, does this record even exist? Hazard. Sold to Red Cave for $15. Okay? So that's all those no bids. From previous show, we had John Denver for $35. Sell the Band to Sully for $29. Cream is $34. RSO 70s pressing. Yes, Pink Floyd, I forgot about you. This is the soundtrack to More. It's on the Harvest label. Very clean disc. $39.99. Okay, let's put the Japanese over here. And this, Ken Curtis. Guess no Gunsmoke fans, or at least nobody that wants a Ken Curtis autograph. Puzzle. That's it. That's about it over here. Yep. All right. And then Patrick Lear gets Pink Floyd for $30. Oso said he would do 10 and 10 on the Kenny Loggins. All right. And I think far as no bids or miscellaneous that didn't sell, John Lee Hooker Jr., okay, not to be confused with John Lee Hooker Sr., John Lee Hooker Jr., $125 shipped. John Lee Hooker Jr., $125 shipped. Okay. Let me put that back in its board and bag. Gonna take that up front. Okay, Festus signature, sold to Danny Thomason for $25. Sold to Danny Thomason for $25. And then this was technically an auction. This was the gold record, Robin Trower, presented to Terry Ellis, Chrysalis Records, $350. Gold record, Robin Trower, $350. Okay. There's that. All right. This is what they call a record flat. It's a promotional item from LA Guns. $5. I'll put it in a sleeve for you. $5 on that. LA Guns record flat. Let's put up another Grateful Dead autograph. I wish I had a Grateful Dead autograph. How about another Grateful Dead auction? Here is... So have we had... Which one have we not put up yet? Have we put up... Let's do this one. There was a lot of bids on this one earlier. This is Eyes of the World. And the flip is Weather Report Part 1. Nice. $10 on that. The price of Hank Aaron, we sold it earlier. I think it sold for $350. The PSA slab photo, I think we sold it for $350. Yeah. Let me put this board over here. Sorry, I'm playing cleanup right now. Okay, that's leftover new arrivals. Give me a second. I feel like I have a wait list for this Motorhead, but I got to check my laptop. That Grateful Dead is at 10, now 15. Was there another Jethro Tull? I'm about to go check right now. I'm about to get the rest of them up here. Danny on LA Guns. Sell this to him for $5. Okay. Let's put that in a sleeve for him. It's got quite a bit of wear and tear, but it exists. Okay. And then we got an offer on these two Japanese. 20 and 20 Adam Bernardi. Sold. Monkeys and Elton John. Okay. Those are being chipped away at a record fast pace. Let me figure out what I've done with my laptop computer. Okay, computer. Find me the waiting list for Motorhead blanket. Okay. Motorhead. Tony Riddle. All right. MacBook, $8,000. If anybody's interested. All right, so I've got this Motorhead blanket. Tony Riddle was on a waiting list. $79.99. I should have one more if anybody's interested. It's Motorhead England, 60 by 80 Sherpa head. I showed it earlier, and I was like, well, it's sold, but I don't know who to yet. And I think I've got one more. So let's tag him for this one. Okay. There's that. Making progress. Let me see what else is over here. Okay. I had one Joy Division already came in. Here's the extra one. Joy Division Unknown Pleasures. $79.99 for the Joy Division blanket. That's an extra. Here's the Slayer. Slayer is also $79.99. So Joy Division, Slayer blanket. And here's the extra Motorhead. Yep. I knew it was around here somewhere. So Slayer blanket, Motorhead, and Joy Division. Got them. I'm going to put them over here in the auction crate for a second. There we go. Good place to put them. Grateful Dead is sold to Shakedown for $18. All right. Let's do Jerry Garcia, E-Power, and Sugar E. That one's now a $10 start. Roll away the dew. Let's see, what was this? This was an empty box. Okay. Look at all the books. I got enough for 5 libraries. Library. Okay. Here we go. Nice. Let me put this in here. Sorry, this is the time of the night where I have to get reset before we do anything else. Otherwise, it just keeps getting more and more out of hand back here behind me, and I can't physically move around. That's what happens after nonstop madness. Bear with me. It's a new arrival bin. That's yesterday's. Okay. Right. I sent you a snack packet that will deliver tomorrow via FedEx from the place I work. Excellent. I love snack packages. What about Jerry Garcia? J Beach, $10. That was the only bid, final call. Right. Sorry for the extreme delay. Those need further. Okay, here's a tour book from The Who. It's definitely got some age on it. I'm assuming it's a tour book. It looks pretty dang sweet to me. The Who. It's a vintage tour book. It's got some damage up here. John Entwistle, Roger Daltrey, Pete Townsend, and Keith Moon. Looks like it's from the 60s. I mean, look how early. They were advertising Happy Jack, and I can see for Miles single. Very cool here. $25 start. Tells information about each band member. $50 start, $100 start. This is a $350 start. Now, I don't really know. How about a $15? Realistically, $15 start. Vintage Who tour book. That's pretty cool. From the early 60s. Jerry Garcia, so to J Beach. The Who's a $15 start. Vintage tour book. Original. There's that. Here's the Japanese singles I hadn't sold yet. I'll put those up in just a second. The Who has a bid for $15. What a cool piece. All right, there's the leftover flip records from today. There's a board and bag for, I think, one of these posters I sold earlier tonight. Here's John's cart. Move this. And while I'm back here, I'll grab the other gold records. All right, here's some small ones I have. Here's some small ones I have. I'll say these are, well, let me see who they are first. David Dundas, Jeans On. Presented to Terry Ellis for over 500,000 copies sold in West Germany. David Dundas, Jeans On. I'm not too familiar with that. I don't really know on something like that. Maybe 125. And then here it is for the United States. 25,000 copies. It sold a lot better, it sounds like, in West Germany. So there's another one of those. That's for a gold single. So Terry Ellis, same guy. David Dundas doing Jeans On. I'm not familiar with that song. For it that sold very well, sounds like over in Germany. Okay. And then, whoops, this isn't a photo. So this is, looks like Ian Anderson, and I'm assuming that might be Terry Ellis, the guy who all this stuff was presented to. But this photo is water damaged, but that's definitely, I think, it looks like Ian Anderson from Jethro Tull on the left, right? And I'm not for sure the guy on the right, it's either Jeffrey Dahmer or Terry Ellis, this guy that got all these awards. So we'll lay that right there. There's another empty crate. The Who Tour book is at 30 right now. The tour book's at 30 right now. So there's those that were asked about. Let me go get the rest of the big ones. These are going to go up front. These are going up front in the store, price for sale, laid up in a corner probably. And hopefully somebody will walk in and be like, dang, Terry Ellis was my dad. I need to buy these. Okay. And then the Who, final call to Michael Butler for 30. And I'm going to make sure Robert and Dave Mosley's done. They hadn't officially set out yet. Let's go ahead and pick out the next Grateful Dead single while I have them over here. Jim B must have some, he must owe somebody some money. He is getting very impatient waiting for a half-off crate. Even though I said I hadn't even said if I'm doing one. He keeps delaying it more and more. Everybody's like, golly, Jim B, for the love of all things, just let Chad do his thing. He don't even know where the half-off records are right now. I can't even get to them. There's so much stuff laying on top of them. That's what I'm back here doing. No, unfortunately, they're not made of real gold. They're not, unfortunately, made of real gold. What have I done? I know that's the Japanese singles. Okay, here's the stuff left from this morning's flip crate. Just a handful. This morning's flip crate was a doozy, it looks like. This was completely full at 9 a.m. She picked them at 3:30. Let me see if there was anything left. I did see some comments like as soon as I went live. And over here, let me try to find this. Okay, Thursday, the most recent comment was Jason Boxell on Philip Bailey. And that's been pulled, okay? All right, so over here, I have two 14.99ers left. The only 19.99 sold. The Cars Heartbeat CD, nice clean copy, $14.99. Also $14.99 was Crosby, Stills & Nash Deja Vu. $14.99 for that. Another really clean copy. That is a 70s reissue. Very nice. The Who Tour book is sold to Michael Butler for $30. Let's get that in a new sleeve for him. It needs to be with a bag, a board too. Let me go get a couple of boards from the shipping department because I need to put, where's Danny's LA Guns at? Yeah, I need to put that in a board too because two things. One, risk of damage, more damage. Both items are damaged. Or risk two, them losing it because it's such a thin item. All right, so while I'm doing that, let's put up another one of those Grateful Dead Touch of Grace with the poster sleeve on gray vinyl. And we've almost auctioned most of these off. We don't even have to look them up. So there's Grateful Dead in the poster sleeve with the gray vinyl. That's a $10 start, okay? So those were discounted to $14.99 and they're still available. Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2, VG Plus, $9.99. That was the only $9.99 record left. And let me step around here to the shipping department and grab a whole pack of boards. I'm always needing these boards for sleeving stuff. It really helps with shipping. Yeah, here's a big pile of them over here. God, do we have them? We have them stacked up to the ceiling. We unfortunately have to spend tens of thousands of dollars, as y'all can imagine, on boxes and supplies here. I never did think owning a business, my budget would be this on boxes and pens and pads, but it's just crazy, absolutely crazy. I was like, man, we spend how much on boxes every month? All right, so there they are. So we're gonna put, I think these aren't too cheap. I think they're like $1 a piece. They add up quickly. Pieces of cut cardboard are more than you think, especially if it's custom designed to whatever shape you need it to be. All right. Final Call on Grateful Dead. And then the remaining $6.99 records. These were $6.99. Elvis Costello, Punch the Clock. VG Plus for $6.99. $6.99 for Love and Spoonful, So Nice. Pacific Gas and Electric, Get It on Blues, same price. Hooters, Nervous Night, no condition notes, gold stamp promo. There is some writing right up here next to the title. That's also $6.99. Remember the Yardbirds, also $6.99. No condition notes on the vinyl. And then here at last, the Bee Gees Live, $6.99 for the Bee Gees, okay? That was pretty much the leftovers there of those today's flip crate, and I think I've already gone through the others. Okay, let's see here. This is really cool. This was a soundtrack that Mick Jagger was in. It's the performance soundtrack. Mick Jagger does some music on here, and he was in the movie. I found this in the back. It's already pretty clean, and I thought I'd put it up for a $10 start. The performance soundtrack, Mick Jagger, $10 start on that. Jay Beach gets the Grateful Dead for $10. Thank you, that's so to you. Let's put that in a sleeve for him. Selling off just the last few of these Grateful Dead singles. There's the performance soundtrack. That's a $10 start. Let's prop up Mick there where you can look at him for a second. $10 start on that. I like how that balances. Anybody here out of the leftover vintage discount? I don't think so. Puddle of Mud CD, $6.99. Somebody wrote POF 2001 original, mint 6. $6.99, Puddle of Mud. They've even kept it in a sleeve. $6.99 on that. And then over here we have, not ready to show these yet. Been trying to get to them for like 3 years. Still not ready for them. Let me slide them right in there for a second. That's a good place for them. Okay, let me figure out what this is. That's stuff I got to reorder tonight. There's no telling what y'all are about to see. I mean, there's no telling. I might bring out something you're like, holy crap, Chad, you've been holding out on us. Okay. Okay, and then guess I'll have to go watch The Fugitive. Chad, I need a pack of inner sleeves. I just paid an invoice today for my Beatles light. Can you send them with the same shipment? That is something you need to message Ed about. I have absolutely no control over being able to do that for you. So if you send a message to Ed, he will take care of you from there. Otherwise, I can't fix that for you. Now, this was over in the autograph bin, and I still hadn't found an autograph in it. And it has a centerfold. I've looked everywhere, but it's a really nice Japanese magazine with John Sykes here on the cover, it looks like. No, that's Dave Mustaine. Who is this on the cover? $9.99. Yeah, I guess John Sykes. And it's got a centerfold with Ozzy Osbourne, okay? It's got a centerfold, Ozzy Osbourne on the centerfold. Really classic photo there of Ozzy, 1977. So that's a Japanese magazine called Burn from 1995. $9.99 on that. Ozzy centerfold. It's a Japanese magazine, Burn, $9.99. BG sold to Willard Dunham. That's sold to him for $6.99, okay? Nobody bid on the performance soundtrack. That's a $10 buy it now. EX or better vinyl and VG Plus cover. Performance soundtrack. And this is $10, okay? Put it right over here. That magazine I just showed was $9.99. Let's see, where do I want to put these pads? I'm going to put these pads right up here for right now. There we go. And then, what I see, the Jerry Garcia sleeve for $5. Let's see what I've got over here. Let me get the rest of the Grateful Dead's out. All right, so we got, here, let's just do, let me make sure there's nothing down in here. All right, so that's sold for $5 to George Burleson. Okay. The Burn magazine is sold to Danny Thomason for $9.99. That's sold to Danny for $9.99. Okay. Let's see. Flesh. One on the way. Robert Hunter. Okay. Here's the last 3 of these, like, samplers. Robert Hunter, Garcia, $10. Old and in the Way, Keith and Donna, $10. Phil Lesh, Robert Hunter, $10. Let me know exactly which one you're looking for. And then I have 3 remaining Touch of Grays on gray vinyl. This one's still on the sleeve for $10. These 2 for $6.99. Okay? $6.99 on these 2. That one for $10. And any of those for $10. Old and in the Way sold to Shakedown for $10. I still got Robert Hunter, and the flip was the Garcia. And then Phil Lesh and Robert Hunter again. And then your pick on the Touch of Grays. There's one more in the sleeve. It looks like it's sealed, but maybe has some damage. And then these are loose. They kept the shrink and the hop sticker, or just one plain Jane. Okay. J Beach, $25 for all 3. Shakedown already got one of them. I'm going to just mix these back into other new vintage stuff if no one wants them for the bundle price. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll do those 5 for $20. We'll do that for $5, which is $25, and then $35, $45. $45 for the rest of this crate, which that's making the 10s $15, which they were already on sale. The 15 10s, the 10s $5, and the other ones for $4. Matt Lawson wants Pacific Gas. Well, never mind on that price. So take off another $5. He just got that one for $6.99. Okay, Devious John wants the second one. So this one right here for $6.99. Okay, so that left these 2. And if you want to redo your offer, $15 for these last 2. Sell J Beach the last 2 for $15. And I got 2 more Touch of Grays if anybody wants one. Okay, now let me redo that. 1, 2, 3, 4. 16, 5, 21, 31, 41. $40 for everything that's left. Yeah, $40 for everything that's left. All right, what is this? Bob Lumen, rockin', some kind of flyer. Rock and roll, I'm not for sure. $5. The rest of this crate sold to Oso Adventure for $40. Great stuff in here. Sell the rest of these to him for $40. Okay, those are sold. Hey, an empty crate. I love it. Okay, let's move these right over here. Roll away the Grateful Deads. They're done. Dum, 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 dum. Hey, a Pink Floyd box set. Now, I know this thing has a lot of stuff in it, so let me try to go through it and see what's here in 1 second, or if it looks pretty nice right off the bat. Shine On. Okay, I see. Let's see here. Hold on 1 second. Before I do that, I need a platform of some sort here. So let me either find... Okay, so that's Laura stuff from... Those will eventually be best offer. I'm going to put these in this morning's video, tomorrow morning's video. Okay, here we go. I got, quick buy now because I just found them. I got 2 signed albums from Fair and Young. $15 for both of them. 2 signed albums from Fair and Young. Not JS8, of course. They're good. Fair and Young, $15. That's for both. Both. Together. Together. Let me use this for a table right quick. I can't remember what all came with this one. There's the cards. Wish You Were Here, Metal, Momentary, Animals, Wall, Saucer, Dark Side, and then one from this box set. Okay. This is a box. Yeah, that folds out to that box thing. There's the hardback book, and there's all the CDs. Everything looks nice. Let's check the condition. Does anybody know what else this is supposed to have with it? Let's do a couple samples. Beautiful. Looks like might be a little bit of foxing going on side of the artwork book there. I might have to Discogs this right quick. Let's check out Dark Side. Oh, beautiful. Okay. So book, postcards, and that thingy. Actually, eBay might be a better source for this. Let me see here. We got Pink Floyd. It's called Shine On. CD box set. Let's see. Sold $2.99, $35, $70. Why did that one sell for so much? ACD. Kind of all over the place. All right, let's put it up for a... Well, looks like it carries a premium, definitely, if it's complete. I'm going to say a $75 start, okay? Yeah, if you put together... I saw where somebody did that. You put together the spines and it makes the prism. Let's check out this. $75 start, auction. Yeah, I've checked half of them. They all look minty. Okay, there's the tray. Pink Floyd, $75 start. Okay, there's the CDs, complete, book, postcard, that, and on the first pressing, every disc says Columbia on the label. On the reissue, the non-Columbia titles in the box set, the early single set from the so do not have Columbia on the label. Wow, that might be the difference in price I was seeing. So let me go back and look at that then. I priced it as if it was one of the cheaper ones. There were some that were in the couple hundred range. So we need to find a non-Columbia album. All these are Columbia. We need to find Saucer. These are all Columbia. Where's those at? There's the part 2 of the wall. Okay, there's Saucer. Okay, here's Saucer. Well, okay, and every disc says Columbia label. On the reissue, the non-Columbia titles in the box, the early singles do not have Columbia. It says it's also full of secrets. It's also full of secrets. Pink Floyd. I don't see the CD, the early singles in here. The early singles. See, there's the Wall and Dark Side. Animals. Wish You Were Here. There's Momentary. There's the other disc to the Wall. And then there's Metal. I don't see a disc in here called the early singles. And I don't see the word... Columbia. I don't know where I'm looking at. There's a lot of writing on here. part of the 8 CD box. 2468. Yeah, it's all here. Should be 9 discs. I don't see early singles. Let's see here. 9 CDs. What's that one look like? Is it just like a loose? One, two, 4, 6, 8. Is it in this? I'm not for sure. I don't see it. This person's advertising a 9 CD. I don't see it either. Okay, yeah, I know what that looks like. I don't see it in here. Yeah, I'm looking at your messages right now. Let me make sure it's not underneath this tray. All right, it's not there. Is it under the wall? It's not underneath the wall. It's not under saucer. It's not under metal. It's not under the other wall. It's not under dark side. Okay. It's not in that tray. I know it's not in that, and it's not in that. Let me flip through this book. I don't think it's hidden in this book. It could be a digipack. Wow, this is an awesome book, though. Okay. So, yeah, it's missing the early singles. I've seen that before. And, yeah, so missing 1 disc. Okay, this is a $75 start. Missing the early singles. Okay, $75 start. These 2 Fair and Youngs are sold. And these went to, who did these go to? Tom Sullivan got these, okay? I'm going to put them in new sleeves. These are sold to Tom Sullivan for $15 for both of them. All right, sold to Tom Sullivan. Both of these for $15. Chuck and Danny were next. All right. Whoa. Hold up there, Sally. There we go. All right, I still think that's pretty fair. So going once, going twice. I'm going to lay it down so it don't fall over here in just a second. Jeff Brandt said Pink Floyd 70, Ole Miss and Disc 65. Still a $75 start if you want in. Going once, going twice. Going once, going twice. Making some progress. Y'all should see the enormous amount of stuff. I don't know if that's even the right word to use behind me right now. Okay. And then I have this. I hadn't seen this in a while. As you can tell, we found a lot of box sets tonight. Well, that's why we sold so many. Sold a lot. Still got a couple left over. This is Tommy, a German press. And I think this is Tommy as the London Symphony Orchestra and chamber guest solos. It's a double disc with book. Tommy is $10. It is a German press. Okay. $10 on Tommy. I still got this Unknown Flyer for $5. The performance soundtrack was $10. And before we go any further, no bids, I'm going to put those right there. Okay. So Tommy, the London Symphony Orchestra, and Pink Floyd, if anybody wants it, $75. A $395 box set, Jeff Brent RTO. A $475 box set. Okay. Let's see here. right. This is going to be given to Laura if anybody wants it. Right now is the time to make an offer. I'm going to put it up for auction tomorrow if not. Lonnie Smith, Thank. Lonnie Smith, Thank, 1968, $64.99. $64.99. Lonnie Smith, Thank, $64.99. It's a 68 press. It does have a punch hole through the jacket if anybody wants to make an offer. If not, I don't know what the starting bid tomorrow is. It has audition copy stamped inside. Very nice. So there's a chance on that. Okay. Pink Floyd is sold to Sully. Sully was the first one that says he'll take it. And then Adam Bernardi on the Performance and the Tommy for 10 and 10. Jeff, you hesitated a little bit too long on Pink Floyd. Sully claimed it before you at $75. That's sold to him. And this is sold to Jazz Grog for $45. Thank you. I'm going to have to take this in here on the miscellaneous table. Done. Don't blink here. Can't blink. Can't blink. Do not blink. Frank Sinatra, book and 4 CD set, $34.99. Frank Sinatra book and 4 CD set, $34. Looks very well made. Never seen it before. It's a hardback book. Golly, look at this. This is everything you ever wanted to know about Sinatra and more. And a 4 CD box, $34.99. Okay. Sinatra. Sully was begged by Jeff Brent for him to please let him have that Pink Floyd box set. And Sully said, okay, let Jeff Brent have it before he has a panic attack. This is sold to Jeff Brent, the Pink Floyd box, for $75. Change it from Sully to Jeff Brent RTO. We don't want Jeff Brent to have a panic attack on us. There's Sinatra. Very cool 4 CD box and book. $34.99. Oh So Adventure on Frank Sinatra for $34.99. The time to buy it is when you see it. Don't hesitate. You know how many hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars worth of deals I've missed out on because I've waited? Golly. Okay, let's see if I can get this guy's name. All right, this is an entire collection. I mean, I don't know how many's here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There's 21 autographs here. These are just empty jackets. Ranger Doug from Riders in the Sky. Ranger Doug from Riders in the Sky. $15 for an instant Ranger Doug autograph collection. That's definitely from Fred Goodwin's collection. Okay, there's 21 signed pieces there. Riders in the Sky, Ranger Doug, 15 bucks. Danny Thomason was first. Sold. Let me see if I can get all this in one packet. Probably not. Let's try to put all this in here. Maybe they can put a piece of tape around it. I got Bear Family. We found a bunch of Bear Family stuff too. Let's see here. Where are we at? Now, these are not signed. When Tanner handed them to me, I almost urinated myself because I was like, good gosh, it's like we just found literally a stash of cash. I thought these were signed by Brittany. They're unfortunately copies, and I've looked through every one to make sure there wasn't like a live one. I was like, is there a live one? And then like somebody made copies. I've went through them. I don't think they are. But these are like press photos from Britney Spears, and they look like they're signed, but they're not. They're facsimiles. I thought we'd found like an incredible stash of Britney autographs, but $4.99 each on those. Pretty early. $4.99 on those. They're just facsimiles. Okay, here's a really cool shaped book. Let me look this up. You talking about Waylon, a Bear Family? I don't know. I'm about to get to them. I'm chipping away over here. All right, this is 14. I don't know. This is a weird size. This is gonna be weird to ship. We better say $19.99. This is a book called Skyscrapers, and it's long like a skyscraper. Very cool. Of course, from Fred Goodwin's collection. $14.99 on Skyscraper. Book. Let's lay that right there for the meantime. Okay. I don't know if anybody can do anything with these. I've been trying to figure out what to do with them forever. I think some of them might still be good, but I just don't want to take time to list them on eBay. I think some of this stuff may still be good. These waterfowl hunting stamps from Illinois. $10, $10, $10. I mean, I don't know if this stuff expired. I remember when a guy brought it all in a bunch of, a lot of random boxes. 20 sold, $5. I mean, there's pheasant stamps. I have no idea. But let's see, what else? Pheasant, fur bearer. If these things still have some value, there's quite a bit here. I mean, those are 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. So this is Illinois, 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 Illinois. That's got to be Illinois too. Yeah, Illinois, Illinois. That's something different. That's something different. And then there's also salmon stamps. And then these, that. Okay, then there's like these gold bale. There's waterfowl. Okay, there's these things, savings books, gas rations. And this is all something separate I'm about to show next. But yeah, so we'll call all these stamps $35, okay? $35 for all those. And then, underneath that, I think at some point or another, I had all this equipment from one guy that kept it all together, and it got all mixed up. 35 on all that. But the next lot, vintage manuals, Sansui, JVC, even for a gun, Smith & Wesson, TAC, warranty paperwork, JVC headphones, Kenwood speaker flyers, TAC cassette decks, probably stuff I had at one time or another and I've sold it and didn't put the manuals with it. So, Denon, and then I'm not for sure what this stuff was. This is just random papers we've kept from stuff. World Book Encyclopedia, I think that was an insert for a record. Is this Paul? Yeah, Paul Revere and the Raiders. All this warranty information, Quality Stamp Company, and then what is this Fred kept? John Denver, Donny Osmond. I don't know. Fred Goodwin kept so much stuff. Hank Aaron. Denies pressure on threshold of home run. Looks like Hank Aaron clippings. Yeah. So let's say all this right here, $20. Manuals and clippings. Okay. The stamps over here are sold to Adam Bernardi for $35. Let me put those in a sleeve. They might fit in one of these 45 sleeves. Or we could separate the baseball clippings separately. I'd like to just sell that whole next pile of papers there. Sure you don't need all those manuals, Jazz Grog? All right, that's all sold for $20. Okay. This is $9.99. Johnny Cash, the new Johnny Cash. It's a hardback book, $9.99. Or not new. It's not new. This hardback book is not new. This is from 1973. Okay. Just the clippings for $6.99. Okay, I'll give you all these, and let me make sure that's all of them. I'm going to put them down into this stamp, this vintage quality stamp envelope. Okay. And let me make sure that was everything. Yeah. Okay. Maybe somebody just wants Paul Revere for $4. I think that goes down in a record. And okay, there's all the manuals if anybody wants those for $15. I'll sell them for $15. The contents of this envelope, the Jazz Grog, for $6.99. And to go along with Johnny, I've got Along My Clindaments. And this is $9.99. Along My Clindaments. Which I found out was a Appalachian invented word, I think. $9.99 for June. Here's 3 very old postcards. I had these marked for $9.99. 1907. These aren't stamped. Abraham Lincoln and steps in the removal of the appendix from the body. Definitely old postcards. Teens. And then this one is Greetings from Hendersonville, Tennessee. 1907. Yeah. 3 postcards. $9.99. GMB has not seen any profit in the manuals. I'm surprised. I figured if you took time to list all those individually on eBay, it would be something significant. Looks like a plate. I bet this is a plate. It is, and it's Augusta. Nice. The Masters. Let's see. No, it's not. I was about to say, this doesn't look as nice as it should. I was going to say, if this is the Masters, they really let it go for this photograph. Sycamore Hills Golf Club. It was designed by Jack Nicklaus, Sycamore Hills Golf Club. Boy, we're really into some random stuff. A plate. A China plate. China. And this is $49.99 or best offer. I think this has always been a pretty desirable book. The Grandest Day, A Journey Through Opryland, USA. And it even comes with a sketch of a sheriff. But this book's about Opryland, USA, that used to be right down in Nashville, Tennessee. I only hear nothing but good memories from everybody and how they wish it was still there. I think that's always been a pretty desirable book. $49.99. Okay, now I need to make some room because my table's getting busy and I'm about to get into a new pile. So let me take all this back off, and if you need a price or anything, so the rest of these manuals, $15. Whatever on the plate, if I need to look it up or make offer, I will. $50 for the Opry book, $10 for the postcards. Johnny Cash and June Carter books, $10. Those will sell tomorrow if they don't sell tonight. I know a couple people that will buy that immediately. Puddle of Mud, $6.99. Paul Revere, $5. Skyscraper book, $19.99. Britney Spears, $5 a piece. Okay, that stuff's going in a different spot. There's that. Now, let's see here. This is vinyl. These are vinyl box sets from Bear Family. Jerry Lee Lewis, The Killer, 1963 to 68. Let me recheck it, but I did have it at $119.99. Britney Spears are facsimile autographs. Yeah, that's about right. One sold in October for $108, one sold in April for $120. Yeah, $119.99. This is Jerry Lee Lewis, The Killer, Bear Family. This is, here's the details. This is a, one second. How many LPs? 10 LP box set. Does have some box damage. Has a book by Colin Escott, Jerry Lee Lewis, $119.99. Mosaic Jazz. I doubt it because Fred Goodwin bought all these and he was into one thing and one thing only, country music. Well, he had other stuff, but he was really just into country music. As far as if he was going to, the money he put into these Bear Family boxes, in the 90s, he invested tens of thousands of dollars. There's the other Jerry Lee Lewis, $129.99. That's the other one, 73 to 77. And then 69 to 72. So that's a total of 10, 12, and 11 LPs. So 10, 20, 30, 33 total LPs there of Jerry Lee Lewis music, all from Bear Family. So essentially 63 to 68, 69 to 72, and 73 to 77. I will make somebody a heck of a deal on all three of them. That's a lot of Jerry Lee Lewis. Okay. There's that. And it looks like I priced these a long time ago and then they got buried because that's my handwriting. That's probably exactly what happened. Yep. And I got three more. I got three more. That's a lot of music there. Amazing stuff, Bear Family. This is Bob Wills. More vinyl. That's a 5 LP box. It was $49.99 for Bob Wills. $49.99 for Bob Wills. And then we had Kitty Wells at $49.99. And then we had Kitty Wells at $59.99. Now, why are these different? We have 50 and 5 LPs and 5 LPs. Are these supposed to? Okay. These are supposed to be 7 LP box sets, but there's also a 5 LP version. They say 7, but there's 5 LPs in here. So I still don't know why I had them priced differently. Bob Wills for $30. Box looks rough. You're probably right. All right. Sell that to Jazz Grog for $30. There's no telling. If it's something from Fred Goodwin's collection, I'm highly motivated in selling it. We've only been selling his stuff for 5 years. Or 6 years now. It was about this time of year, I guess 6 years ago when I first went over there. All right, so Jerry Lee Lewis. I was hoping somebody'd say, Chad, would you take $300 for all 3 Jerry Lee Lewis? Think about it. Amazing stuff. And then Kitty Wells. If not, they probably need to go on the old Discogs. That's probably where those end up, the old Discogs there. Okay. I need to keep that. Okay, so there is more CD box sets over here, Bear Family. I'm going to have to dig them out. That's going to be one of the next things I do over here. Let's see here. You lay this over here. Yeah, we've had some people with some big orders. Thanks, everybody, as always, for supporting Collectco. Man, we've sold... Last week, just to start off the year, was huge. End the year and start off the year. This week has been overwhelming. Plus, I'm just like knowing what Paul's out buying, and I'm just like, golly, we got to get this place cleaned up. And it's just, I've been going nonstop, and we're just selling so much every night. I owe y'all a big thanks. Here's a platter pack for $19.99. It's got a couple stickers. It is a vintage platter pack. Somebody put a Stax, a Sub Pop, and a polyvinyl sticker on it. Vintage platter pack, $19.99. Soda Jazz Grog. Can't go wrong there. And let me go ahead and take these. I think the next ones are CD box sets. Yeah. I'm going to try to dig them out because if y'all don't buy them, I can scan them and have them on Discogs in 10 seconds. And that's where we've sold most of them. I still have some on Discogs. And we sell them. We just sold a Johnny Cash on Discogs. Because when we found them in Fred's collection, I didn't know what they were at first. I mean, I knew Bear Family, and then I was like, dang, these are Bear Family box sets? This is like a fortune here. And I remember bringing him one. He went, oh, yeah. And in the best Fred Goodwin voice, he said, Chad, I used to go down to Ernest Tubb Record Shop. They'd give me a call. They'd say, Mr. Goodwin, your box sets are in. I had all these special ordered at Ernest Tubb. Now, I know they came from Ernest Tubb Record Shop on Broadway because they had an Ernest Tubb sticker. I don't know if he actually special ordered them and they actually gave him a call, but he said they did. They would buy them, and he'd go in, and he would buy 1 or 2 at a time. He had a whole shelf in his room. Probably in the 90s, he had invested tens of thousands probably. So, all right, let me move some stuff here. By the way, the newest T-shirts are in, so those are going to be tagged tomorrow. Here we go. $24.99. A 2 LP remaster. $24.99. Alice in Chains Dirt. Near Mint and Shrink. $24.99. That was casually just laying over here. It's about to go into the sold bin, hopefully. All right, I got to do something with these gigantic Kiss displays. Don't tell Jeff Brent RTO. My gosh. He'll be all over me like stank on a monkey. So there's all the box sets I still have on Discogs. There's all the 45s that's currently listed. I still got a few of those McCartney boxes. I still got McCartney boxes of Pipes of Peace, Wings and Speed of Sound, and Tug of War. That's the McCartney boxes I still have. I had to put Samantha Fox away. Evidently, we have a psycho that comes in our store demanding Samantha Fox items, and my mom had to get a restraining order on them. And I accidentally put out a Samantha Fox record that's framed, and I forgot about it. And I thought my mom was going to shoot me. She's like, you know that psycho comes in here. The problems you have to deal with being open to the public. Okay, Pat Boone, the 60s, $124.99. Let me get my laptop out. My hands are really dirty right now. The Kiss displays are cardboard cutouts. I physically cannot show them to you. They're gigantic. I physically cannot show them to you. They are gigantic. They're life-size cardboard cutouts. I physically cannot show them to you. But yeah, they're oversized. Let me get my laptop. This would be better if I pull these up on Discogs. One for price check, two to make sure they're not listed. I don't think they are, though. There's some I have notes on. It's like already one listed, not been researched, etc., etc. Yeah, the way the story goes, somebody came in the store and they's like, do you have a Samantha Fox poster? Okay. And my mom's like, no, we don't have a Samantha Fox poster. Can you get a Samantha Fox poster? Probably not. I heard y'all have a lot of posters. Is there any way you can get me a Samantha Fox poster? No, we can't. Can you go look through all your posters until you can find me a Samantha Fox poster? No, we can't. Next day, did you find a Samantha Fox poster yet? No, we don't have a Samantha Fox poster. I mean, this is what she was dealing with, I think, for a few days until I think law enforcement got involved. So probably people like that shouldn't be on the street. But Phil, to answer your question, these are cardboard cutout life-size figures of Kiss. So I physically can't bring them over here. They're life-size, you know. Let's see, Pat Boone. Okay. Eddie Arnold. Pat Boone, Eddie Arnold. Eddie Arnold. Ricky Nelson. Rick Nelson, The Last Time Around. And then the 50s, Pat Boone. And Rick Nelson, The Decca Years, 63 to 69. Karen Robbins knows what I'm talking about. She comes in and talks to my mom. Yeah, I mean, there's some people that are out in the streets and they should not probably be on the streets. And they walk up and down the streets and they go business to business harassing people until literally you have to get a restraining order. And they either have to get arrested or get threatened of getting arrested. But that's some people's hobbies every day. I'm going to go in these local businesses and terrorize people till they make me leave. Tanner might have actually, now that you said take pictures, Tanner might have actually sent me pictures. Let me see if he sent me pictures a while back of those. No. Let me see if he sent them over here. No. I'll get him to send me pictures. Hold on one second. I know one thing, they can't be shipped. So, I mean, you can't ship these things. It would cost, I don't know how you would do it. You'd have to get gigantic cardboard. So we were just going to try to put them out and sell them locally. But we can't get rid of the Kiss bust we have. I've tried everything. I literally can't hardly get anybody even make an offer on them. I can't sell the Kiss dolls, and I got a Kiss table. Nobody wants any of the big Kiss stuff. I guess they don't have room for it. So I'm having bad luck with big Kiss stuff. And we're on the threshold of buying a gigantic Kiss collection. These two books are sold to Christina Curtis. So that was Bear Family crate number 1. I basically need to check. I think some of those I already had on Discogs and they sold. And now I've got to put the other ones on there. Let me read the next crate. Let me bring it over here. Here comes the next crate. Oh my gosh. In front of me is 5 crates of Kiss posters. Please don't ask me to look at them. That's like 2.5, 3 hours of going through them. Those are going to be for another night. If I went through them all, that'd be 2.5 or 3 hours. We will get to them, though, I promise. All right. I don't think these have ever been shown. Let me scan these and have them ready to price as I show them. All right, I'll do this for $19.99. Hank Williams, the original singles. This is not Bear Family. This is not Bear Family. $19.99 for Hank Williams. The original singles collection. Classic Country Music, a Smithsonian collection. This is also $19.99. Classic Country Music, a Smithsonian collection. No, wait a minute. This is vinyl. I retract. I thought this was CDs. This is vinyl. That's good. Hold on a minute. I don't know how much more or definitely not less it's going to be. CD. All right, let me go over here to this Classic Country Smithsonian. You got to watch box set prices because sometimes it includes one disc or missing a disc. Hank is a CD box. $19.99. Danny, you've got first dibs. If not, it's sold to Christina. This is a 6 LP. Am I still doing the 45? Yeah, I can sell you a whole box. I can sell you a whole box of 45s for $125. I've never made that post, but I need to. Why can't I find this one with this lid? This is called Classic Country Smithsonian. I don't see one with this lid, though. Smithsonian. There it is. There it is on CD. Other formats. There it is. CDCC. See, there it is. Okay, one for sale. It's been a while since one sold. All right, I'll do this for $24.99. $24.99 on the country box. This is sold to Christina Curtis, Hank, for $19.99. And Matt Shepard wants a 45 lot for $125. Okay, let me get one down over here. We now have them on a very top rack. If Tanner's awake, I'll have pictures of those Kiss displays in just a second. I think he photographed those for me. Yep, here's a completely, I'll go ahead and give you a look at it. This is sold to M. Shepard. And that's a whole box of 45s for $125. Okay. Man, Kiss stuff usually sells big time. I'm a seller and buyer of Kiss stuff. We sell more Kiss stuff here than you could ever imagine. If you think I'm joking, just ask the people watching right now. We sell more Kiss items here than you could ever imagine. We have a whole night up until last week dedicated just for Kiss stuff. Okay. So these two books, Alice in Chains, $24.99. What I can't sell is gigantic Kiss stuff, like a Kiss table with 2 high top bar stools. Who said they were interested in that? I've got the 4 Kiss bust. I've been trying to get somebody to make an offer for 2 years. I've got the 4 Kiss Love Gun dolls. And we sold the other 4 Kiss dolls we had that were out of the box. Somebody came in and bought them. Okay. So first thing is this. Can I get a time frame? This is selected and annotated by Bill Monroe. So this is, I was hoping it had a description. Johnny Horton, George Jones, Elvis Presley, Rodney Crowell, Charlie Daniels, Patsy Montana, Tex Ritter, Jimmy Davis, Tennessee Ernie Ford, Tammy Wynette, Jimmy Dickens. 6 LPs. It has a book. It's all annotated and selected by Bill Monroe. So it's pretty wide variety. This is sold for $24.99 to Red Cave Collections. And then we have an offer of $45 on the Springsteen. Are you talking about the vinyl box set from earlier, T.O.? I'm assuming you're talking about the vinyl box set from earlier. All right, sell this to Danny for $20. And then, all right, let me get a price on this before I show it because it looks pretty dang cool. Plus, I kind of need a glance at these before I... We've been selling Kiss stuff here for several years. We live stream every single night, except Sundays, but sometimes I'm on here as well. And we sell Kiss stuff galore. All right, this is a vinyl box set. $49.99. It's a 6 LP vinyl box set. Hank Williams, the legendary Hank Williams, MGM Polydor, UK. Super cool. 6 LP box. $49.99 on Hank. Never had this guy on Bear Family. $199.99. Bear Family, Dean Martin, Returned to Me. Awesome. Dean Martin, Return to Me, $199.99. I'm definitely into some ones I've never seen before. Hank Williams sold to Matt Shepard for $49.99. There's the Dean Martin Bear family, $200 on that one. Catalog number right there on the spine. Sealed Lone Ranger soundtrack, $9.99. Sealed Lone Ranger soundtrack, $9.99. $99.99. Way Out There, The Sons of the Pioneers, Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys, 6 CD, 180-page hardback book, The Sons of the Pioneers, $99.99. That one's sealed. 7. How about 9? Dang it, I should have said $14.99, Adam. $9. I'll give you all those pennies off. And I'm going to put it in a 15-cent sleeve for you. How about 10? Let's sell that to Adam Bernardi for 9. All right, so 200, 100. $19.99, Glenn Miller 5 LP box set. His complete recordings on Columbia. $19.99. Everest Records, Bing Crosby, Tommy Dorsey. This is a 5 LP Glenn Miller. Looks like it has a small pamphlet with it. $19.99. So Dean Martin is made by a label called Bear Family. It's called Return to Me. It's a deluxe 8 CD box set. This completes the retrospective of Dean Martin's Capitol recordings. It has all of his recordings from 1956 to 61. This was Dean's artistic and commercial heyday. He had just split from Jerry Lewis, and his first solo movies established him as a major box office draw. His records continued to sell despite rock and roll onslaught, and he was fast becoming the king of the lounges. The set contains timeless Dino classics such as Return to Me, Rio Bravo, Angel Baby, Volare, On an Evening in Roma, and Standing on the Corner. So it's an 8 CD box, and Bear Family, not only do they do a really good job of mastering, they usually include really cool books. It also has this hardback book. $199.99. And that pretty much matches, I think, what I've seen us one just sell for. Hold on, let me rescan it here. This is, yeah, so they start right now at $175. That's in Germany. Hold on a minute. Price, that's filters. Ascending price. So yeah, they start about $200 right now, which is what I got this one priced. Okay, and there's Glenn Miller. Trying to figure out what this is. All right, Glenn Campbell, $19.99. The box has some wear on the back. I think it's a 5 LP. Maybe more than that, 2, 4, 6. 6 LPs, Glenn Miller, Longinus Symphonette Society. Nat King Cole, $19.99. 8 LPs of music. Wow. 8 sides of music. The Glenn Miller was Everest. Rick Nelson, The Rock and Roll Era. Rick Nelson Time Life box set. $14.99. And I'm going to wait. All right, here, let's just do these in a lot. Let's do a lot of country stuff here. The rest of the stuff in this box, essentially. Gunfighter Ballads, country and western hits, Nashville style. They Went That Away. It's a soundtrack from western movies. TV Jamboree, top 10 children favorite shows. Country and western. And cowboy songs. All of those for $10. All of these for $10. Okay. Christina wants Ricky Nelson for $14.99. What do you think since they're so cheap? Well, I just kind of processed this on the fly. I hadn't really comped this, but Everest is kind of a budget label. So they are known for kind of doing budget recordings. I wouldn't expect, you know, MoFi or Analog Productions quality, but that's why I priced them at $2 a piece. The Gunfighter Ballads, let's see here. This is on the Sutton label. Let me get this out of that old dingy sleeve. It's got a Brunswick inner sleeve. Gunfighter. Riding Down the Canyon, Big Core on Railroad Corral, Sweet Betsy from Pike, Home on the Range, and Cattle Call. Looks like some kind of off-label comp. You got dibs on the whole lot here, Jazz. If not, then Danny says he'll take them all for $10. Totally up to you. Okay. These are all sold to Danny. These 6 records for $10. Those are sold to Danny for $10. There was one more Nat King Cole, so I'll do that one for $14.99 too. The Golden Treasury. And I've got a bunch of random damaged label 78s. $15. There's a bunch there. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 or so, 14, 10. Jack Fina there on top. This one, the label's torn. They're damaged labels, it looks like. That's more of a 10-inch vinyl there than a 78. That'd be a true mystery listen when the label's ripped off. All right, let me go grab this other crate. I think there's a whole nother crate of box sets like that. Let me see what I can come up with. Yep, there's one more. This is the next crate. I'm not going to say the last, but the next crate. Golly. Finally getting to this corner. We're getting to corners in this store in this week since we've been organizing and cleaning. We're getting to corners of this building that stuff's been stored for maybe a year or two that we've never touched. You're seeing it first right here. Whew. Chad's thirsty. Chad's a little hungry. And Chad's got a lot of work to do. All right, who do we have first? All right, this is a CD box set. And let me scan it here. Nat King Cole, LOVE, the complete Capitol recordings, 1960, 1964. Bear Family box set. 2006. One just sold 5 days ago for $200. Ships from, there's 3 in the United States. 140, 200, and 800. Springsteen. Oh, I forgot you asked. No, I can't sell those right now. We'll start running those tomorrow. Okay, so I have. Okay, now that I can read them out. So here's the box sets I have. Johnny Ray, another Dean Martin, Frankie Lane, and another Nat King Cole. That's what's over here. This was the only one that was sealed. That's why I grabbed it first. No, it's way too late to start putting up those rare and highly valuable Springsteen 45s. I'll start running them tomorrow. For sure. Maybe. Maybe right now. Let me see what I sold on Discogs over here. Don Evans. $200. Nice. Yep, that was that record we had the other night. Don Evans. But yeah, let's just do those tomorrow because I'm only going to be on here a few more moments. And we're going to have a fresh start tomorrow. This is 4000127167170. I'm going to go ahead and get this listed. So what I do is I beat everybody's price. If I'm putting something on Discogs, it's going to be beating everybody's price in the United States. So that one is opened, edge ding, and sealed. The cheapest sealed is $800. That's crazy. There is one open for $140, and there's one open with a ding for $200. So I'm going to list mine mint and near mint, and it's sealed. I've got one in stock, and it's going to be $200 or best offer. They're suggesting me list it for $321. How about $200 or best offer? And this is now for sale on Discogs. Okay? $200 or best offer. That was easy, right? That took 10 seconds. If you got sealed media, you can list the heck out on Discogs. Just ask Jim B. That's literally how he bought a Ferrari. He bought a Bugatti listing sealed media on Discogs. Okay. That was all of the Bear families. There's Johnny Ray, Dean Martin, Frankie Lane, Nat King Cole. Now, unless we open a new tub over here in this corner tomorrow, which is very possible while John's cleaning up, there's a really good chance there's more, but right now that's the only Bear families I have. Plus the ones I have on Discogs. Let me read those off. I have on Discogs Johnny Western, Sons of the Pioneers, Marty Robbins, Flat on Victor plus more, George Jones, Lefty Frizzell, Kingston Trio, Garcia Live, Volume 1. That's not Bear Family. That's a box set. The Louvin Brothers, Sons of the Pioneers, the Browns, Eddie Arnold, Webb Pierce, Carl Smith, Sonny James, A Shot in the Dark, Tennessee Jive, Pat Boone, Bonanza, and then, of course, the McCartney boxes and those Bruce Springsteen 8-tracks. So I've got the Bruce Springsteen vinyl box, Bruce Springsteen cassette, and Bruce Springsteen 8-track. Marty Robbins. I can probably get it better over here. Inventory. Artist. Marty Robbins. Let's see here. Marty Robbins. Country. 1951 to 58. $59.99. It's a 5 CD box set. Marty Robbins, 5 CD box set. It's called Country 51 to 58. Garcia, that's Jerry Garcia. Huh. Sold, nothing for sale. It might not be even listed. It might have been something we sold and didn't get payment for, and it didn't get reposted. Let me just go pull it off the shelf. That happens a lot. We try to purge this stuff once a year. I asked Paul if he thought we should do it this year. I think we're going to try to go one more year, and but I bet we have a lot of stuff we think is listed and it's not. Here it is, Jerry Garcia Live Volume 1. And at one time, Paul had it marked October 2024, a 2019 record store day, sealed. Let me see if ours show up when you search it normally. This is Garcia Live Volume 1. There it was. See it? Capitol Theater. Numbered? Yeah. Let's see. Mills, Needle Thread, Spielberg, Eclipse. I don't see Coletco listing one. No, I don't think we have this on there. Let's see. 3 CD. Yep, this is it right here. We don't have it on there. Let me check one more time. Mills record, Needle Thread, Spielberg, Eclipse. No, we don't have ours is on here. So right now, the cheapest sealed copy is $170 plus shipping. Paul had it at one time at $179, right on the button, matching this one. The most recent sold was open for $150, open for $120, and sealed for $170. So if I did get $170 for this on Discogs and I had to pay fees, I'd much rather sell it to Shakedown right now for about $155. $200 for both Nat King Cole. What's the other one? This one here. Stardust. Speaking of dust, there's got a layer on it. Stardust, the complete recordings. This one here too. Let me see what this goes for. Nat King Cole. Stardust. Good Lord. Holy moly. This is some serious money, Michael Manning. Well, if I were to list this right now, I just listed the other one for 200 best offer. If I were to list this one, I would put it at 500 or best offer. Yeah. I'm at 700 on both of them. So I doubt we reach a deal, but if it don't sell for a while, we can talk. But this one's pretty valuable. This one sells for a couple nice ones have recently sold 500, 350, and then sealed for 700. And that wasn't too long ago. That was just a year ago. And then one seal, 500, 800. But, yeah, I'm going to list this one right now, and then we'll see what happens. But I can't take, essentially, that'd be $100 a piece. That would be half price on the other one, and that would be selling this one way too cheap. I need to make sure the other ones are still listed that I have, because it looks like there's a couple of these that I thought were really good. I'm surprised hadn't sold. And it may be where I had duplicates of stuff. But, let me go through this while I have it pulled up. This is a lot of music. All right. Anybody still out there? Anybody still out there that wants to make an offer on anything? Yeah, this one's 500 OBO. If anybody wants to consider that. That's a lot of Nat King Cole. Okay. Auctions. I don't think there's many. I'm assuming Shakedown, you don't need Garcia. I'd love to sell it to you. If not, I'm going to go ahead and repost it here on the old Discogs. Auctions left over from tonight. John Denver, $35. Bruce Springsteen, $10. That's the cassettes. Linda Ronstadt is $10. That's the cassettes. So cassette box sets, and that's it. Maybe 2 Japanese singles. Paul McCartney, $15, and Billy Joel, $15. That was like one of the very first auctions, too. Yeah, 15 and 15, Billy Joel and McCartney, John Denver, and some cassette. Everything else is gone. We've sold 7 full crates of vinyl. Well, autographs, Tyler Childers. Tyler Childers was $495. Autograph Purgatory's $495. John Lee Hooker Jr. And then I had a couple of the gold records left from Leo Sayer and Robin Trower. And then, yeah, rest of it over there sold. That's it. That's it. Anybody else? Matt Shepard says he'll take these singles. 15 and 15. Adam Bernardi, you just missed them. Don't worry, we still got all these and about another stack that we never bid put up for auction. We'll do tomorrow. Tomorrow, Laura's already got a great batch of auctions. John's going to be marking new vintage stuff. And tonight really, honestly, flew by pretty fast, it seemed like. I mean, it's just been a whirlwind. If you want to go back and watch Chaos, go back about 7:30 tonight. And there was so much going on, I almost had to stop the show. I had to do like an Uncle Leo. Stop the show. I think at one time, in about a 5-minute stretch, everybody requested every auction that was advertised. And it seemed like everybody was in a hurry. And they were just like, Chad, you've got to put these up for auction or I'm about to go to bed. So I was like trying to beat the clock. And it was chaotic. I was like, man, I've never seen everybody request every auction simultaneously and basically say, Chad, you've got to put it up right now. I've got to go. And I was like, man, there's just no way. We can't physically do this. So it was insane. I was like losing my mind. I was like, okay, let's just kick back for a while. Hopefully you have plans canceled, okay? Wish you'd message me. Uh-oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, some things are reserved for PMs. That's my bad. Speaking of private messages, I got to start telling some people, I don't know how many, somehow I've been swamped with invoice collections or invoice corrections. And if you have an invoice correction, you need to let Ed know, because I've had some people like tonight, I was like, no one's replying to my messages and they're messaging me. And y'all don't want to see my Facebook inbox. I mean, it is swarmed. I could scroll forever. At a certain point, I'm starting to miss important stuff because we're getting just so much other requests. It seems like. I'm not complaining. What I'm telling you is a good thing. We have so much business on a daily basis. We have trouble managing it. It gets overwhelming. So I think we're done. And if we are, I'm about to wash my hands because it's covered in grime. It's covered in grime. And I'm about to eat. My mom brought some like rice and beef or something. It sounded pretty good. And I'm going to try my best to not fall asleep. It's been a great show. It's been an exhausting one, though. I'm pretty beat. Thursday nights are always intense. So thanks, everybody. And we didn't make a dent in books again. There's always tomorrow. We can do this every night. As y'all know, we did it last year almost every night, 8 hours a night. We didn't make a dent in the building. We've off to a hot start. We'll be here every night selling. I still got autographs, records, posters, toys, collectibles, Tyler Childers. Thank y'all. Please come back tomorrow and we'll do this all again. I'm here to better serve the people of America. Vote for Chad. Good night, and